Losing to any mid laner sucks, but it would suck more depending on if they're your close friend or not. Bjergsen, I've known the guy since he first moved to LA, actually, before he was announced for TSM. In comes this new kid, right? And then the first 2 seasons, I'm pretty sure we stomped him. You know, I would hate losing to him, and thankfully, I didn't lose him very much.
Look at how frequently he's using that aggressive.
Oh, the flash, the ignite, the chain, and the kill from High.
Big plays from High.
I have a long history of beating him in the beginning.
There's a TF ulti. Bjergsen's gonna get stunned. He's gonna get stunned again, and down he goes. Cloud9 finds the pick.
And then, you know, something changed, and now I've lost for a very long time against him, actually.
Teleport 2 on this one. He will
already in the back.
One in the shockwave on the side of Bjergsen. They lock down High. Protobelt only hitting about 2 of the missiles. Emo play goes down, flash forward. Tides of blood washes High away.
For me to lose Bjergsen's always a sad time because I want to show that I can still compete with him, that I can still play versus him, and that I can still win against him.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us this Saturday afternoon for more North American League action. The standings are shaping up as we approach the halfway mark of the split, and no team wants to be left behind. And the fans are out here in force to cheer on their favorite teams as they make their climbs up the standings, looking towards that playoff picture and a possible opportunity for a world's berth. Here we have FlyQuest as well as TSM making their way into the arenas. Big matchup between the two of them today. Elimination with his tea in hand, looking very calm and collected. Aphromoo and the rest of CLG sporting those fancy purple jerseys. They had him on yesterday. I love the look. They're up against Niski in his debut along with Envy today. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson. You might think your eyes are deceiving you, but no, they're not. It's true. I got both Mark Zimmerman and Isaac Zale Cummings Bentley today on the desk. Gentlemen, what did I do to get so lucky and deserve both of you?
I don't know, man. I think they just kind of told us we had to be here.
Yeah,
Didn't really have any say in it.
Don't do that to me. Don't tear me down like that. It's the beginning of the day, Azale.
Don't worry.
All right, let's go ahead and begin with a look at how the teams rank coming into the day. Immortals are currently in sole possession of first, while Team Dignitas will get their chance at climbing, or rather claiming the throne later in the day. And despite picking up their first win, Phoenix One still remain in 10th, but look to transfer last night's momentum into a mid-season climb. We'll see what teams can influence their fates with our matches today. We kick things off with TSM taking on FlyQuest on NALCS 1, then Cloud9 hit the Rift versus Team Liquid. If you're tuning in on NALCS 2, your day starts with Counterlogic Gaming taking on Rookie Niski and Team Envy, followed by another battle for first as Team Dignitas aim to defeat Immortals. Now, last night, Immortals claimed first after a solid 2-0 victory over Counterlogic Gaming. Let's talk about that matchup a little bit because, again, talk of the town with the trade. This time, McSmithy getting the better of Dardoch in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think Immortals looked incredibly good last night. Game 1 in particular, their vision control and how efficiently and how dominantly they closed out that game was extremely impressive.
Yeah, and even on Game 2 when they fell behind like a little bit early on, they showed that they can play from behind. They had really good rotations all over the map, and then they just blow their leads wide open. Like you said, as soon as they have a couple thousand gold lead, it feels like the games just end very quickly.
I mean, it's pretty insane to think that they were behind pretty heavily at the start of Game 2, and they closed that game out in like 28 minutes, something like that. Like, that is domination.
Yeah, it was very impressive to watch them play last night. Of course, their jobs don't get any easier today up against the other team that's kind of vying for that first place slot in Dignitas. What are the key factors of this matchup that we're looking at today?
I think the big one is the jungle matchup. It doesn't, go from Dardoch, aggressive early game player, into Shrimp, who's like probably the craziest early game jungler right now, just going for all these like 2-camp and gank attempts or early invades. So if Smithy can match up fine versus him and stop Dignitas from getting off the ground, that's the first area I'd probably look at for Immortals.
I'd also say the top lane is going to be very hotly contested. Somebody has been crushing it, and actually Flame has been really dominant himself without getting much help at all from Smithy. So I'm going to be very interested to see, the jungler's choices in affecting that lane. Does Smithy leave Flame to his own devices and try to have him win 1v1 against Someday, or even hold on 1v2 against Someday and Shrimp?
And now, while Immortals impressed yesterday, Phoenix One did as well. They found their first match victory of the split here in Week 4, and they're building on those improvements that they had kind of shown during Week 3 with Mike Young and Exceptional being added to the roster.
I just love saying his name. It's the funnest name.
It is a very fun name to say, but let's talk about this kid because, again, with his addition in Week 3, we saw gold leads being developed for this team while they couldn't necessarily close out the matches themselves, and then just last night, they're able to close it out against Equifox in 2-0 fashion.
He has been playing extremely well, looked good on the Nidalee. I think that they are helping him a lot in the early game with some of these really creative kind of like leashes and heavy leashes and stuff, but that's propelling him forward and allowing him to be successful in the game and enable some of the other teammates like Arrow. The P1 owner talked about the fact that Arrow was the MVP. They need to give him the pieces to kind of enable him, and with Xpecial and Mike Young, it seems like they're finally doing that.
Yeah, and I think touching on Xpecial a little bit, obviously Mike Young, the flashy early game player, really easy to talk about him, but Xpecial a little unheralded in that regard, where he's the one helping out with their late game, because this was a team that was struggling at all facets of the game, and now all of a sudden their bot lane looks stable, and you see now that all of a sudden Jin's back in the meta a little bit too, probably helping Arrow have his 2 best games of the split so far. Really nice to see him back in his form.
I mean, they got their first win yesterday, but they have a long road ahead of them in terms of moving themselves up the standings. Now, luckily for them, with that 3rd place finish, they've got a nice bank of championship points that if it comes to it, they most likely will be playing in the gauntlet later in the year. As always, per usual, every 2 weeks we're dealing with a new patch, and that's where I want to transition to now, 7.12. What are the key item changes, champion changes that we expect to see affecting pro play this week?
I mean, Mark touched on Jin, which had gotten some buffs, but I think, 2 more champions that I'm really looking at a lot is Corki. I think in the mid lane, it's incredibly strong, especially since even more of his damage is now AP. Like, this is just an AP mid laner that can match up very well against a plethora of different champions. And Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai was already getting picked before the buffs. Now it got a bunch of them. We're going to see this guy all the time.
We saw Rek'Sai last night. Successful early ganks, although didn't grab the victory there in Dardoch's hands. Let's talk about Locket as well and its new changes.
Yes, this is a big one that a lot of people are talking about, just that it added a percentage health to the shield. So the more health you have, the bigger your shield becomes. A lot of people are comboing with Gargoyle Stoneplate, so you pop that to get a massive health increase, then you pop the shield to cover up your whole team. It works fine with other items as well. Any health item, which is generally, there's a lot of them in the game right now that people are buying. And then it kind of, I thought it was going to push out Zeke's Convergence a little bit more, but I saw an interesting team comp in the Challenger Series where it was like the Jarvan, Galio, Gragas, just like super beefy frontline, and they built it. And it makes more sense in a comp like that. But you might still not see too much of Zeke's Convergence, which got reworked this patch as well.
I mean, specifically looking at this Corki pick, I've got to look towards that TSM FlyQuest matchup and say, hi, you know, finding a lot of success on the Corki pick in spring now that it's back in the meta, you know, for that kind of grudge match between the two mid laners there could be a very useful pick for him. Either way, there's a reminder that we're going on, our tickets rather are going on sale for the summer finals in Boston. Pre-sale bundles go live Monday, June 26th, with the general sale going live Tuesday, June 27th. For more information on registering for the pre-sale and how you can get the best seats in the TD Garden, head on over to LulEsports.com. Mark, you're from Boston, right? You gonna be there?
I don't know. It's usually up to them, but am I allowed to go?
Well, if it's up to me, what I'm actually going to do is I think I'm just going to pass this off to the viewers and say, hey, you guys weigh in with the Twitter question of the day. Hashtag leave Mark, hashtag take Mark. Let us know, should he be making his way to the TD Garden with us in Boston?
Hey, what are you doing over there?
No, you casting your vote over there? You know what? I should probably get mine in too. Hey, while we cast our votes for whether or not Mark should go to Boston, we're going to send it over the captions to get us into the games. Enjoy, guys.
Got a few more things on the plate to do today. Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Battle Theater. I'm Rivington Business III, and joining me on this cast is an icon of insight. It's Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
Why, thank you, sir.
You are absolutely welcome. You have insight to provide today?
Yes, I do.
Well, that is one of my first
I'll
questions.
keep it shrouded in mystery, though.
Oh, absolutely interesting. We're about to get into our first series and get it underway as Counter Logic Gaming will take on Team Envy. And CLG hope today's match would be another win that solidifies them something at the top of the standings. That mark once again. But after yesterday's performance, even Huhi hopes, as he said, they just want to go back to playing the game, playing their game.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the players on CLG were actually pretty disappointed in their performance, and rightfully so. Yesterday versus Immortals, they got completely outclassed, and a lot of it was the team play, you know, the coordination and their macro game. Uncharacteristically, quite a few bad calls from the team, and a lot of them have talked about, you know, resetting the mentality and the questions that people had around the original Dardoch for Smithy trade. One of the biggest ones was the mentality and how will they react after losing series. You know, so they started off with all these wins, and it's great to be, you know, first place, but now is the time to bounce back, and we'll see if CLG are angry or not.
And can they bounce back against Team Envy, who are now fielding their newest member in Niski in the mid lane? So a bit of an unknown there, but he could show up.
And it was a bit of a surprise to people where right when Envy, you know, put in or replaced Ninja, you know, we had a lot of good performances from Pyrian. And they had success at the very beginning of the split. But then people started to figure out, it's mostly just the Talia, you know, his roaming style and a little bit of Ahri. So now that they're putting in Niski, they're changing it up again because, you know, the biggest ones from him are kind of the classics, LeBlanc and Syndra, these types of things from the mid lane that are going to be super powerful and have these kill pressures. So very excited to see how Envy do look with Niski instead. I know that Seraph himself was very, you know, excited to have Niski because he was talking about him being better. But as far as most of the fans, they're just used to seeing him, oh, you know, it's Fnatic Academy. This guy's coming from Challenger Series in Europe, and you didn't even have that great of stats as far as the Challenger Series in Europe. So yet to prove quite a lot.
We'll see what he can do. It's funny, coming in today, I saw him in the studio, and I was like, is that Ocelot? Is that Carlos? He almost looks just like him. But yeah, coming from EU, we'll see if he brings that passion and that power for the team as Niski squads in today for Envy. We'll look to see what these teams have. CLG, obviously, we see in FlyQuest versus CLG, one of the bloodiest series we have had in the North American LCS, showed a little late game falter from Counter Logic Gaming, a little out of position. Then we had yesterday's game. Didn't look like, as he said, they were really playing the game. So let's see what they can do as we jump into the starting lineups. On the blue side, it will be Counter Logic Gaming. That means it's going to be Darshan in the top lane, Dardoch in the jungle, Huhi in mid, Stixay at bot lane, and Aframu supporting him with Coach 6 for picks and bans.
And on the red side, it is Team Envy. Up top is Seraph. In the jungle, Lyra. Mid now is Niski in his debut. Bottom, Apollo, support Hakuo, and Coach Violet on stage with them. So there is going to be that extra pressure. I'm very excited to see how you know, the draft phase does you know, play out for Team Envy because they are on red side. So you can have that sort of guaranteed counter pick if you want to save it
Right.
for mid lane, or try and get one of those power picks that we mentioned, the LeBlanc, the Syndra, and just set him up for a strong lane phase, so that then you feel comfortable once you transition out of laning phase, and you have to start playing through the mid game, which is where it kind of does hit the rail.
One heck of a team to start off against in CLG. Yeah, they may have faltered, but they're even more hungry now. So like you said, that last pick could be very big for the red side to give Nisqy a fair lane, very even back and forth. See how the bans go? A lot of initiation already taken away from Envy by Counterlogic Gaming. And we'll see a bit of the same here for the first few bans for the jungle and top laners.
Bunch of power picks coming through, and these are pretty much tier 1 picks across the board. Kind of the split pusher. Galio is actually more mid lane than top lane nowadays. Still is definitely flexible, but getting that one off the board. And there's the LeBlanc taken away from Nisqy. They still do have, option of the Syndra, but I was very curious to see, how many of the old junglers who have tons of games on Rek'Sai are going to get back in here on the new Rek'Sai, where on 7-12, they've made up for a lot of the kind of problems with the ultimate, where it was easily dodgeable and people were even walking out of it sometimes. Not only did they fix that, they also upped Rek'Sai's damage. So it's definitely an early game jungler. She has so much more damage. It is a very different playstyle from what you're used to seeing if you remember the tank Rek'Sais, and trying to get multi-man knockups.
A little bit scarier. We'll see how Dardoch plays it. It plays right to his style, as we know what he has had in his wheelhouse lately. Lee Sin and Jhin also getting picked up a little more lately. A few buffs towards him, but nothing huge.
Yeah, in 7-12, you got a bit of extra damage ratio on the Q, as well as some damage on the ultimate.
Yeah.
A lot of people, though, are just really excited to play him again with a small amount of buffs because of some of the item builds. And people have been sort of enlightened into the double energizers of, Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon. And Jhin does convert a lot of the, attack speed and crit stats into damage anyways. And people are kind of having fun with that one. Also, we've seen the Death's Dance variation. I feel like that one's a little bit more solo queue. Regardless, Tahm Kench and, playmaking support have been back. Yeah, he is picked up here in answer to the Thresh. It's kind of one of those classic ones where the Thresh is then going to probably switch focus, and start hooking and flaying in Tahm Kench so they can focus the Kench instead of the Jhin. As Kench is very good at getting anyone else out of being picked.
Envy as well with a great pickup of Varus Thresh to start Apollo and Haku off in the bot lane, making sure that, Apollo is up there on Freaks 80 carry list, get that bot lane going. Lyra's playing decently well in the jungle, goes for his Nidalee, and Envy's looking to start things off firing here.
Yeah, it does look like some comfortable picks for Envy. Hakuo's Thresh, he's had a lot of games on that. He feels very comfortable. He's one of those solo queue Thresh players that put so much time into it. And the same for Lyra. He was one of the first in North America to use the Nidalee. Definitely I've watched a little bit of Cuz from Korea and talked a little bit, but Lyra has done Nidalee multiple different ways, even Trinity Force and auto attack Nidalee. Mostly now it is back to the AP, but here we go. Some cross-map plays. You talked about, maybe playing off that bottom lane and playing around Apollo and Hakuo and the success that they've had. Now Seraph on the Shen, perfectly set up to do that. Can get down there with Staying United.
Also watching Seraph as well. The few games I remember of him, he kind of itemized very interesting for the game, and it did not help the team, actually hurt a bit. So we'll keep an eye on what he's doing throughout the laning phase and actually what he's building towards to help the team. Shouldn't be too different on Shen, but he is going to go up against some damage. Jarvan has been locked in. Looks like this could be going to Darshan in most cases with that Rek'Sai in the game.
Yeah, definitely going to think so. And the Jarvan nowadays, pretty good answer to Shen, I have to say, with the armor shredding, as well as very easy knockups to pressure the lane and then keep the Shen within range to be able to stop those ults. Huhi's Aurelion Sol.
I think, is this for the Ori lane play? So they have the triple ball comp, but yeah, who has let Aurelion Sol through for CLG late?
Well, so that's the thing, right? It's always difficult with CLG because they will not just blind pick Aurelion Sol all the time.
Right.
Huhi will use it when he feels like there are good side lanes to roam to, like he can get kills, on the side lanes. And into Nisqy, who is a new mid laner here in North American LCS.
Strongest champ for me.
It is, yeah. This is definitely going to put some pressure on him especially on Cassiopeia, because you can't really keep up with the speed of the roams and the map pressure of the Aurelion Soul. So I'm very, very interested to see if, you know, Huhi starts to make those early moves with Dardoch, because that's been one of the big strengths there for CLG, is trying to get both of those guys to work together in the early game. And Aurelion Soul just opens it wide up for a jungler. It feels so good when your mid laner is pushing from literally level 1 and dropping into the fog of war and looking to roam around. Like, the early plays are definitely a possibility here.
And this is what kind of I wonder as well, the Tom Clench is that going to click for CLG? We see that the Bard has been so big for so many teams. 4 or 5 plays, 100% win rates. Ole's got that, a few others, but they keep going for the Tom Kench. It can get around the map with the Aurelion Soul, but so can the Journeys. And I feel like that is what plays the Aphromoo style. With that being said, like as I mentioned, waiting for this Tom Kench to click. Maybe they can get it to happen here.
Yeah, everybody pretty excited about that one. CLG has had such a high priority on it.
Yeah.
Definitely taking their cue from Korea. And we shall see how Aphromoo and Stixxay stack up. Definitely a lot of kill pressure there. Don't underestimate the licks.
No, do not. As we said, Kench will make you clench. Heading out to lane. It's like they tried to, CLG had a pretty big hit on what was going on with the jungle yesterday when they played Immortals. They tried to take Xmithie down. We'll see if they get in the face of Lyra here a little bit more than usual.
All right, just going to spread out to the standard defense. Nidalee actually starting traps this time, so a little trick for you guys. If the Nidalee starting traps, it's probably going to be just a regular Raptor clear, and maybe she'll go for an invade after that, but generally, especially, I always go back to Cuz when I'm thinking about Nidalee Paz, the previously rank 1 jungler in Korea, but he plays a ton of Nidalee, and I always scrub his VODs. He starts Q when he's going for buff-to-buff invades. If he starts on his buff, if you see him level up the Q, then he's probably going to start on his on one of his buffs and go for an immediate invade into the opposite buff of the enemy jungler. He'll start traps in pretty much any other case, where you want to get multiple traps on the Raptors, because the way that the traps and your pounce interact is that your pounce gets reset for everyone that you get to do onto one of these enemies with a trap on it. Doesn't matter now as they're getting invaded though. Darshan wants to grab some.
Niski and Huhi going back and forth. This is actually a lot of pressure on Niski, as much as it obviously is on Lyra and what's happening in the jungle, because if they can get Lyra off course, he won't be helping Niski as much.
Yeah, and look at that. They just defend his Raptors really well there.
Yeah.
Nobody was able to steal one away for CLG. Niski also got a very good trade onto Huhi here, and has blown the exhaust in exchange for that ghost that he used to get up there. So actually a very good defense for Envy. And you talk about putting the pressure on Niski early on in this game, Riv. He answered it pretty well right there, defending his jungler. Let's see if Lyra will return in kind and, gravitate towards that mid lane to try and keep this Aurelion Soul under control. Because people know, you give Huhi just a little bit of an opening early in the game, and it really does start to get out of control and snowball from there. But if you keep Aurelion Soul from snowballing early, then he becomes very, very weak later on.
So that's the thing with Huhi, is we have that even lane and then clear and back, clear and back. Here they're looking to give him that option again by taking Niski out.
And this was a Dardoch. Again, he's running an experience rune, which is something he did yesterday. Went for the 2 camps into Scuttle yesterday for his gank. This time it was just a standard 3 camp after the failed stop on the Raptors. But his presence in mid lane is kind of getting Huhi regaining control of this mid lane. And it's the thing we referred to in Champ Select, where you want to rely on this Aurelion Soul constantly having the pushing power in mid lane to then drop into the Fog of War, because that will make all your other lanes have to play much more cautiously, and with the threat of Huhi's roam.
Oh, he's been a fast early roamer. May have to be stuck in lane here. There's that pressure from Dardoch, who he finally gets the back after a few clears and says, Dark Seal, so I can get more out of these corruption charges, and we can stay in lane and farm it out.
And the control word. So he has a guaranteed one side of the mid lane that he knows will not have any vision for Envy, and he can sneak down probably, to bottom side to try and pressure Apollo and take out some of the strongest performing members of Envy currently.
Ooh.
Invade here from Lyra.
Just seeing him on the outside, getting the tremor sense. Gromp wants to be a part of the party. Wow, spears are just missing for Lyra right now. Good dodge by Dardoch.
Yeah, a couple spears in the dark, just barely. Dardoch doesn't see him to stop. Lyra did see Dardoch jump over, though. And he wasn't moving, so didn't get any of those tremor sense notifications. Meanwhile, though, you know, Niski on the Cassiopeia, so far doing well, but Huhi already off to one of those early roams. It's a good sign that I would think that was communicated, because Huhi put down his control ward in the top side, so he could roam up to the top side and went through the jungle. But Niski, we have to assume that he's the one telling Seraph there that the Aurelion Soul is probably on the way, and that's why Seraph just dropped into the brush, gave up a couple CS, but avoids an Aurelion Soul gank.
Bit of action as we go back down to the bottom lane. Haven't been here since pretty much early. 37 to, actually 38 to 38 as they continue to level. Doran shield still for Stixxay. And we see a little bit of a change here with the nerf to that in purchase cost. Now Apollo picking up the sword. It's either or these days.
Ooh, that one hits.
You only need a few that count. Ones that count are the ones that give you that advantage in the game. Lyra actually pushed up as well, so working together here, who he's forced to farm this wave, and Lyra trying to make an impact in the jungle.
Getting that invade down, and really the important part there is, yeah, he did steal the big raptor, and it's, you know, a little bit of gold, but the vision coverage takes out the control ward, plants down some extra, you know, envy comfort here in the red quadrant with just that one ward, and the raptor brush provides, you know, a lot of security for this side of the map. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they're trading pretty decently here, and CLG trying to push out this lane so they can get a little bit of time to back. Still plenty of potions for everybody in the bottom lane, though. The trading hasn't been, you know, that active. There actually are not ignites being taken in this lane, as both sides are taking exhaust for the junglers of the enemy teams.
Oh, hello, Dardoch. Found it. Looks like, whoa, he's just going to get soloed out here. Flash over the wall. One last hit. He dips into the ground for a bit of HP. But the kill is still found by Seraph. First blood.
Yeah, I guess he wanted it. So he really wanted to finish that Krug kill before he left, but took an extra auto there, and he's not able to unburrow under Seraph to get a knockup on Seraph after flashing away, and Seraph able to get a very big start here. That was first blood bonus gold going over to a Shen, who's now level 6 with teleport still active.
Solo, no pressure, just kind of, oh, all right, thank you very much.
So as soon as you see the Shen, Dardoch has to respect the Shen, but he does not. He goes back under for the knockup there. You know, Seraph got the taunt off, and then absolutely destroys him. So no respect from Dardoch to Seraph. He gets punished and gives away first blood.
Already looking to make an impact mid. Oh, they call Seraph forward. The level 6 is going to be a big impact. His flash is down, so they don't have the full connect, but they get Dardoch again. He comes up, he goes down, and all of Envy lives. The flag and drag coming in with the flash from Darshan, trying to make it look good, but there are too many shields. There's too much CC. Seraph's going to go down. One last link. Another shield comes through, but that's Darshan with the strike. And he takes another one down. 2 kills for the top laner as he rotates in. Is it a third? That one goes to Hugi. CLG repair the ganks.
Oh my goodness. Dardoch is not having a good game, but Darshan comes in to clean up the mess. Afromu then flashes to save him with the Devour. And Darshan ends up living through the whole thing because they have no more burst left after that extra kill. CLG rights the ship just in time because it was about to spiral out of control with those plays as Envy continually catching out the Rek'Sai, but this time around, it's a complete turnaround for CLG. Here it is, the beginning. Huhi really good, saving his ultimate for as soon as he sees the Shen about to come in and gets it off. Again, Dardoch gets taunted up, even though he has the knockup go off, he goes down very quickly. Darshan, though, comes in to save the day. Demacia is here, and then Afromu jumps in with the Devour. Perfect timing, allowing Darshan to then survive afterwards with the health potions running and with the extra kills coming through. CLG able to kind of save the early game there with that play. 2 good roams from the CLG members there.
A very active Envy, though. Everything that's really happened here. Seraph top, and we saw that Niski taking the ult, saying, we have the stand united, let's engage mid.
We have to definitely like what we're seeing from Envy here. You know, the proactive plays, they punished the Rek'Sai because there was no flash. Here's a proactive play from CLG, though.
That's the third lick. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Thresh? Just one more. That's going to be a bite from the Queen. Dardoch gets that one in on Rek'Sai, and now Apollo. He is left in a very bad spot. Flag drag misses. Good flash coming in, but now he's stuck in the Cataclysm. The light back to Lyra, bounces him, and he can't come up for the kill or the heal as well. And they get another kill. CLG starting to really strangle out Envy.
Yeah, the 2 solo laners for CLG are now 2-0-2 for both of them. And you talked about Aurelion Sol, just one small opening for Huhi, and he starts to take over the game. Constant roams come through. He's got his upgraded boots already, powering through with 3 more stacks on his Dark Seal.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's take another look at it. One of the other things about Jhin, so good at starting these fights long range and allowing time for the other members to take part. Teleport came in from Darshan, so he's just leisurely here, cutting off the escape from Apollo. He has his ultimate and an extra gap closer, so even though Varus has both summoners available, they know that Flash is the only thing that would save him from the Cataclysm, and after his Flash is blown, there's no hope for him. Darshan just gets him in that cage, and Huhi's able to take him down.
Few quick kills here for Chronologic Gaming. More of what we expected to see. If you saw the Immortals CLG game yesterday, CLG has been a very bloody team this split, winning through getting those advantages and a few kills, and then being able to find them again. No turrets come out of this just yet. I'm sorry, 1 turret in the bot lane as they did get first blood.
Yeah.
And then they continue to move this. This allows Aframu to open up, and now they start to get these Abyssal Voyages that can bring them around the map.
And Envy are trying to answer back on the bottom side with some pressure, but Aframu, as you mentioned, coming right back down as soon as Stixxay is under pressure, and they should be able to defend just fine. Meanwhile, CLG, with vision of those 3 members of Envy down bottom, should be able to completely take over Red Quadrant here in the Envy jungle, and they do just that with a bunch of vision being laid behind. Anytime you start to lose just a little bit of map control, it starts to explode against an Aurelion Sol team. The vision comes through in your jungle, Aurelion Sol starts to roam around, and it becomes very difficult to track him. The important thing for Envy right now is holding on to the remaining outer turrets. The longer you can hold on to those, the more safely you can farm out and try and keep track of that Aurelion Sol, because once those go down, it really starts to get scary. You mentioned the Abyssal Voyage, but as well, the roaming can come through from Aurelion Sol as well as Darshan. And Envy look to be grouping at the moment to try and avoid such a case.
Apollo, rest of the team still being proactive. Lyra just on the back here. The vision in numbers. It doesn't seem like they want to take the fight. Probably more than happy to get a skirmish if they do, but in and out is the goal here. Lyra, however, pushing that to the limits as they just taunt CLG in their own jungle.
And it is a bit difficult for Envy because Cassiopeia early on tries to build into scaling items, into these mana items that take a while to buff up. Rod of Ages, the tier, those types of things take a bit longer. And Niski right now doesn't have a lot of AP, so doesn't really want to take any of these fights, and is constantly having to use his summoners defensively, as you saw there. Ultimate and both of them blown.
Really only had a flash up for maybe about 3 minutes of this entire game, right? It's down for 5. You were going to be waiting a while after having used it. So Rift Herald over to Counter Logic Gaming. No real movement here from Envy as they're coming out of base still. CLG is working very quick with open windows, and they're able to shut the door right on Envy before they even get into the process. Rift Herald goes as Dardoch absorbs the arrow.
Much cleaner game plan from CLG this time. They're sticking to their composition. They've drafted for this roaming for Aurelion Sol. They want to take down these turrets. That's your #1 goal in the early game, is get those outer turrets, as we mentioned, so that you have more space to work with. Rift Herald is the best objective in doing that. Also, there's a Mountain Drake up, so they would definitely want to get that for extra turret killing power, and that helps for late game as well. Once your turrets are down, you can pressure those neutral objectives. So So Envy right now, they've just given up the Rift Herald as CLG took it very quickly. They would like to not seed a Mountain Drake on top of that as well, because those two things together just kind of remove so many of your possible defenses to wait for that scaling of the Cassiopeia and wait for those items to stack up. As of right now, though, Envy are having a hard time of remaining a step ahead of CLG due to the pace of this game. Currently, Dardoch back in that red quadrant. He's counter jungling, even as Darshan gets chased out of top lane. Making it a little bit more risky for him.
You see how much resource Envy is putting into finding just these hits, though. Can Hakuo hit the hook? Can he get a Lantern for Lyra in? And then can we get out of this situation? Because they know CLG is too strong. And this game could have gone so different if Envy walked away from killing Dardoch in mid again. He had just spawned, and then he went back down. But Darshan had a big roam from the top side, and that has swung this game.
Exactly. The team play and the communication on display pretty early in this game, which they were sorely lacking yesterday in their game versus Immortals. CLG back out to the pace that you kind of expect from them, as you said, though.
Darshan absorbing top. Could be a 2v1 in mid. They did fall down Seraph. I wonder if Darshan gets a free lane here if they can just absorb the fight. He will continue to push. Abyssal Voyage comes in. Looks like Aframu wants to be a part of this one. Stick stays right on the front line as well. Seraph, the dash and flash. Dardoch way down behind the lines. Here comes the curtain call, but everybody closes the curtains, and they get Seraph to safety.
Regardless, though, large chunks of health have been taken out, so they activate that Rift Herald that they just spent their time on getting, and this is going to be another outer turret taking a big hit.
The teleport's in. Darshan. Darshan actually didn't stay top lane. He comes down to fight with the team, so this could be a lot of turrets if it works. If Envy holds it off, they protect top, and they can keep what they have. Words are hard, but everybody disperses.
And in the end, the turret is dead. Main objective is accomplished for Counter Logic Gaming. Envy had a decent collapse there, though. But as you saw, Apollo lands his ultimate onto Darshan, who is the frontline member who they're dumping a large amount of damage into. But this Tahm Kench comes up big again. Aframu able to eat him up, even though the Chains of Corruption then does spread to Aframu himself. And he ends up taking a large amount of damage. He still gets the lowest health member out of the focus fire from the enemy team and allowed CLG to disengage. So the Tahm Kench pick as well coming in big for them. Multiple Abyssal Voyages, Aframu roaming, able to save his teammates, and participate in all except one kill for himself.
Lyra doing a nice job at clearing the wards out. CLG just placed. They had pretty good vision towards the top red side. It's dark now, but doing a much better job at leaving what I call breadcrumb wards. On their way in, they should make sure to leave the vision. So on the way out, it's safe, and they can rinse and repeat. Here they have enough vision forward that Dragon, again, uncontested for them. And this is what we're talking about. You get these mountains, and you're not going to give Niski time to scale if your turrets and objectives are falling.
Mountain Drakes are perfect for this team composition. CLG can continue to pressure multiple points on the map and really abuse that mobility of the Aurelion Soul. Currently, they also have teleport advantage with Darshan, even though the Stand United cooldown coming up very quickly. This Jarvan counter pick up in the top side. Armor penetration that we talked about in Champ Select is coming through. Black Cleaver's already done, so that on top of your Q with Jarvan makes you a very big threat to the Shen. And Darshan has come up with not only good 1v1 plays with Seraph on the top side, but also the team engages for himself and saving the early game as he did, roaming down to that mid lane.
I mean, if he hasn't been staying top because it's been a criticism that it could be split, but the team's calling for him, then he has to have the better engages. He's been on Fiora, Camille lately, the Jarvan, and now it's starting to come about where he's hitting those marks.
And this is why I just love Jarvan right now. Let's take a look at this exchange here, though. Still have a little bit of speed there.
Yeah.
All right, this is why I really love Jarvan, though, is because he can multitask. And he's kind of that Swiss Army knife of top laners. He's got engage, he has,
They have engaged as well. That's the hook. Aframu is just toying with Hakuo and Seraph here. Just gobbles him up, spits him out, but there's still no retaliation. Envy spread thin, but they have two in the bot. If this is held in the top, Envy can find some turrets with that attack speed onto Apollo, that damage he has. isn't great, but they'll be able to take one down.
And Envy, they're just so pressured right now. They're trying to trade objectives, but CLG are getting 2 for 1 on their trades.
That's the deal I like. Every time I'll take it.
Buy one, get one free.
Just misses. And they're going to be on their way out. Summoner is decently up here for CLG, so if they do overstay their welcome, it shouldn't be too bad, as Envy is still looking to collapse, still looking to kind of find their bearings. It's only a 2,000 gold lead, but CLG is working them around the map.
Exactly. The thing that's scary is the map control that CLG are going to get with their turret advantage. There are no more turrets on the top side of the map at all for Envy leading up to their inhibitor turret. So the second push that comes through, which is already going to be informed by these deep wards that Logic Gaming left through up there, is going to be very difficult. So Envy need to get out in front of it. They're trying to get some warding of their own done right now. And the Scuttle Crab will be a big boon to them as well. So far, everybody overloading here on the top side. Remember, though, that Darshan still has teleport, so it's a possibility CLG make a counterplay.
This is where it becomes scary. You have not been on this side of the jungle for quite some time. You may have the wards, but it's only one way that CLG needs to get in. Very nice blast cone.
Yeah, I think that was a necessary flash from Lyra, because one more auto actually gets completed there, then the Devour comes through. And at that point, it's too late. Darshan, is he going to go for it?
Full team.
Oh, he is!
Full team Cat, can he get it in there? He's going to get 3 in the mix. Can they save Darshan and get him out as well? The stun goes over onto Stixay, dodging out a lot of damage, and Envy just absorb the heck out of that fight and say, what next?
Yeah, good defensive ultimates. Thresh ultimate, the Varus ultimate, and the Cassiopeia ultimate, all very good peeling tools, and they all are used in that fight to answer Darshan's initiation very effectively.
Gotta be careful with those ults down. Still feel like there's more damage that can come out of CLG very quick right now, but both teams back off. Stixay had backed all the way to base, and we'll get a reset. It looks like Darshan's gonna start maybe not living in the bot lane just yet. With his teleport down, he could be with the team.
That was a very important defense for Team Envy, because now the global pressure is back in their table here. Seraph can split push on the bottom side. He has Stand United. He also has his teleport, and the scaling that we mentioned from Cassiopeia is continuing to. Lyra though.
That's the look before you leap situation where he did not absolutely zeroed out. Stand United is down as well. The teleport is the cross map play, and we'll see how CLG answers.
Well, they're answering with Baron pressure at 21.5 minutes. Already headed into the Baron pit, have True Sight, and starting it up.
That's how it plays, Kobe. We just mentioned, Envy's able to get on that side of the map, but it's been a while. There isn't enough vision. It takes out Lyra, and the 50-50 is now up in the air, but all in the favor of CLG. That's going to be a very dead Huhi in the beginning. Darshan now could go low. Envy may have the retaliation they need. Dardoch, not the tankiest, but Hakuo's hook is not in range just yet. Flashes are there to continue the play, complete the lantern. The turret's low, and it looks like they're just going to go for the minions.
CLG will be very happy to get out of that with just 1 kill going over, and well, they're going to stay around to actually defend this turret with the Baron up minions here. It's pretty easy for them. Envy do have Lyra going mid lane though, to get a little pressure there maybe.
See what happens. This isn't the best Baron wave clearing team with these 3 up here. Even you have an AD carry, but it's just not cutting it right now. And Lyra can only push that wave to mid here. They only have time to kind of set things up. CLG push them right off that pedestal when they try to activate their strategy.
And this is why we talked about how the biggest thing for CLG is the map control that they've gotten with taking all these turrets. There's so much of the map that was dark for Envy. Lyra had no idea that Darshan had slipped into there, and exactly, once your mobility is down, pretty easy for them to take this pick, and this is a very decisive 21.5-minute Baron call because they have a Mountain Drake, and they killed the enemy jungler. It's pretty much the perfect scenario for them to do it. Whoops.
There's an ult.
Oh, Stixay hits him.
Still feel like it's worth chasing a little bit here. Aphromoo has mid lane. I mean, with Baroned up minions, you could have like 1 guy sitting in the mid. Just make sure they don't get to that turret. Interesting way that CLG can play right now. Such an upper hand in the game, and they're using it accordingly, not allowing Envy to really stop this snowball.
Yeah, this is almost completely the opposite CLG from what we saw yesterday. They've been extremely proactive. Yeah, they're definitely playing the game. Everybody's getting involved in the game with roams from all of their members. And they have been extremely decisive in a lot of their calls as well. Whether it is, going on the fight with, Tom Kench's ultimate and Aurelion Sol roam, or immediately collapse on the Baron. 1 kill, moving over with that vision. Another Mountain Drake is actually very bad news for Envy.
And another. Oh no, Ocean. Okay, I switched. Oh, 1 miss, 1 hit. Is that the follow-up? Chain of Corruption. A lot used. This turret seems much harder to control now for Envy without those ultimates, without that crowd control, and Stixxay will approach the turret basically alone as the team has time to walk over. He takes some damage for it though.
They're trying to stall right now for the split push of Seraph. Envy still have the same game plan now that they had, 10 minutes ago in this game, basically. They're trying to hold off until this Baron buff expires. And gonna be a difficult task for them to accomplish.
He's backing, hit himself in the brush. It doesn't look like CLG has given any worry to either what's happening in the bot lane anyways. He's not gonna take the turret down immediately, so it's all that pressure with Darshan coming over in the mid lane, and now they are split in the 1-4 of mid and buy.
Darshan gets a decent chunk on the mid lane turret. CLG continue to press 2 lanes at the same time. Gotta be a little bit scared about going for the dive, even with the lead, because as we keep bringing it up, the gold lead isn't at that really excessive point. Oh, the hook onto Dardoch. He gets devoured.
The only thing you can hope for is that you get that cooldown and you can hit maybe Stixxay now, and the Devour's not up, but CLG knows the situation. The win condition is don't go too far if we can't save that person getting engaged on. They back off right away.
Yeah, definitely too early in the game for them to go diving in on inhibitor turrets. Remember how quickly that call was made for the Baron. That was, one of the earliest Barons that we've had in a while in the NALCS. 20 to 21 minutes is actually as early as you can go.
Darshan's getting to that Nightmare Jarvan point.
Yeah, he's got the dream combo, right, of the Titanic plus the Black Cleaver. And gives you a suitable amount of health for your W shield to scale, so you're decently tanky when you jump in, but you also have plenty of damage to take down an AD carry, which is definitely going to be the main target. Follow that guy on your screen. Yep, he's the one to follow right now, because he will be the one in CLG sights. Luckily for Team Envy, they do have double summoners on both their carries, and they have Thresh able to take him out of a dangerous situation for now.
Oh, the engages just don't stop. They can keep going. Apollo's gonna get tagged on the end. There's the stand united, but look at the range CLG can work with. Calling Seraph over now. The pressure's lost in bot, and CLG's pushing in again in 2 lanes.
Yeah, that Jarvan pushing is almost up at the turret. CLG continue to control this entire space. And now they can slip into the red quadrant, clear out all of the wards for Team Envy. Baron number 2 is only 1 minute and 50 seconds away, which is reasonable for CLG to wait as long as they keep Team Envy pinned up inside their base and the vision expires. Right now, Dardoch gets hooked in again, though.
Always
there. Always there.
Right in the pocket. Whoever needs it. It's been Dardoch most of the time because Dardoch is on the front line probably saying, fine to take a hook. We get movement forward every time we take one of those hooks.
Support and jungle, roaming together is always important, especially, in the early game, but it's even more so when you have a Tom Kench. You can pretty much roam wherever you want to as the jungler up front if you've got Tom Kench right behind you. And Aphromoo has easily been able to get Dardoch multiple times there with the Devour.
Making this one click. The Tom Kench we saw yesterday versus Immortals never really got going. Props to Immortals as well for shutting it down, but CLG even said they weren't playing their game. Here, much more orchestrated and organized, and we can see the method to the madness. Like you said, Dardoch, Aphromoo always moving around, and Darshan has controlled the pressure in the side lanes much better.
And for Team Envy, it's kind of hard because we really wanted to use this game as, first impressions of Niski. Yeah, and, how is he going to fit into the team, and are they going to play differently? And it is a little bit different. Cassiopeia comes through, and he wanted to be this, late game scaling, but yeah, exactly. They're trying to scale still. It's just that the pace of the game has hasn't really, you know, been in his favor, and he's done okay in the mid lane. It's just that Cassiopeia, there's no way that you can actually keep up with the Aurelion Sol in those cross-map plays. And so we haven't really seen much demonstrated in that way. Seraph given a...
That's changing around a little bit.
A little bit of damage there, but again, the Baron that we mentioned, coming up in a couple seconds here, and CLG right back at it. Very quick here with the call. Double control wards down in the river. They should bait first and wait for a little bit of pressure, because Seraph, as you saw in that last trade, was able to gain you know, momentum on that bottom side, pushing up his minion wave. So CLG trying to get back some on top and mid lane first before they really commit to this bait.
Stand united up in just about 10 seconds, so not too much for Envy to have to wait for if they do get engaged on. CLG always looking for the small skirmish. Even in this engage, they feel stronger, or they can absorb an ultimate, get that box out of Hakuo, get an ult out of Niski, and just devour that target.
And I think that even though Envy feel pressured in this game, and you know, they've been on the back foot for, you know, almost 25 minutes or so here.
Yeah.
If it would actually be good for them to try and go offensive. If they see any type of opening, any type of exposed member of CLG a little bit out of position and away from the Tahm Kench, I would not, you know, be too critical of them if they made one of those slightly more risky plays and they just go all in with a stand united and engage on that person. Because they actually are, you know, starting to get some decent combat power. And if you wait, CLG is just going to burn the Baron down. Double mountains.
Good try from Hakuo. But again, we see this Envy team having trouble clearing.
Oh, here he goes.
So they're not going to be able to push, let alone try to take these fights. Niski tries to go for the double petrifying gaze. He hits his targets, but who's going down first? It's Apollo. Niski hit on the left side. Seraph's Embrace goes down, but so does he. There is just too much damage from Counter Logic Gaming. Lyra's on the back, giving out heals, trying to throw in javelins, but they're all doing it in retreat as Envy limps away. And CLG come up big, only losing Aphromoo.
Aphromoo again starts off the team fight with the Abyssal Voyage, separating Envy and causing this panic and this scramble to come out. This is probably going to be a game-ending push with Baron already on CLG and only Lyra left alive.
Dipping and dodging, gets himself to safety, but that's not one to protect an entire Nexus. CLG slowly working through the base. Okay. They're going to do it the finite way. They know how to do it. Take everything before we get to that next.
Yeah, death timers, it's only 31 minutes, so they're still a little bit short, and double inhibitors are still going to be such a large blow delivered to the Team Envy squad here in game number 1.
Backing out to just get even more. 3,500 gold in the pocket of Stixxay, 2,600 gold in the pocket of Huhi. These guys, just too much money to even think about. Whoop. And they would probably have this dragon if they even want it. The Baron's used, they don't even have to waste time on it. But as they go towards bot and mid lane, maybe they take it on the way. We'll see this again.
All right, the double mountain power burning through the Baron for CLG, and then Aphromoo comes in with Dardoch, even though they get nailed with the Cassiopeia ultimate there, and they get taken down eventually. Excuse me. The team fight, you know, played extremely well by the DPS members here of CLG. Huhi on the Aurelion Sol is just such a beauty to watch, the way that he zones and lands so many slows for Stixxay to get his damage out, you know, as the AD carry. Aphromoo with another power.
Bits him into the star! Seraph goes gazing, but he wants home quick. He gets out of that situation. CLG pressuring very hard as they make their way to the bot side here. Mid's already been pressured down. And it looks like the minion wave is there to help them. Darshan's gonna help that make their way into the Nexus.
All right, Baron empowered super minions are on the way, and CLG are knocking at the door.
Knocking down the door. It's gonna be gone soon.
Hold the door, it's gone.
Turned into kindling. The fire being started in Envy's base, I should say, by CLG. What is the engage? Hakuo with a tri-hook. Stixxay with a step to the side. Almost solos out Hakuo as they call for summoner heals and protection. Just to save the one member, they're looking for the base as well now. CLG gets all the inhibitors the way they like to as they move on to the Nexus turrets.
All right, CLG with a really commanding performance here in game number 1. people were wondering how they would respond after defeat. You know, they've had such a strong early start to this split. That's really the other question that people were waiting for. So not only did CLG with this opening, you know, have a pretty good and quick answer to that, but they also did it in such a way that does inspire a lot of more confidence for their macro game and their team play.
Now look at just organizing around who's going to be taking the damage, who's on the front line. Stixxay staying on the back. Huki right there next to Aframu as well, ready to be devoured for safety. You just see the method, as I've been saying, to this composition for CounterLogic Gaming. They kept putting it on that pick and ban list. We wondered if it would click, and it comes through here in their first game against Envy. And now we look, can Niski fight back for Envy? CLG take game 1.
Game number 1, 408 Jarvan, 404 Jin there for Stixxay on the bottom side. And of course the Aurelion Soul, as usual for CLG, creating so much pressure across the map with their roams. Take over the vision, and there's no safe place for Envy to defend.
In the one moment, even before level 6, if he leaves lane, it's kind of just like alert on the entire map. He could be coming straight through lane. He could be coming over the wall through lane. The way they play that, CounterLogic Gaming puts everything you do on their timer, and it makes it so hard to come back or even scale like we saw Envy trying to do here.
Yeah, and even though, you know, Dardoch did have some mistakes that they'll continue to look at and continue to point to with some of the more risky choices that he went, especially staying around for Krugs like that, that's just something where you kind of have to cut your losses and talk about it's very little gold there for the Krug, and definitely not worth that risk. Aside from that, though, he did kind of reposition to pressure earlier before that around the mid lane to gain the space that you need to work with Aurelion Soul to kind of have this game plan work.
Relieve that pressure, give the kind of silver platter he needs to work on, and the rest of the team playing very well to boot. For more on that CLG victory, let's send it down to Dash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Riv. CLG bouncing back from their loss to Immortals last night with a Game 1 victory here over Envy. But the thing that jumps out to me is Envy forgot the #1 rule of playing against CLG, which is ban Aurelion Soul. Why is this champion still getting through Champion Select in the hands of Huhi?
It's just because it's not like a meta champion, and you know, you feel bad banning it in the first round, then the second round, you're kind of like, there's some other things we can ban.
Yeah, and I mean, they're obviously trying to get like a good top lane because they had wanted Shen, right? And if you want to play Shen, then you want to ban out some of the really lane dominant champions. Like Shennon's Fiora is brutal, Shennon's Jace can be pretty brutal, right? So they're trying to really enable their top lane, but it's that give and take. And you know, the reason it seems to always get through, or not always, but sometimes can, is that CLG has very deep champion pools and they can play a lot of styles. So it's honestly a hard decision, even though he's so good at it.
That said, usually there's a little bit longer of a buffer between when you need to get reminded that, yes, Huhi will smash you with Aurelion Soul. I think we saw it week 1. Usually that buys like 6 weeks.
Yeah,
3
exactly.
games now, or the season or something,
and he performs so well on it every single time. But back to your point around deep champion pools and specifically that top lane matchup, we saw Jarshawn jump for the J4 into the Shen matchup, and in all seriousness, that matchup in the top lane was a large factor in swinging this game in favor of CLG.
But not in the I smashed you in lane kind of way. The fact that when you pick Shen, usually, okay, I'll be even in lane, hopefully, and then I'll go make map plays and map get my advantages, but it's actually Darshawn who was able to get on the map and make the biggest plays for his team, and it's pretty impressive to see that on a champion who doesn't naturally have some kind of global ability that enables him to make these kind of plays.
Yeah, exactly. You're down 1 global, and he still made more map plays, and I think this is something that I just want to talk about with Darshawn, and we'll show those replays. You know, in general, is the fact that he roams and he takes his advantages from lane. He uses them so well on the team when he's playing tanks, when he's playing fighters, such as Jarvan. I think he's exceptionally good at that. I think that for the same reasons that he's so good on these sorts of champions, he sometimes falters on the split push champion, where you should be more greedy, you shouldn't play for the team, but here he actually saves his teleport, walks all the way down on the roam, and is able to get a lot out of it.
And it's because he's out of lane early. He's already going for Skull Crab control. He's always in the enemy jungle for vision.
Always threatening the roam.
Always threatening the roam. And so when this fight breaks out, he's actually only halfway down river, and he's like, all right, I can just run the rest of the way. And because he doesn't use his teleport in that, he's able to join in this bot lane fight while the Shen is down.
And because Seraph actually used his TP to get back to lane. So he goes for a greedy teleport. Darshawn does not play for the lane, saves that teleport. They come down. Not only do they get 2 kills, they end up getting the first turret off this as well, and this was such a big turning point in the game.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. As was mentioned last night, we saw him on the Fiora to, to an unsuccessful degree in that he wasn't able to become that split push monster, kind of adjusting today, going more towards that fighter, grouping up with the team, and really propelling them to the advantages they need in order to win this game. But I guess my question to you, Azael, is does that mean that CLG should be, focusing in on compositions that don't demand Darshan to be a split push threat?
So what I would say is it's a shift in play style. I think that Darshan plays mechanically very well on champions like Fiora. I think he's really good at it. But we don't know, is it Darshan saying, okay, I'm going to go group and we'll kill them? Or is it the team calling him down? Because if the team is calling him down, you cannot blame Darshan for that, right? But either way, they need a paradigm shift. They need to allow him to play more greedy. This is similar to what we heard Aframu talking last year about Huhi, where Huhi gave up too much for the team sometimes. If Darshan is on Fiora, he does not care about the rest of the team. He should play only for Darshan most of the time and really try to get himself ahead. So I think they can play both styles, but they need to change their team play style when they have him on the split push.
And I think it is worth, having him on both those split pushing and kind of tanky playmakers, just because it makes it so much more difficult to draft around. If you know
that drop bans.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. If you know he's not going to play Fiora and Jace, you don't ban those two things. You get the Aurelion Soul ban in there. But because we've seen him play Fiora and actually do so successfully as well. I mean, we talk about him over roaming at times, but he still won games on it. It's not like you can ignore it.
Right, it's buying the team real estate in Champion Select. While we talk about him, it's important to note that he does receive Player of the Game for his performance on the Jarvan. But I do want to go back to the mid lane just real briefly and actually talk about Niski in his rookie debut. Of course, he was up against the likes of Huhi, and I feel like it makes it very tough to analyze his performance because so much of that lane is just trying to keep up with the push potential of the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, and it's not just an Aurelion Soul, it's Huhi's Aurelion Soul.
Right.
So, of course, you're going to look kind of outmatched, and it's hard to really say, oh, Niski didn't look good or whatever, just because of matchup and the player he's against.
And to be fair, he actually did pretty well in lane. He was up in farm. I think he held his own there. I think the game was more about the team play and what the rest of the team got done. As far as the straight up 1v1, yeah, at the end of the day, the Aurelion Soul is more effective, but really it's Darshan that made the better plays, I think, coming down from the top side and swinging the game both in the mid lane and the bot lane. And we saw Niski, in my opinion, have a pretty solid first game. You can't draw too many conclusions, but you certainly cannot say he had a poor showing.
And we saw a lot of classic, envy elements, team elements kind of persist in this game in that all three lanes were actually winning in CS through kind of that middle portion of the game. And so while they were down 3 kills and 3 turrets, they were, only 1 to 2K behind in that 25-minute mark, which is keeping themselves alive and extending the game at least as long as it did go.
The problem is it's a team game, of course, and so while it's nice that they're getting all these kind of individual advantages, there was a sequence where CLG actually took, I think, 4 turrets without getting a single kill, and that, it would be nicer if they had CS leads to get the lead even bigger, but it is impressive to see a team able to get so many map advantages just through rotations and smart play.
It also is pretty typical for CLG. They're actually the worst in the league as far as goal differential at 10, so they do often get behind by giving up these things, by threatening the roams, but they also succeed through team play, so it's, it's hard to criticize them for that when it's also one of their greatest strengths.
Well, they found their early lead against one of the teams that specializes in building early leads. Either way, CLG off to a hot start here today. We have to step away. When we return, it's Game 2 of Team Envy versus Counterlogic Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, Dardoch. Found it. Looks like, whoa, he's just going to get soloed out here. Flash over the wall. One last hit. He dips into the ground for a bit of HP. Down in all of Envy lives. The flag and drag coming in with the flash from Darshan. Trying to make it look good, but there are too many shields. There's too much DC. Seraph's going to go down. One last flick. Another shield comes through.
Is continuing to, Lyra though.
That's the look before you leap situation where he did not absolutely zeroed out. Stand United is down as well. Niski tries to go for the double petrifying gaze. He hits his targets, but who's going down first? It's Apollo. Niski hit on the left side. Seraph's Embrace goes down, but so does he. There is just too much damage from Counterlogic Gaming. Welcome back to round 2 of Team Envy versus Counter Logic Gaming, and the uphill climb once again started for CLG. It's been one game, but they definitely shrugged off what's happened in the past day/week, and they're looking a bit better.
It does look to be the case, and you know the opponent here definitely much lower in the standings and not doing nearly as well as Immortals. But the things that we're seeing in the game definitely point to that, right? I mean, Huhi back on Aurelion Sol does again look as good as we expect it to do.
Slap a hand.
Actually, going back, he was only was it like 9-4, I believe, as far as his overall record, and so people are acting like it's this undefeated thing. But it's more about what the game looks like when he's in the game on Aurelion. So the quick pace, constantly roaming to the side lanes, and the enemy team having, very little success trying to react to these. And to mention though, like exactly what we're saying in the game, and exactly like the analyst was saying as well, Darshan on the Jarvan was a huge part of this victory when we talked about his roam through the mid lane to really save that early game, even on a champion without the extra global, starting off that bot lane, cutting off those kills, huge parts of the team fight, just really, really good performances this split from Darshan, and definitely huge improvements, even though most people are talking about the personnel trade with the jungler swapping. The improvements that we've seen have really been the big star for that team.
And we do see if, again, Niski obviously in for Envy. If they can find something for him now on blue side, they won't have that counter pick. They did use it for his Cassiopeia. And as the analyst desk, as we said, and as we saw, he did kind of fare well in lane. But he played outside the lane. So he didn't really get a chance to do everything he could, as CLG was just able to shut down Envy. They're coming into the next one, he most likely not getting that Aurelion Sol, but still has huge picks up to, like, I believe 6 or 7 on that Ari. A lot of mid laners have been picking her up as well. So still power picks to come through. It's hard to ban these guys out.
Yeah, that's really the case here for CLG. So many of their players play so many different champions that it's really difficult to funnel it down to, okay, right now in the meta, there's so many of these power picks that we expect as bans. And that's what we were talking about in the first ban phase last game was, oh yeah, these are just kind of the power picks, Zach and Elise and LeBlanc and Shen is getting picked up. But those things still come through here. As far as game number 2, blue side, you have a lot less kind of mobility there with the bans as they come through here.
Replicating CLGs from last game there. There's the LeBlanc, there's the Galio. Kennen on the other side is actually don't want to see that from Seraph. That's definitely would be a first pick for him.
Yeah, Seraph right out. Seraph has definitely liked a lot of the split pushers and a lot of the lane dominant champions like Kennen. Jace is another one that comes to mind with him.
Yeah.
But even the Rek'Sai here, CLG really like the new Rek'Sai as far as, how much power it does bring to the table. They first picked it last time, and they're banning it away from Envy this time around. Don't even want to let it go as a first pick. It definitely is extremely snowbally, but I still feel like Elise just offers so many more options. Rek'Sai, with the redesign, the damage is great, and the dueling is great, but you don't have a kind of contingency plan if you are unable to snowball, because she does not have the defenses. You don't want to build defense items because you scale so well with attack damage, and you also don't have the utility of like knocking up multiple people or using an ultimate to traverse around the map and affect multiple places as much as before.
The windows close quickly as you fall behind in Rek'Sai. Something like you would say like Elise in the Chem build tank. You get kicks at the end of the game. You lose those little bits with a Rek'Sai. We'll see if it's still the pickup. Gragas is locked in there. Pretty good for Darshan if he decides to take that. Dardoch will take the Caitlyn for stick safe for some safe play in that bot lane as we look what the answer will be for Team Envy.
Braum comes out really early on, and Braum has always been one of those things that's a really good answer to Gragas, because you can pop the barrels in the air with your Unbreakable. They're no longer, these full AP Gragas barrels. They have to worry about one-shotting your carries, but even if you can step in front of the trajectory of the ultimate barrel from like a jungler position Gragas or a top laner position Gragas, just to block the utility of the spell, even if it's not going to be a fully AP backed one, still definitely offers you a lot. And I'm very curious to see how they are able to stack up in the 2 versus 2 here. Caitlyn Morgana into the Ashe Braum should be quite nice for CLG, actually, with the added pressure here from the Morgana pick. It's kind of a rare pick. We've seen it more so in North America than many of the other leagues around the world, because we have Aframu and Olay who have
really a few. Lemon actually got one of his wins on it as well.
Yeah.
So
regardless, though,
it's going to be interesting to watch the bot lane, because it's the arrow, fast shield, or it's the bindings into fast shield on the other side. Who's going to be able to hit it better? Who's going to be able to block it better? The supports being the lifeblood of that lane to come in here.
Yeah, and you also always have to remember, if a Morgana's with a Caitlyn, if you get hit with the binding, which already sucks because you're like, oh my god, this lasts so long, oh, the hitbox is so big, you also get a trap under your feet. As soon as the binding lands, Caitlyn can follow it up with a trap, so that's why this is a really good combo. As you said, it's going to put more importance on Braum jumping in there if one looks like it's going to be unavoidable, but we'll have to see how that one does play out. In the second round of ban phase, the Camille and Fiora both banned out. They're very similar now, especially with Camille getting some buffs on 7-12. I think she is back into solo, split pusher champion viability for the top lane. I do think Fiora is still better, but both of them off the table very quickly, and that's why we see the Renekton pick.
Ready for Darshan to play them, too. Instantly banned out there. Like you said, Renekton, the Syndra getting locked in here on the side of Envy. Niski feels good looking at the composition. Obviously, he has to pick it, but that's what he decides to go with.
Yeah, and this is one of his most played champions, so this will be probably our, real determining game here for Niski, like our first looks, basically. Because last game was like, all right, middle of the road, it's against Aurelion Sol. You did decently well in the early game. You did react to jungle invades. But now is really the time to shine for him. We'll see who he wants to go with as far as counterpicking into the Syndra. Aurelion Sol is kind of the opt-out, basically, of the 1 versus 1. And again, you want to go with the pushing, but Vladimir is kind of one of the older matches up into the Syndra here, and we'll see if Huhi, with some early magic resist, will be able to kind of farm out in this lane, basically.
11 unique champions with that Vladimir being locked in for Huhi in the mid lane. Absolutely crazy. We wondered about the pool. It becomes bigger and bigger each split that we see him get on these champions. Shen locked in again for Envy. On the other side of the map, we saw them in the beginning. I love the way they use Shen to start things off, not save somebody with that shield and react. They were trying to go immediately once they got that level 6. We'll see if they stay proactive, because Counterlogic game is coming off some momentum.
Yep, CLG with a very quick game number 1 here in this series, and Envy do have their backs against the wall, but they have a lot of those tools that you talk about for proactive moves. Ashe in the bottom lane with a Shen on your team. There's an arrow, there's a Stand United. That's a very quick way, to create some action. Elise in the early game should be able to get those lanes off to a good start. And Syndra usually has no problem of her own being able to get a little bit of early pressure. So CLG are really the ones that are going to have to make it work there on the mid lane side.
I just saw Coach Six and Violet head off as they gave their players the last words of wisdom out of picks and bans. Hashtag Envy win, hashtag CLG win. Envy looking to keep this series alive. Pretty strong comp to do so. You can see the win condition right out of the pick and ban phase. We'll see if CLG can hold it down once again. They've switched quite a few things up in the composition, also bringing out the Vladimir for the first time.
And
this split, I should say.
Yeah, this split. Huhi definitely has had some very successful Vladimir games in the past, when it was even more strong with the Proto Belt and Ignite. It looks like he's still going to go for that AD carry kill style Vladimir, where pretty much once you get Proto Belt, Vladimir can jump on your AD carry with the Ignite, has enough burst damage within one combo to kill your AD carry, and then tries to pull back out. You do give up the mobility and team fighting of taking Ghost on Vladimir if you go with this strategy, but I actually prefer it because it just makes the enemy AD carry's life a complete living hell if Vladimir is able to get, to that mid game unscathed.
I'd love taps to start things off.
Yeah. The drawback, of course, of going with the, Proto Belt Rush Ignite Vladimir is that in the 1 versus 1, we're Syndra. Yeah, you will have a little bit more kill pressure, but you're going to have to use your pool on the ultimate and have to outplay. And to do that, you have to really watch the stuns and not let yourself get stunned because you won't be building early magic resist if you're trying to rush a proto belt, and Syndra definitely has the capabilities of bursting you down.
That's even the worst too, because then you pool late, you have less health, you're using your health, so you're killing yourself. It becomes a very tough situation. Looks like we actually get a pretty quick start here. Let's see if Lyra tries to do anything with his buffs. Actually, buff starts for both junglers as the Raptors are left hanging.
Yeah, both of them definitely a bit blue reliant. Dardoch here on the Gragas has the option, of course, of going for a reverse route where you go blue into your wolves up to get your red, and then kind of go for scuttles and raptors and come back down to the bottom side to get a little bit more vision and support for their bottom lane. But the options are definitely still open. Lyra, of course, on Elise, one of the premier, basically the premier actually, early game jungler. So we'll see what he goes with. So far, a fairly hard farming route, as he also did Gromp and isn't going for the super quick level 3 double buff ganks that we see from quite a few Elise players.
Is that kind of just an Elise thing as well, going for Gromp, having spiders? Because that guy does quite a bit of damage early game.
Yeah, Elise has so many options. It's one of the reasons why she's so popular right now. You can do this hard farming route where you literally are clearing every single camp, you know, on your way down to the bottom side here, or you can go for the double buff, level 3 gank, super early on in the game, use a repel and cocoon and put a tremendous amount of pressure onto laners early. As you can see, the speed at which Elise does clear when doing a hard farm route is also, you know, quite decent in her own right.
Right.
As now he's going to have the double buffs, and he'll get level 4 off of Krugs very easily to see about the bottom side of the map. You can also take control of the bottom lane Scuttle Crab, as Dardoch did go for that kind of backwards route that we talked about, where you do go for the Scuttle, and then now he's heading in for that deep vision. They should know then that Elise is on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Just kind of check all your boxes there.
You know what makes me really sad, Kobe, is when I'm done with my jungle, I do not have that much health.
Elise with the spiders, with her own regen.
Yeah. Oh, it makes it look so
super
easy.
healthy at clearing it. Yeah, it's something that you really notice when there's like autofill junglers in your game or something, right? people who are not used to clearing the neutral camps. There's so many things as a jungler that you don't even think about at this point when clearing neutral camps that save you a lot of health. But Lyra here is off to such an incredibly efficient route. Not only did he get his own side power clear, he also took bottom scuttler, and the Gromp was still there from Dardoch's jungle. So he does have a little bit of an experience advantage over Dardoch right now. It doesn't manifest in a level, so it won't matter as far as combat if they meet up, but definitely a lot of deep vision on both sides here for both blue quadrants that should see the plays coming.
Dardoch's gonna realize, ooh, somebody's been in my jungle, and it looks like he'll have quite a long way before he gets anything. The Scuttle's taken down. He's gonna get that ward. Obviously, knowing Scuttle was down, he's like, I'm just gonna have to head back towards topside and make this happen.
He's been had. He will be able to get the wolves, but that is about it, because there will be a delayed spawn on his raptors. And he's also been seen by the vision. So Lyra continues to be more efficient, higher experience, and the experience now does turn out in a level, so he'll have that extra combat power as well. And it's definitely setting him up to have a power clear here. Dardoch, even with this kind of later raptor spawn, will not be able to catch up to Lyra. Does get some vision on him, though, as he comes to contest those raptors. Can Lyra get there in time? Looks like Niski's going to lend a hand here.
It's kind of the first move we see out of lanes. We haven't really touched on lanes. It's basically completely even CS throughout right now. The amount of minions they need to get back to even are still waiting in the lane. So whatever happens here is going to be the first kind of teeter to the game. Whose favor does it go in? And Envy is in a pretty tough spot, but Surf is cutting down first. Yeah, important dodge there for Hui on the stun, as that would have made it very easy for Lyra to follow up with a Cocoon. And because he does dodge that, there's no engage here unless Dardoch decides to go aggro. All right, so Lyra still with about one camp or half a camp of an advantage, and has Raptors and Krugs of his own to clear if necessary. Ooh! Took the words out of my mouth. The sounds.
Gimme.
Seraph hurt, bot lane's hurt. It may look like the CS is even, but Apollo and Hakuo are stuck under their turret taking damage. Seraph very low here, so it doesn't look like it's going to go even for much longer.
Yeah, Darshan does a good job of taking advantage of his level 6 spike. Seraph had the wave pushing towards him, which is very, very detrimental. There's no teleport on him, and he can't afford to give up experience on this whole wave, so he kind of sneaks around back in here to salvage the experience and a bit of the gold. Now he even goes for the taunt as Lyra's on the way, but he's pretty far away still.
Gotta be careful. Could have even taunted in Gragas there. No slice and dice for Darshan to get out as the turret was on him, but they chose what he could.
It's a little bit of a risky move there for him to go
either or,
through that defense, but Lyra on the way gave him the confidence, and CLG did respect, even though they didn't have any vision on Lyra, that there's probably a reason Seraph is going so aggro here under the turret with such low life. So CLG don't go for the all-out dive, which would have turned bad, seeing as how close Lyra was coming.
Yeah, great job here by Darshan. He uses his teleport, but says if I can push this in, Seraph doesn't have one. And there's that sixth sense, being smart about how far pushed up he was. Seraph has to stay at the turret.
Seraph will clear out one more, then probably go back. Seraph was starting a recall, and that's because he was planning on using Stand United on Lyra to get back there for the 2 versus 1 if Darshan had face checked that brush. But Darshan does not, plays it safe, a little bit of tempered aggression, and Envy are doing just fine.
Yeah, Lyra doing a great job at picking up the CS. He was down about 10 or 11 as he got pushed off, but his return to the turret keeps him even. There's a phage for Darshan, so he still has to be careful. Dardoch enters back down to the bot side of his jungle. See if this is his. Looks like he doesn't even obviously need to give it to Huhi, so he'll be able to roll around with a bit more mana.
Able to get that for himself. It's always really nice for a jungler when you get to claim your own blue buffs, right? For the whole game, Vladimir has no reason really to take blue buffs from Dardoch, so that experience that you get by not having to hand off your blue buff catches him right back up to Lyra. Lyra had been holding this 1 to 2 camp lead for pretty much the whole game, but Lyra hands his blue buff off completely to Niski, whereas Dardoch doesn't have to, so that feels good there, man, for the Gragas.
Speaking about blue buffs, I mean, we're watching CLG. Remember, these guys used to be the ones to kind of trick a lane out and then give it to Darshan so he could use the top lane, and they throw the map off.
All right, here comes the swap. CLG trying to push down for a first turret bonus. Darshan threatening with his Renekton ultimate, but Envy clearing it out.
A few shots from Stixxay. Apollo is able to use the volley to get that clear out here, but we do have that lane swap, 3v2 on the top side, as it's going to possibly a roam from Niski. The roam is already there from Lyra, and they may make this an extended one.
Ooh, good shield there from Afro. Those reaction speeds still intact.
Yep, wondering how fast the fingers would be. Locks it right down. Hasn't had a Morgana play in quite a few games, and still has it.
Yeah, the Ash Arrow's not the,
That one gonna connect though. They don't hit a binding on that. Good engage. Lyra goes forward, gets the Q, but the Soul Shackle is onto Lyra. All the damage is going to Afroma right now. Good block by Hakuo. There's the kill. First blood going over to Apollo. Another kill now for Lyra as a stunned Dardoch is left under his turret here. Nothing coming in from mid. They're just gonna watch Envy head out.
And Envy keep up with the top side pressure here. Nice wraparound, and the cocoon landing here for Lyra enables them to keep up this chase. Even though Dardoch body slams to interrupt the taunt flash here from Seraph, they're still able to keep it up because they have 4 members down here. Brahm's so good at chasing people down, and that is actually going to turn it around on the top side here for Team Envy. Now they're going for the recall instead of trying to pressure. You remember that first turret bonus gold is still available, and Envy's top turret is very low. If they fully just give up on the turret here, CLG could get back and try and get that objective still. Anyways, here's the chase as Lyra and Hakuo do most of the work in landing this. Slows onto Aframu, and then Seraph is actually able to get in there on the side with the taunt. After Dardoch tried to body slam earlier in reaction to the flash.
It's the Envy we know. the early game Envy, trying to produce things immediately. Coming in, flash, spell immune as well. Fingers are moving fast here. It does hit onto Dardoch, however, and it looks like they're going for the full fight. Dardoch tries to pull the damage away from Stixay, who just came back, but now Dardoch goes down. Niski's gonna fall.
Whoopsie.
Dardoch picks himself up a kill, but nobody gets the red buff on that trade-off.
Could have been a bit better there from Niski, but Envy in the end get 2 for 1 still. Now they're being chased off though as the large crocodile runs down top lane.
This is CLG retaliation mode. Who he just on the edge of Flash, Tides of Blood.
Proto Belt is
charged
done.
up and ready. They're looking for the end. There's the Flash. There's the Tides of Blood. And the Proto Belt damage to come in along with it. Darshan slicing and dicing to try and draw out some aggro. It looks like CLG's ready to wait for the turret, possibly. They're kind of going under the turret. Who he feels invincible here as they slow down and they go for that structure.
The battle of first. Oh, the binding! There walks into it.
Respecting the distance, not many people are playing against a Morg, and we'll see those bindings hit at almost max range more than not. That was a little closer there, but Seraph gets out alive.
Wow, in that long battle in the top lane, back and forth for so long, CLG do end up securing that first turret gold. Anyways, what Leo went for there, that was a completely calculated. He wasn't surprised by the black shield.
Right.
He was doing that to get the black shield out so that Aphromoo could not use it then on the priority targets, Stixay, or even Dardoch there. So good flash from Lyra to get over the binding, force the black shield out. Bad job there by Niski. A little bit, whoopsies. Yeah, I was turret aggro, but oh well. As Envy still, even with that first turret going over to CLG, Envy still have this gold lead. And if they can answer back with the outer turret, we'll be able to increase that lead and start to use some of that gold.
Yep. Gonna keep that vision up. CLG's already done a good job at furthering their pink wards inside the jungle. Aphromoo already won't stop here as they try to put some damage down onto Hakuo, but it's kind of the same idea for both teams here. A lot of fighting just happened. We'll be getting out of base with some breathing room. Who can get that vision down? But the next step is who can protect their vision. But right now, CLG has those wards being protected. It's going to be the stick onto Hakuo. He's been in this position for a while, and that could be Envy setting up the gank onto CLG. They fall into the trap, and they're able to take the kill onto Dardoch.
Yeah, all of Envy can arrive because Seraph Stand United is available. Now they're going to be able to claim either mid-turret or actually pincer here down onto the bottom. Arrow misses, so they're not going to go for the dive.
Getting a little ahead of themselves. Maybe held the arrow on that, but still trying to make moves quick. CLG comes back very fast, and Envy is trying to prevent that right away. Possible steal here. These are the kind of things that get a little bit scary. What you don't need.
Yoink.
It looks like they should be able to get it. A bit of damage. Oh, it does go to Niski too. Nicely done.
Yeah, very well done. Able to execute before patience runs out. Blue buff runs all the way home. Back to CLG homeland. Now they're going to have those double blues. We'll see what they can actually do with it, though, because as we said before in that last fight, the Proto Belt is done for Huhi on the Vladimir. So from this point on, the teamfight presence from this champion becomes a little bit difficult for Envy to deal with, and especially if there's a black shield on him and CLG are taking the initiative to charge forward.
Oh, that's so true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, it's really difficult to kind of control that one. It's a lot of AoE damage that does come out, and specifically for Apollo, you might have to burn his summoners.
Go invincible, and then not be able to crowd control him through his shield. Who he could have some big moves here. Already 1-0, trying to stack up a Dark Seal. As the lanes kind of return to normal here after top was taken down. CLG getting a fast rotation on there to meet what was happening in the top side. That first turret blood in their favor. We'll see what kind of item spikes they can work with. That BF sword to Apollo's building. Blade of the Rune King. Could definitely be a fight for CLG in the bot lane.
Yep, definitely have to watch out for all of Envy's surprise ultimates that are very ready. Remember, all the outer turrets still up. Envy have this 1,000 gold lead without even answering turrets yet. So if Envy finally decide, to pull the trigger on the bottom side, or are able to set up enough vision to get the Ash Arrow plus the Shen Stand United down there, along with Roams, it could really collapse very quickly for CLG in that area. Currently, though, Rift Herald attracting a lot of attention.
I like the fact that the Hawk Shot was the one that scared him off, but not the Scuttle Shrine, just completely giving him vision.
It's walking really close to this vision.
Maybe they don't know. Oh, they found us. They pull off real quick. CLG still trying to sneak a quick one out there.
Yeah, and as you can see, currently Stixxay is walking bottom to get this farm. I would expect this is kind of the perfect storm for Envy's bottom lane play that we keep theorizing for them.
They're already routing it.
Stand United's available. Darshan does not have teleport. Renekton's in the top lane, in vision of Envy. Like, this is complete power for Envy in the bottom half of the map. First, they're going to grab the Mountain Drake. You know, a bit safe here, take up the objective, and then go for the kills and the possible play on the bottom side of the map. But Darshan is able to push up the minions in that time, so it makes it a little bit more of a decision here, right? You're gonna have to allow Seraph a little bit of time to equalize on minions in the top side before you really want to commit, unless you see an opportunity just kind of present itself to you. And, you know, there's an easy arrow or there's no Morgana around to put that shield on.
Teleport was coming up for Darshan. However, you could see Seraph pinging the lane and moving up very fast to find him. Both of these top laners can stall each other's teleports, which is quite big. So they have to keep an eye on each other, have to keep those wards deep. Seraph now with pressure on the top side of the turret. Look around the map to see how everything is faring. 174 for Niski in the mid lane. 167 for Apollo at 80 carry here as they're able to do some work against Stixxay and Afromu, even with the early game pressure that CLG's created. Envy come out a little bit stronger this time and are able to hold that lead this time. It didn't quickly go back to CLG.
Yeah, the question now remains, where are they going to try and use this power to actually get some turrets down? Because CLG are holding strong. They're defending all of their outer turrets. And as you said, Darshan's teleport now off cooldown, so that window of time that they were working with the, you know, kind of perfect storm deal on the bottom side where they even had defeat vision, now there's a possibility of CLG answering it. Currently though, just pushing up, and Apollo is going to be able to take down this outer turret in exchange for some push in mid lane for CLG, as well as Darshan pushing up on the top side. Oh, they're going a little bit forward in that mid lane, trying to chase out Huhi, but he's just screening for this blue buff steal. Woo!
By Seraph, taking that away. The entire Envy team is working together on this. Oh, there's a few people in the jungle. Let's send everybody at them. Create that pressure. Our waves are in a good spot. They are trying to move CLG around with the way that Envy wants to play right now. So far, CLG having to respond, but I think Darshan is making an impact in that top lane. You're going to have a good split push onto Seraph, and it's going to be about that teleport or the stand united if you're on Envy's side to whatever the fight is. Nobody's really taking the extra fights inside the jungle. The skirmish is a little less this time without any thresh hooks. Afromu's binding, kind of capitalizing on a few things this game.
Yep, CLG also waiting for Huhi to get another item here completed. Pretty close to the mask coming through as well on top of the proto belt. And that's where so much of the team fight power comes from. Vladimir plus Caitlyn, really, really good scaling team fight DPS there from those champions. So that's why CLG are not really trying to take any of the fights, and they're just slowly defending their turrets, not really, you know, wanting to risk much over Team Envy, while Team Envy try and use their early game leads, which that has been pretty much one of the greatest strengths for this team. For their entire duration in the LCS, Team Envy have been good at getting early game leads.
Yes.
And they've found another one.
And the question is, what do they do with it? How do they formulate that lead into something where they continuously can push their wards forward, guard their wards, very close. Summoner heal coming out of Stixxay right there. But that's one way to do it. If you can get an 80 carry down to 100 HP with solo situations, you have a lot more pressure on the map to do little things, move vision, and create those opportunities.
Heal down on Stixxay, definitely pretty critical, but as we said, he is getting closer and closer to scaling up. Infinity Edge close to being completed. He was forced back a bit too early there before he could farm up enough, but it's on the way. Even with those 2 deaths and a lot of the focus for Team Envy being around the bottom side and getting those kills, they really do have to keep their eyes open here for the initiation.
Quite dark on the other side of the map. As you can see, the vision cut off of what Apollo can see here.
Oh!
Gonna be a 3v2 as they come in real fast. Apollo's low. He gets the flash out off of Glacial Fissure, but then blown back by the cast. Here comes Lyra, though, and they finish off Darda. Apollo is still alive after this entire situation. Hakuo with the shield up, bringing presence to the team. Niski again a little too hard under the turret. Keeps himself alive that time as Lyra goes for the finish. That's the shield. Volatile Spiderling. Oh, to the right target as he dives in. And Envy, stay proactive on CLG.
What a stand there from Apollo with Stair of Stand United coming in on top of it. He barely survives the entire fight. Heal flown, flash flown, and still able to lifesteal during that trade. What a play there from Apollo and Team Envy. That's going to earn them the Baron on top of it. And there's their answer, Riv. They are able to withstand CLG's kind of trap there in the brush, and just barely, just by like 50 health, he survives, and they're able to take that skirmish fight. It looks so bad for Apollo here as he flashes it on him with the Ignite, with the Proto Belt. And even with Darshan interrupting the Shen, it doesn't matter because the shield is what allowed Apollo to live through this. He gets down to less than 50 health there before the team converges on him. Hakuo on Braum jumps in, stands with him. And then here we go. Lyra with the follow-up, able to get the Black Shield off. Even though the Cocoon goes a little wide on Aframu, the kill he was looking for was on the Sensei anyway, and he does get it.
You gotta love those situations.
Look at that damage as well from Apollo. And this is why we keep highlighting him and why Team Envy have been playing, kind of more and more so around the bottom lane.
And the play by that as well, continuously moving, stacking his shots, getting that Warlord, pass it back up so he can get that heal, so he can get that life, that movement speed. Doing everything he needed to stay alive in that fight with the help of his team.
And the team peeling around him.
So good.
Stair of Stand United was very quick, and Hakuo with the huge wall there blocking so much damage. All right, let's return to the split push of CLG though, because they're trying to trade at the moment. Baroned up Envy with their early lead is very difficult for CLG to actually take the fight. So they just made the call to keep Puhi split pushing and got a bit of damage on the turret, but nothing to really speak of as far as combat power for themselves or getting much back in this game. That last top play really just completely blew this game wide open for Team Envy.
Did, much like game one when Darshan was roaming around doing things, Envy have gotten themselves a pretty substantial lead here in game two. Dragons in their favor, just like CLG had in game one. And the items are now spiking here. Locket finished up. Those Aegis before the Locket both were built by Lyra and Hakuo. So you can just see how much more money they have right now to play with in that 7,000 gold lead. There is going to be a diminishing return on that shield buff that they use. So make sure they don't just stack them on if they go to start shielding each other.
All right, CLG going into defensive mode here. Trying to farm it up. Now that they kind of failed in their top lane little play there, it becomes much more of shifting the game into the Vladimir and Caitlyn late game win condition. Their strategy here of trying to scale into late, farm for late, boys, has become the modus operandi for CLG.
Well, they're going to have the minion waves. It's just, does Envy stay with those minion waves so they're not Stixays to absorb, Huhis to eat up and just scale? That's the objective here, and Envy is already starting to go behind those second-tier turrets. Makes them almost impossible to farm. Hakuo gets some time with Apollo at the turret.
This is really good change here for Envy. As we've been saying here in Summer Split, with the first couple of games where they brought in Pyrian. This is kind of what they looked like, where they again got their early leads, but they also pressured very quickly with them, turning them into those Barons and into taking so many of the turrets afterwards here. Again, a little bit different look with Niski as far as champions comes, and we see a little bit more versatility in the mid lane champions coming through already, but not that much difference in the play style.
Right.
And Team Envy are keeping up the pressure. Here comes Niski down to the bottom side.
Full energy here for Seraph. He can hit the initial taunt. Still waiting on that. Oh, misses, but he still just throws the baton to the right. Gets
Close
the kill
enough.
on Hui. Close enough. It works. It works.
Meanwhile, Apollo going to try and hold here against CLG in the mid lane. And because CLG are so far behind and they don't have any vision, not even going to be able to get any sort of map presence back for themselves. Big roam coming back up here for Team Envy. And with the Baron and this kill advantage now, Team Envy should be able to press in. But again, it's kind of similar to last game where you're like, oh, the tables have turned, and it's only 26 minutes into the game that we have such a big early lead for Envy, and this Baron power kind of times out. And there it is. You can see 7,000 gold for themselves.
Ridiculous. A lot of averages around 2.5, 3 for teams in a Baron power play. What an amount they were able to get during that. And the items as well, continuing to spike. A 3-item Apollo now that used to be building a Blade of the Rune King to a BF Sword, almost Infinity Edge stick say. What a change that has become, as he has now just surpassed the other AD carry. A 3rd Locket of the Iron Solari going to be built here. It looks like Envy has some coupons. They just want to keep stacking them on.
Yeah, the shields do have diminishing returns for themselves, so 2 is already like a big amount. So maybe this one gets turned into
that's true.
The Banner of Command.
That's
I think
true.
that would definitely should be the call from Seraph.
Very good point.
To also help out with Shen split pushing.
Got ahead of myself.
It could be. If he does turn into another one, then you can go off on him. But as of right now, Seraph's going to go off on Huhi.
Just saying, I wouldn't build a 3rd one in silver. That's all.
There you go. Good eye. Maybe, yeah, 2, you're like, whoopsie,
okay.
We're not going to do that again. All right, here we go, though. The 1v1 continues, and Vladimir healing off the minions as well. Might have to do with a couple more members of Envy. Now, here come 2 primary ones.
Yeah, it's the last few kills. Oh, should be some healing after this. Doesn't have that blood rush coming through, though. He goes down, and it's Huhi been down. There's no pressure that CLG can continue to put on the map, really, then kind of pressuring the outer turrets. And Envy's like, okay, that's fine for now.
Yeah, I mean, CLG cannot aim high. They're like, all right, well, we will take any sort of trades right now. And yeah, although Huhi does die up on the top side, they're like, all right, Darshan, just stay down there, get an outer turret. Little bit of gold back for themselves. That's one small step in a many-step process that it's going to have to be for CLG if they want to get back into this game. So currently for Team Envy, they're still feeling very good about keeping up the pressure and having that split push really take its toll. As you can see also in that little convergence onto Huhi, Apollo has built to a lot of defenses here to deal with the Vladimir. The Phantom Dancer damage reduction, the magic damage shield here from the upgraded Hex Shrinker going to be able to pop, and then Lifesteal, as well as just pretty much all the AD carry tools for dealing with a backline diving Vladimir here. And it has served him well.
Last Whisper, as we were saying, things built up. Niski has quite a few items himself.
Ah, there you go, Riv.
Oh, it's a 3rd Locket of the Iron Solari. All right, it happens.
Where's the banner?
It happens, and it just did happen. 29 minutes in, 10-2 on this one. Envy building what they want. That's what it is. Whatever they want to put in that.
Shields for everyone.
Shields for everybody is what the party is as they come in strong here. They are now on the outer base. I should say inside base, those outer turrets. The last 3 for the inhibitors. And this is kind of where they can get stalled out in their games. The pressure for going further. See how they split CLG around the map, because CLG also knows how to wait out a situation and defend it and kind of pick you apart until they find a way back in. Whoop! And here, they might be able to pick apart Hakuo. Decide not to use the ultimate.
Yeah, they don't have vision, so they don't know if it's reliable to go all in on this Braum, and they don't want to use any of their abilities, but they're so far behind. Envy's just going to yoink this Baron very easily because of that lack of vision.
Oh, swiping.
This one might be a long one. There's working on it, though. There's your Locket activation.
Yep.
Even though it's big now, with the tanks using it, doesn't look like it'll be enough.
Oh, there arrow! And it's going to be Niski, too. Darshan thought he was getting a 1v1. It's a 3v1 in the end.
All right, Locket purchase verified right there. That is going to be the correct one.
I'll never question it.
Just keeps him just alive. So it's also interesting to think, here we go, Apollo versus Huhi.
1v1. Oh, the Stand United comes in. Is it ever a 1v1? This is a team game, and it's a matter of seconds. The Zanya gets used 1.5. Ooh, he's going to come out now. Apollo looking to get the kill over. It's a lot of damage going on to Dardoch, and he's still able to stay alive as they get bounced around left and right. The chaos in favor of Envy as they ace CLG.
Apollo with his lead and with the defensive items that he's built, and with a Braum jumping in to stop any of that follow-up damage, he is not phased by by this Vladimir, and who he can't even take him down. That's going to be Team Envy striking back.
I mean, he's got the Phantom Dancer. It says 0 deaths defied. Not even close, baby. Apollo stays alive. 3-0-7 to end the game. 15-2 as Envy brings it to a game 3 versus CLG.
So it's always interesting to think about, even with only getting 50% of the value from your second locket activation,
Right. Yes.
with the buffs to it and the large amount of health on the tanks.
They're just like, I want it.
How big is the shield still
I want
for Seraph here in that game? Because while he was by himself without the debuff from any previous lockets, that was like looked like about a 2,000 health shield due to its scaling off of health now. So it then becomes how broken is the item that it doesn't even matter if you have diminishing returns, that you want to build 3 of them if you have 3 high health members. Regardless, that was not a big part of the game. Just an interesting little tidbit.
Very interesting.
And Team Envy, the important part of the game is that they returned to their early game strengths, and then as soon as they got that big pick, over to the Baron, super quick with the Baron, 7,000 gold Baron power play, and able to finish this game off in a very decisive manner.
Well, we just watched it, but let's get right back into it. The early action in the top lane when we saw Envy go 2 for 0, and then it became that 2 for 2.
And that cocoon just right outside the model of Afro but snags Stixay on the end was what led to Envy being able to create this chase. And Seraph, he tried to flash forward to then get the taunt. The body there from Dardoch was able to interrupt it for a second, and he still had the taunt cooldown to use and was able to land it afterwards. There we saw Lyra flashing over the binding, getting the Dark Shield out, the cooldown down by throwing out that cocoon, and that was all that he wanted. Then Niski was knocked into the turret with the Gragas ultimate there. At the time, we kind of blamed him. We were like, you positioned a little too close there. I guess we don't really blame him there. It's a Gragas combo. Difficult to
This is true. He did get himself onto the turret a little bit later, but lived that time. So obviously adapting in game. That's what we love to see. Replay now at 21 minutes. Envy 3 for 0 in the top lane. And this is where it feels bad for CLG, because you're like, we have the upper hand. We have the engage. And it did not work.
Apollo versus Huhi, part number 1. The legend started here. They used exhaust on him. They used flashes on him. They used ignite on him. But Hakuo jumps in. Lyra is able to rally around him. The Stand United shields comes through, even though Darshan interrupted the Shen teleport. And that is enough for Apollo to be able to live with both summoners used. And such a big swing from this point in the game.
And that was his, I believe we saw on the chart, a 4,000 some damage fight. They get Baron after this, but Apollo really playing out of his mind this game and helping to stave off what those plays would have done is really turn the game around. If they got taken down that far up in a lane, that would have been CLG running back a few turrets and getting control once again.
And that's such a heartening thing to see here for Team Envy, is the trust in their teammates and the communication there. Yes, Apollo is playing these fights well, with the auto attack, then moving and trying to use his summoners effectively.
Auto space.
But also, orb walking is what we used to call it way back in the old days of the original Dota and all that, when there were actual orbs. Anyways, the trust in the teammates. Back to the trust in the teammates of the Braum and the Shen. Those are champions that can be very powerful in situations like this. It does require that level of trust, right? And that level of communication where you need to get here now with your Stand United. You need to be in position here for the stand behind me with Braum. And in the end, everybody was still standing, and Apollo was able to live.
And they were still able to get in the Shen ults kind of for the fight, noticing the fight. It wasn't we need to retreat. It's this Shen ults coming in. The fight may have started, but we're still going with
stand and fight.
Stand and fight. Don't go anywhere, because this series is going to a game 3. We are going to stand and fight. Stick around after the highlights for an excerpt from our weekly podcast, The Dive. To Afroma right now. Good block by Hakuo. There's the kill. First blood going over to Apollo. Another kill now for Lyra. It does hit onto Dardoch, however, and it looks like they're going for the full fight. Dardoch tries to pull the damage away from Stixay, who just came back, but now Dardoch goes down. Niski's gonna fall. Apollo's low. He gets the flash out off a Glacial Fissure, but then blown back by the cast. Here comes Lyra, though. Can they finish off Dardoch? Apollo is still alive. Apollo looking to get the kill over. It's a lot of damage going on to Dardoch, and he's still able to stay alive as they get bounced around left and right. The chaos in favor of Envy.
the Locket plus Stoneplate combo that people are talking about a lot, that is going to be pretty interesting. I do think like, so while I do think it is very good, I also think that people are kind of overhyping it in some ways. I think that like, you know, when Cho'Gath with Stoneplate came out, people were like, oh my God, it's so overpowered. And like, when's the last time you saw that, right? Like realistically.
I actually never saw it.
No
The
one
problem with
played it.
that strategy is you have to play choke.
Exactly. But the thing with this is as well is like it can be very good. But I have felt like on a number of the champions that I would want to build this combo on, there's like other items I feel like are really core, like I want to get them first or things like this that sometimes can push you away from it. I will say if you can get to that and you can get in team fights, it's crazy, like especially against AoE type stuff, like AoE burst, like Orianna Shockwave or whatever. If you, as a tank, if you can actually time it, you will essentially immune the shockwave. You will absorb the entire shockwave if you have this combo on a big tank for your carries, which is like nuts. So like, I think that is really cool. And there is like high, you know, like outplay potential if you want to say around that because it decays very quickly. So that's obviously what they're trying to go for. If I use this perfectly timed, then it has a big impact. If I just press it at the start of a fight, it probably doesn't really matter. So I do think that's kind of cool. But I think we might not actually see it as much as people think. Because if you're thinking about like Gragas and stuff, you still want Spirit Visage and stuff.
Exactly. For some context, we're talking about generally Cinderhulk, another big health item, potentially Warmogs, then Locket, then Gargoyle Stoneplate. Because if you then use your Stoneplate, which doubles your max health pool, and the new scaling on Locket, you get a roughly 2,500 health shield, which decays over 2 seconds. So, like you say, you have to do it perfectly. I'd like it on Zac. I feel like even though Zac got nerfs, those are very smooth items for him to build. I think you could do it on Gragas, and I don't think the Spirit Visage is all that important because if you go Cinderhulk, Warmogs, your gold investment is about the same as with Cinderhulk Visage. You're still getting CDR, and you're still getting the health regen out of combat.
So Zac, I agree with. Zac, I think, is actually like you just took the jungler who's still the best. In my opinion, he's still the best jungler after the nerfs, and then you gave him this thing that he can actually build into and it feels great. For Gragas, though, I mean, people almost never want to go Cinderhulk because they want Runic Echoes for early clear and for like, you know, some more damage potential and stuff.
If you're going Runic Echoes Gragas, you're not doing this build in my opinion.
Yeah, I know. That's my point. And that's what people go in pro like 99% of the time. Like
I saw Cinderhulk twice last week in NA alone.
People almost always go Runic Echoes, I feel like. If you look at like
more than half the time they do, but not almost always at 99%.
It's like a massive majority. Like I would be happy to look through this, but by the way, like I definitely think that you're very rarely gonna see that. And for top lane Gragas, like I actually do think Spirit Visage and stuff is very important because like the sustain and stuff through passive is more important, so you have more gold. There are certainly champions that you can build it on, but like the main one that I feel like it's super abusable on right now is Zac. And past that, there's not a ton of champions that I'm seeing do it because it's pretty expensive.
So Nunu is I mean, you're not a ton of champions or whatever. Nunu is built for Nunu.
Do you think we'll see him in competitive?
And I don't like, you know, to constantly bring it up, but Nunu right now is so oppressive that I think that we should see it in competitive.
Yeah.
I know that most of the junglers don't like that playstyle. Most junglers that make it to the LCS level, like, are super good with Lee Sin and super good with assassins and snowballing. And they like going for ganks, and people do not enjoy the Nunu lifestyle. But Nunu,
the lifestyle now, not even just a play style. You gotta live
it's a way of life.
It really is. You kind of have to get into that mindset. I just think that it's so strong right now that you should be incorporating it if you really want to go for the wins right now. I do think that he's going to get nerfs.
Well,
I feel
also,
like
if you go Cinderhulk Warmogs and you're doing the Stoneborn Pact Mastery, you're healing for more because your max health is higher.
Exactly.
So even more synergies.
Exactly. There are synergies already built in. I still don't like Warmogs. I think you don't have to go Warmogs.
I actually think that item is amazing.
I think
it's really good on Mundo.
I think it's definitely a waste.
Cinderhulk Warmogs, and you're hitting the max health threshold. So if you're ever disengaging from a fight, your full health.
You don't need that much health. You don't need that much health.
Health regen.
Resistances are so much better that early.
Just don't play
like the value of resistances for Nunu, who already has health multipliers, and Cinderhulk is too much at that point. Anyways, that's beside the point. But I do think that we might see him come out in competitive play if teams really want to grind out those victories.
welcome back to this deciding game in the series between CounterLogic Gaming and Team Envy. Before we get into the next matchup here between these two guys, we have to pay respects to Apollo with a fantastic game, player of the game on Ashe on Game 2 versus CounterLogic Gaming. The arrows were pretty on point, whether they were zoning or hitting, because most of the fights looked like they were all ready to be engaged by the full team. Missed shot or not, they were looking to blow that black shield.
And most of the crucial fights occurred around Apollo. They were almost all centered on Apollo, with CLG trying to dive him, or assassinate him, and then Stand United coming through, Hakuo and Braum roaming over, and being able to jump to him and block the damage, and him surviving every time is the bottom line that was able to get Envy in a position to take that Baron, to get the 7,000 gold Baron power play, to then take over this game. And the crucial things are, once they got that Baron power play, and once they got control of the game, they were able to keep up the pressure, and they were able to keep the pace of the game, so that they could end it out here, push it to game number 3, and have this decider.
That's one of the biggest things, because I see so many teams that have an early game lead, and then it comes to mid game, and they're like, the win condition is beyond us. Like, where do we go from here? What do we do? And it seems like they flounder.
Escaped us.
Yeah, escaped us until the other team gets that victory. Here, both teams have shown advantage, pushing to the victory and not giving up, which is interesting because we thought CLG would be able to do it 2 quick games in a row with how fast they played game 1. Envy switches that up. We're in a game 3 now, and picks and bans probably going to be the same for bans here, but we'll see how the picks change. That Tom Kench does get knocked out again, though.
Yeah, once again, people are realizing or are catching on to CLG's super high priority of the champion, and after the first game in this series, they're also catching on to the effectiveness of the champion and why everybody's willing to take a Doran shield on their AD carry and a tank in the bottom lane, because the shield stacking builds for all the long range supports have been severely nerfed on this patch. And the utility of the tanks later in the game is incredibly high, especially when you've got these damaging junglers like Rek'Sai. He's no longer a tank there. And then top lane are like semi-tanks with Jarvan sometimes, or split pushers. And the pure tank triple Doran's rings builds have dropped out of the way. So, those guys aren't so common in the top anymore. All the Karma nerfs and shield stacking has been nerfed, so it's time for the beefy bros in the bottom lane with Tom Kench banned and Braum taking his place here as one of the early picks for that side.
I wonder if that's just Abramu's Bard this game, then. We'll have to see. Thresh is still up as well. Caitlyn, the pickup and takeaway from Stixxay, even though he had a good Ashe, still quite strong, and Stixxay will get Ashe this time.
Yes, Ashe is one of the most common picks into Caitlyn, because it's so difficult for people to deal with the Caitlyn range, but Ashe with the volley, it has a lot of extra range there with the spammability of her W that also gives you wave control. It's long range, plus it's AoE there. And then she can also stand her ground in the toe-to-toe, because you stack up that focus, and once you activate Q, super high damage increase there for standing toe-to-toe for all-ins, and for those fights where it's a pure engage with Thresh and Braum as well. That's definitely likely to happen.
Very similar composition. The Ashe was the other thing here for Envy, as the Braum and Syndra get locked in for Niski. Felt fine doing that blind this time. Still sees a team that can lock him down, but that was a comfort pick for him, and that's what he's going to go for.
Definitely, one of his most played champions, and something that he is bringing still here to the North American LCS stage. Had a decent performance on it last game. Definitely some areas to improve on, but still able to land most of the combos. And we shall see. A couple of bans out, a little bit spread bans here. Basically just CLG specific, obviously, with the Aurelion Soul. They already experienced that in game number 1. And then Fiora, extremely strong, basically the split pusher, the go-to split pusher. Meanwhile, CLG themselves banning out the Renekton, not allowing a first pick on the second round here for Team Envy for Seraph to grab that champion, who has really enjoyed it as well. And as we said, he loves lane dominant champions.
Just have some fun. Whether it's burning people down with Rumble or fighting them face-to-face with Renekton and the likes of Jace. Elise does get picked up, though, for Lyra quite far down the line as quite a few things are getting prioritized. We start to split off, and it's like, get a jungler, get a jungler. Here on the side of Chronologic Gaming, it's that case for Dardoch. I'm sorry, Darshan Dardoch.
Yeah, and Dardoch seems to be absolutely in love with the you know, post-rework and post-buff Rek'Sai here. As far as the amount of damage that you can put out, it does you know, harken back to those feelings of the early 1 versus 1 junglers, the skirmish jungler, the even assassin at many points in the game jungler.
Whoa.
I feel like the key for Rek'Sai is for people to watch now. Since there's not that much versatility in the kit, the main way you can shine on Rek'Sai after the rework is by intelligent use of your ultimate for not just damage, but dodging abilities and using those untargetable frames to your advantage when she dives under the ground.
Well, it looks like they are a chase down, catch you, and take you down comp this side from Chronologic Gaming. Darshan bringing in his first Summer 2017 Kled. And we have, as we said, Huhi playing that Vlad last game, so definitely putting a few new things into the mix here for CLG against MVP.
Definitely, I like the synergy between Kled and Vladimir, especially if you're making the sacrifice to go with the Proto Belt rushing Ignite Vladimir. You don't have the Ghost for those team bites to help you navigate, but you could have a Kled boosted speed with that ultimate charge. More than make up for it. And as you said, this is basically a steamroll comp here from CLG with you know, the full steam ahead. The train is coming. Ash Arrow, Thresh hooks, Rek'Sai jumps in, Kled is charging. It's one direction here. It's everybody charging in to try and dive onto Apollo. And again, it seems like a similar plan to last game where CLG just dogpile onto Apollo, see if they can get to the back line and kill that Caitlyn.
Seraph as well looking to replicate what Darshan did in game 1 to get himself player of the game on that Jarvan. Now in the hands of Seraph, we'll see if that lane can be controlled against Darshan's first Kled play here in the summer. We are matched up for a game 3. Envy firing back very hard in game 2 and sweeping the rug out from under CLG. We'll see who evens out here in game 3 and can push it to 11 just a little bit further. Hashtag CLG win, hashtag Envy win. We're about to be on the rift for game 3.
All right, the decider is here. Will CLG be able to rebound from their loss to Immortals, or will they have a 0-2 match week?
It would be good. It was Hotshot's birthday yesterday, so a belated gift, maybe one, would be nice.
Recovery gift?
Recovery gift from the team. We'll see if they can put that in order here.
Yeah, I mean, they started out the split so well. Previously just tied for first place, now barely sitting under it. And definitely still seeing a lot of positive things from this team and their commitment to team atmosphere, team practice, coordination, as well as really integrating Dardoch into the lineup. And we'll see how he does, because they definitely really have high priority on this Rek'Sai and a lot of respect for the amount of damage that she can do now. Let's see what he gets off with it, because last game did have the experience Quint. I'll have to check to see if he has another one, but you always have to keep that in mind now. So more and more junglers are willing to sacrifice one of their quintessence runes to turn it into an experience Quint rather than, you know, one of the attack speed ones, which are the most common. For that just early level 3 high impact gank. Currently though, if you're starting Raptors, I don't think that, I would just assume that he probably doesn't have it, but it could be the Raptors red Scuttle again. Let me check here. He does have it. So possibility is there for Dardoch for, you know, heading into one of those Scuttle early ganks.
Start off the laning phase. Bear trap on a rope. Ooh, biting Seraph in the butt real quick as they get to lane.
He won that trade.
Yeah, this bit of HP win is going to be huge for farming out this first wave. Level 2 should be able to go over to Darshan.
Misses that one though.
And this looks like a lane he knows how to play, especially with just that upper hand.
Auto as well. First trade, A+ from Darshan. Yeah. Second trade, maybe a C. Misses the bear trap and canceled an auto. plus had aggro from the range minions.
Yeah, he was taking quite a bit of
It's actually really fun to go over the super small interactions for trades in the early game, because even though you only have one spell, there are so many other things to think about there in those ones. Anyways, there, as we said, Dardoch, Raptors, buff, Scuttle. So he'll be level 3 after that due to his experience quint, and in a position to try and influence either bottom lane or mid lane as he heads up here to mess with Niski.
They always look for that quick flash on Niski, and there it is. Huhi and Dardoch come up big, 3 minutes in.
And that is exactly the reason for people taking these experience quints on their junglers. Dardoch, 2 minutes, 50 seconds, gets off the mid lane gank, no hesitation. Both flashes blown, the ignite is down, and Vladimir is able to get lane control. Even though the kill goes over to the Rek'Sai, that's not a bad thing for CLG, because remember, the reason they keep picking this champion is for the early snowballing, for the damage output potential. And now the magnifying glass is on Dardoch and on the first blood, plus the first pick as far as the champion. A lot of emphasis put on that one.
Every game they've gone to mid lane to get a summoner out of a Niski. This is the first time they've been able to kill him, so paid off.
They got a summoner, all right.
Yeah.
Summoner and his head. Aphromoo with the hook into play.
Shield to dodge out the initial ammo. Flash forward. They're going to be able to lock down Aphromoo. The trap is in place. A great sidestep flash. Do they turn this around? Now that Darshan is here with the TP. Pulse Seraph as well. I'm surprised nobody went down.
Apollos put the trap slightly off the center of Aphromoo's model, and Aphromoo just walks backwards, doesn't get chained there with the crowd control, doesn't activate the trap, and he barely does survive. So teleports do come in to answer, and anytime you see both teleports coming in, you got to check on the minion wave up top. It is pushing away from Seraph very slightly.
Right.
So it won't be a big deal, but it is slightly pushing away, and he will lose more of the blue minions than Darshan will lose off to that damage. So maybe a tiny bit of experience advantage going Darshan's way, but the reason that it is pushing that way is because Seraph killed more before he went, so it probably won't be too big of a deal, but look at the wave. It is juicy for Darshan, and he's going to clean up most of it.
Yeah, he is going to trim it up, not allow it to push too much, so he has it in the order he wants it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want the minion wave to get too big that all the ranged minions target you when you go for a trade, so you can't trade anymore, but you do want it to kill off more of your minions so that Seraph won't be able to get any more of them. And he's got it in a very nice place here and a manageable size.
Get another 2 waves out of this before it really even goes anywhere, depending on how Seraph can get into that back wave. And it looks like Darshan will stop him ever so slightly at that.
Love that skill. I mean, Bear Trap on a rope, not only does it damage minions, goes right through them, will also hit the champion, so it's pretty much just the optimal use there. You can hit everything and not feel bad about it.
Should be able to pick the row. Never mind. Oh, got it. Get it. Nice job using the ability to study athletic trigger.
All right, let's go over what Seraph just did as well, because top laners, we talked, this is kind of our top lane tutorial game, I guess. Went over the trading a little bit. Seraph, after he got the push, you go in, you put this deep ward, plus you blow all of the plants on your way out, so the enemy jungler won't get to use them. If there is a scrying orb there, you use the scrying, and you usually want to shoot it down towards mid lane, unless you're in a matchup where you're going to call your jungler presence, but generally I'll shoot them down towards mid lane to cover that base for your mid laner. Currently, they have a control ward there, so you wouldn't need to, but then you blow the blast clone on your way out. Not only does it help you get back to your lane faster, but very clearly the enemy jungler won't be able to surprise you.
And watching quite a bit of top lane. Seraph goes for a flag and direct. Can take quite a bit of damage out of this one, actually. Still has Scarlet to hop off on. Dive forward from Darshan. Seraph with flash up, flag and drag back. And he actually stops Darshan from the follow as well for dismounting.
Lyra, though.
Where's the mount? He's quite far away, only about a quarter up.
Yeah, he's a little bit scared right now because Seraph was positioning far up in the lane. And something else you can do is you can read the tells of the enemy movement. Why would Seraph be playing so aggressively at 200 HP before, even with the potion channeling there? And Darshan, because he is dismounted and very vulnerable, backs off wisely. And Darshan also, Dardoch also came up to back up Darshan, as they definitely expected Lyra's presence.
Really fun as well. I like seeing Rek'Sai back in the game. Dardoff hangs off on the side, waits for a tremor sense towards River. Almost was able to find out Lyra, but he went the other way. Little tricky things instead of having to show yourself. Looking to where this pressure is going. We already saw Niski go down in mid, but that has slowed down as well. I feel like he's playing from as far as he can, throwing these orbs down. You can see him giving a lot of respect to who he controls the lane now. 61 to 48. It's the first discrepancy we've really seen there.
Yeah.
Big pressure from CLG to start.
You can see who he, again, loving this matchup, taking his Vladimir, being able to farm very well. Dardoch down now on bottom side with the Lantern from Aphromoo. They're in position.
Kind of a walk in and serve yourself, if you will. Hakuo is going to be there for the death. Oh, tries to W and stand next to Apollo. Doesn't get the kill. It doesn't look like they'll turn around for another one. Or does get the kill. I'm sorry, doesn't save himself.
That was played, you know, about as well as you can from Hakuo. Even though he is slowed, he still dodges the hook. And then they spread out Apollo. He saves his jump to Apollo till the very end, and Apollo lets him try and jump into tower range, but there's too much damage there with the gank. You know, it's a red buff level 6 Rek'Sai, so there's no way you're going to get away from that. Ultimate is on display there, even though they did use the exhaust. Didn't reduce the damage enough, and they are unable to get out of it. And by the way, his flash was barely on cooldown. I'm going back to look at the replay, and there was maybe 10 seconds left on the cooldown of his flash when he died. Extremely close to coming back up. So good timing there from CLG, and that's something you always want to point out as well, is timing important cooldowns, and summoner spells are definitely that.
Yeah, they look like they felt very comfortable in lane, as you would, having your flash coming back up. Now he's got it. Does he use it? Doesn't have the chance. A play after that knocks back and forth. Ping pong with Hakuo as he goes right back down.
Yeah, nailed the shot there from downtown. Stixxay with the Ash Arrow. It lines him up for Aphromoo. Easy flash into death sentence there. And another kill over to CLG. 2,000 gold with no turrets down at all. This is pure CS and kills being racked up by Counter Logic Gaming in Game 3 of this deciding match.
Very fast. A new style kind of to see as well. Well, CLG still working through the jungle. This isn't to grab a turret, it's to grab more people first and then multiple turrets when they can. It seems like CLG doesn't just want one thing when they go hard. They get the flash in mid. That just came up for Niski. They have so many options they're continuously creating. Now his flash is down again. They get the teleport from top, and they just kind of waltz out of this one.
Yeah, Ash is also roaming up here for CLG as Stixxay walking through the river. CLG got themselves very deep, diving a turret, diving between turrets there basically, but Thresh enables so many of those types of plays where they are able to bait out a flash on the mid laner. Dardoch just walks up on Rek'Sai, able to get the flash out from Niski, and then Lantern secures his escape, so no important cooldowns used or able to track there from CLG, and yet they get the Syndra flash down, which is very important.
I mean, seeing their game 1, these were the jungle buddies as well when they were able to come out with the win, but it was the Tom Kench eating up that Rek'Sai. Now they have a little bit more distance to play with so they can get a little farther in the fights.
Playmaking support so much more fun to watch than the Lulu Karma spam. And it really does even add more importance as you're talking about the partnership of junglers and supports. Yeah. It's always been extremely important. And now it's just more fun to watch.
See how they work this 2,000 gold lead. Right now it hasn't been at Dragons. Doesn't even need to happen because Envy's could get a fight back there. They actually have good vision on that area as well.
Yeah, no objectives except for cash money for CLG this time around.
Sounds great.
Yeah, they got money on their mind. And that is about it. See if that money turns into some vision though, because that's where you see those objectives really come through, and we'll see the next step of the game. You earn yourself a bunch of cash, and then go spend it on wards and spinners. Here we go, Seraph trying to work on the crab. Get it! Oh, Smite comes in for Dardoch, and he taunts him afterwards.
Little dance.
NT, Seraph, NT.
It was.
It's funny because actually, there's a next level there. Seraph has been one of the most outspoken about disliking North American solo queue, and Dardoch's been one of the big proponents where it's like, you guys need to, you know, kind of bulk up and just take it and go into solo queue and do your time. You know, practice is required. You know, stop crying about it. But Seraph has been one of the ones that's like, you don't get much out of solo queue. And
play Nunu, grind out the wins, right?
Anyways, I just like that extra level of that taunt.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, this is actually still decently close for what's happening. CLG has quite an immense control on what's happening around the map, but it's still a fight, a quick turret for Envy, and they can start moving their pressure around the map how they want it. Very interesting how the game can swing here. CLG just not giving Envy any options to make that or let that happen just yet. Bot lane slow push. Let's see if Alpha Moon and Stixay can get something done here in the river as they roam together.
Ash Arrow very threatening right now for Team Envy because, you know, with vision control comes more critical picks for CLG. There's so much less time to dodge an Ash Arrow if you don't have any vision of the river. If you don't have any vision even around your mid lane, you know, there's so many pockets here of Fog of War for Stixay and Alpha Moon to slip into, and then Ash Arrow into Thresh Hook. Once again, that could be another life.
So many targets they can hit as well. There isn't that safety you see as Thresh or a few other champions on the side here. Envy is kind of left out to dry if they get hit with one of those arrows. We've even seen Hakuo going down, the guy that can shield it.
Money into wards, into dragons, Riv.
I mean, when you can't take
process of life. That's the cycle. Earn money,
doing it all
get
wrong.
wards, kill dragons.
I'll look to get my first dragon this year. So now with CLG synergizing.
Whoa! Whoopsies. Nobody saw that.
Combat movement.
Except for thousands of people.
Yeah. Hundreds. Thousands. Oh, top lane. It's still going to be the dismount. Seraph going pretty hard in the lane, and there were minions there to help in that situation. Looks like everything fizzles out towards the bot side as well. Protobelt build already finished up as he looks to try and get some stacks on this Dark Seal. Nobody's been giving him any fights, though. Niski still playing very safe. Just waiting for that flash to come back up. They may look to blow it as soon as it does once again.
Yeah, they do know that Huiz is down now after that interesting little play. I think he might have had his Protobelt on the wrong key binding maybe there because he didn't use his Protobelt to follow the flash or whatever. Here we go though with the charge up top. Sped up on Dardoch means he gets into Seraph.
I love the fact that he actually took it all the way, making sure they had to go down. He had Seraph's escape. Okay.
Oh!
Hits. You will now thank your support as he picks you up that kill. Seraph goes down. He's going to have to TP back up.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. The wave is pushed.
Oh, there's your Protobelt. Yeah, it's fun too because a lot of people currently forget that the ultimate of Rek'Sai was changed to if she has damaged you recently, she can ult to you.
Yep.
So people flash away and then you still get your ult, your Rek'Sai ult off and it has execute damage and they're like, oh yeah, whoops, I forgot about that. But I like what you're talking about where they cut off multiple angles with the Kled ultimate, and the speed is a very important part of that ultimate because Kled can't change directions.
Right.
But you saw Rek'Sai use the speed and be able to use basically the edge of that charge to get into range of Seraph and get that knockup.
Kind of squeaking out. It's the new Sivir in the top lane. Get everybody running on the hunt, and then you get the kills.
Yeah, she looks different.
Yeah, but she's got a beard now.
Uh-huh.
Rift Herald over to Dardoch. CLG has the chance to make these little moves. It's pressure being repaired here by Envy, so they don't have a chance to have a ward here yet. They're going to be a few steps behind, and eventually it'll push Dardoch off. We cannot fully see.
Yeah. Got a little scared there. Saw the roam coming up from Hakuo. No reason to risk his life again, and that's definitely a good change, right? Because remember last game we talked about, or actually it was the first game where Dardoch stayed on the Krug, killed the Krug, but then died to Seraph afterwards because he stuck around for the 60 gold or whatever.
Lived to fight another day. Oh, he brings the arrow. That was slick from Counter Logic Gaming. A flag and drag out the Cataclysm, and an even slicker play to get out. The slippery Seraph gets the safety.
Definitely fun to watch. CLG, after all those shenanigans, though, has 3 people top, so they should be able to push down the turret pretty quickly, and it is first turret still available.
There's that Niski flash.
This one was a good one, though, and Dardoch
gets the pop-up. That's all they needed. We wondered about this composition. If Niski's flash is down, CLG can keep jumping on him.
Hex Drinker already completed for Dardoch because he knows he wants to go gank this mid lane, and Niski did not expect that. He thought he had that kill in the bag on this Rek'Sai, but that shield saves him. And meanwhile, we'll check back in on our 3v3 sort of race here on the turrets. Pretty much tied.
A little pressure from Huhi, able to take out Seraph in the mid lane as well as he's trying to repair what happened for Niski, where they're going to lose the second tier top, and CLG is dismantling the map right now. But look on the bot side, there's no stop from Envy. They're going to get an open inhibitor that they'll be able to play around, but it's no, they won't. They're actually pushed off. No,
yeah, they're worried about this teleport. They had a ward seeing the teleport start channeling, so they know it's coming, but they can't do much about it. Huhi's there too.
Is there. He's going to throw it on. Look at the positioning all the way through. Huhi gets the slow, the triple hit coming in, and there's the teleport from Seraph. The Cataclysm to lock down the back line, but he tries to get up to Darshan.
Whoa.
Almost to slow them. Throws the actual flag out to get some armor over to his other members of the team, but it just can't happen. There's too much of a divide in the fight. And we talked about Darshan having these engages, leaving his split push. Well, give him Kled, he can get there even faster and participate, and it's working out.
Still on the chase here. Darshan goes behind the turret. Aphromu's behind him, though.
Buying time, that's all they need to do. The continuous fight is in favor of CLG with the momentum they can carry throughout the map. Great flash by Hakuo. Gonna extend his life a little bit and stay alive.
Quite a long while, yeah. He did step in front of the arrow and had his Unbreakable up, but Apollo still flashed as well. So that's another cooldown not going to be available. Right now, though, the action continues. Dardoch's seen on a ward, and Niski's going to be able to possibly dodge. Doesn't. He gets hit by the Prey Seeker. So the option of closing is then there with your ultimate, but that's very dangerous to do, even though you have your Hex Drinker shield back up. And Dardoch will not risk it once again. So you can see the adaptations were made. You know, the feedback was definitely given. Here we go, though. Here's your Darshan flank rib. He comes on in, charging there with Kled, arrives, and even though the teleport's there, CLG have Stixxay heading down the lane, so they keep up the chase. And that's why Envy abandoned Seraph after his teleport came in, because they're outnumbered down there. And even if they stuck around to fight, it would take them too long to whittle down either Thresh or Vladimir, who are both semi-tanky before Stixxay got there. So they give up Seraph, and then they do end up escaping here with a fancy little combo. So even though Hakuo gets his Unbreakable up to block that, still Apollo does flash, and he's going to lose the Summoner, and both of them will, but you get to keep your life.
Yep. Seems like they are now roaming in packs as they should. Alphamu and the rest of the team waiting to hit these marks. The hook or the knockup from Dardoch. Lantern used there if Dardoch did want to go in, so you can see the team is actually kind of riding this edge of, we have the chance to engage, but if we just push them off, we can easily take Dragon and the other objectives.
Yep. Take a look down the list of objectives here. CLG, 7 kills to 0, 4 turrets to 2, 2 Drakes to 0, and a tremendous lead here in this early game. Now it's 20 minutes, 40 seconds. Their Baron in game number 1 was around 21 minutes and a half, I guess.
Right.
And again, with this mountain now, they might even be able to go for a similar earlier one. Currently, though, Seraph under attack.
Oh, straight onto him. Ult after ult. Seraph gets out. What a cataclysm. He's just able to waltz out of this one. He's shrugging his shoulders like, what was that? What?
I was really hoping that he was going to give a taunt back to Dardoch there. But not going to be the case because they're down 7-0.
Dardoch's got such a good one, too. You throw the flag around.
Yeah. Not going to be the happening here, though. Riptail with the back door.
Turret torpedo.
Yeah, able to take down this one. That's all outer turrets.
Yeah.
Almost finished here. Just the mid one does remain, but this gold lead is expansive for CLG, and this one won't last long either.
And really, there's things that were even kind of for both teams. Niski was one of those in every game, playing quite well against Huhi, wasn't able to roam as fast, but kept the CS up, made himself a formidable opponent. In this game, Huhi and Dardoch, both 3-0-2, made it a note to go after Niski over and over again.
Yep, Dardoch, you know, with the early priority put on Rek'Sai and gaining that first blood, he really has made his presence felt in this game, and he's utilized that faith that they had and they have put in him to be able to get this early lead for the team and affect the map that, you know, the way that we've seen. Plus, got to keep bringing up what you're talking about before.
What's
Aphromoo with Darda? You know, the combination of those guys has really been key, and their synergy together has definitely evolved, you know, over the split so far. The Tahm Kench game was definitely on display, and this Thresh game as well, especially with that mid lane play where able to get that flash, and then it's the Slick Lantern right back out of danger.
Making sure it works. And we wondered as well, with the Tahm Kench click, do things come together for CLG? We do see that game 2 shows there's things to be worked on, but it doesn't mean CLG doesn't know how to right the ship very fast.
Yeah, they're definitely showing the benefits of having one of those supports with a save mechanism, right? The Devour and the Dark Passage are both very powerful support tools for saving people out of, you know, either poor positioning or getting picked off, or even a calculated overextension to be able to try and draw out summoners from your enemy. So Aphromoo, and seems like you know, a saving mechanism like that is very important to have. Get stunned up on it though.
Oh, they put so much down on the Lantern. Can't actually use it to get out.
Yeah.
Just couldn't find the click, started attacking things.
Yeah, I guess when you have, you know, a jungler that's definitely going to go very deep in a lot of the engages and go super aggressive, it's good to draft tools that will further enable that style and, you know, kind of have faith in that style and be able to get him out of a poor situation if it actually does go sour.
I think Aphromoo has quite a few of those in his list. Yeah, Unbreakable shatters the arrow, still locks him up. Glacial Fisher goes down as he sets up the tree farm. And now Stixay getting backed up, but to the back line is Darshan. The teleport comes in fast, and it's a late arrival from Lyra. They're going to start peeling off the team. They say, sorry, Hakuo, you got to go down. And CLG picks one up for more momentum over towards Baron.
Yep, Baron is on the list. 3 members on Envy survived. So it's up to Seraph, Lyra, and Niski. Oh, Lyra's off the table. Just Seraph and Niski now.
Absolutely exploded. A flash hit by Huhi. You can see expended absolutely everything to make sure this was not a 50-50. And CLG, again, 20-some minutes into the game, looking to take a Baron. Haven't even died yet either. What a game.
Yeah, 10-0 for themselves. Baron on the table, and there's only one secondary turret left in their way before they get all the way through Team Envy's base.
We'll see this engage once again, just hanging out,
Waiting
saying
for him.
somebody will walk up.
Yep, and then Stixay able to land that arrow easily. The wall cuts off one aspect of the possible dodge. They even get him right away from Apollo, back out of the danger of the Braum passive proccing on him. Just really well positioned there from CLG as they are able to collapse and pick up those kills. And then, are we going to take a look at this kill here from Huhi where he, woo, right in your face. All right.
Oh, Chemo Play didn't even go off. It was just a regular.
He doesn't have flash now, though.
What's he doing? He can pull.
It's 1v3.
He can wait. Cost him a little bit, 20% of his HP. I believe it is Zanya's. He's got negative health. Oh, Crimson Rush. He doesn't live. Even more negative health.
That's 4 members, though. That's where you type in all chat. Low, gotta send 4 to kill me.
And that means top lane is in favor of Counterlogic Gaming. You see the backs already coming from bot side. That's too many seconds too late. The inhibitor turret goes down. And 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on this Baron boss to be utilized by Counterlogic Gaming. All
right, 1 inhibitor is down now. So Team Envy, man, it is so difficult to, you know, try and play the game from that perspective right now because they're so far behind. And CLG have so many playmaking tools. Right out of Champ Select, we're like, all right, this is a full steam ahead CLG composition. They're just looking to charge you, you know, and dive into the back line. That type of composition, when it gets ahead, it's like, what is your defense? Huddle at your turret and hope that when they dive your turret, you're able to outplay.
Your defense is multiple lockets of the Iron Solari.
Yeah. And they have to be on high health members for them to be valuable.
Very true. Already being built up. Lyra here have a bit, obviously, but it's going to be mainly Hakuo hopefully getting in some of that HP shield for the team.
Yep. All right. CLG, Infernal Drake on top of it. That is not what Team Envy want to see either. Going to be the case here, though. So don't think that it will take too long for CLG to push up once again. Darshan doesn't have teleport, but he's unperturbed. Doesn't really matter. As far as the escape mechanisms for CLG, they still definitely have them. And unless Envy are all bunched up as 5 and they catch one out of position, it looks like they might be on the receiving end, actually.
Is 2 too many? 3? How about 4? As Envy is trying to find out where CLG is actually coming from out of the woodwork here. CLG has the goal side on bot lane, meaning they'll just head towards the base if they win the fight. Dardoch is deep, and he gets taken. No, he does not get taken down, sorry. Underneath, and takes down Lyra. Finally going down, a retribution kill coming in there from Apollo as the fight continues. Stixxay alive in the fight. Stixxay taking down Seraph as he jumps right on top of him. The Ashes staying alive for the long haul in this series. This time it's Stixxay, and this time CLG, I should say, again comes out on top.
Oh, and look who finally arrived. Darshan had to walk his way down because, as we said, no teleport. He does get there in time for the victory lap inside the Envy base, though. Going to be able to take down at least 2 of these inhibitors. They're both exposed, and there's 10 seconds on Lyra, 13 on Niski, and they should be able to take down both of those. Really, the 4v5 there from CLG just re-emphasizes, how far ahead they are at this point, and how difficult it is for Envy. They didn't have perfect vision there, so it wasn't a complete 5v4, and it's kind of a staggered 5v4. And just look at the damage output here from CLG. He's on the front line, so he immediately takes the fight here with Lyra. And then, even though Hakuo went in to protect him, Stixxay is able to take him down on the backside, and they get the kind of flank here as Dardoch went over the wall to jump onto Niski and get him out of it.
It's super risky here. Look at the map vision on the top side. Envy hadn't moved their vision before they came down here. They were placing it as they went.
Yeah,
so they didn't really know all that they were walking into.
It's so rough, right? You're that far behind. You're like, we just got to do something.
Exactly. Ugh. Put this ward here. Always expect somebody in the brush.
Look at that goose egg there for Darshan. But he was able to comfort them afterwards and help with the inhibitor.
Great job, guys. Comes in, flying through.
Pat on the back. Nice team fight, boys.
What you gotta do?
Whoa!
Triple man cataclysm. Is this the turnaround? Ace in the hole coming through. A shutdown onto Stixxay. Arrow wasn't even fired. But are the minion waves even in place? Are the objectives there for Envy to capitalize?
Yeah, I mean, even though they're pushing up mid lane, you're right. We're not gonna be able to take in objectives because we have 2 inhibitors down, and they have to go take care of their defenses first.
It's a plus.
It is a plus, though, because that's we got to do something. We're so far behind. We need to get gold from somewhere. They take it from Stixxay.
Take it right away. That was a nice shutdown for the team as well. They had just gotten the other shutdown onto a 4-kill Huhi, so a bit of gold being tossed around the Envy team to get the rest of these items in. Apollo, a quick silver sash, if you will, for him.
Oh,
as
quick.
we see more items coming in. Always love to look at deaths defied. Stixxay has defied 1 death. Obviously, it wasn't that one.
I'm gonna say it was the one where he was in the Cataclysm and he flashed forward
Kills
to
Seraph.
get the auto slow onto Apollo and killed them both.
Thank you, Tiny Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, that looks like definitely a death defied there. All right. As we said, they have to attend to their defenses, though.
Yes.
And be doing their cleaning work.
What is next? Wave pushed up in mid. Envy does have a good bit of far or deep wards up here. Deep is now at the river for them, but they can see which way that CLG wants to come in, maybe pick somebody off if they try to get too much of a hyphy aggression around a turret here. Right now, it's all straight down the middle as they wait for the minion waves to do the work on the outside, though. It's going to be tough for Envy.
Where is that Ash Arrow gonna go?
Let's take bets.
All right, who's gonna get hit? I'm gonna say it would the highest percentage would probably be Hakuo because he might even jump in front of someone else to take it.
So
on
you're
purpose.
just saying who gets hit? It's not the target. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying
Who
Niski.
actually is the one who ends up getting hit with it.
Niski, he's had the isotoners on. He's catching arrows left and right. It's his.
Okay.
We'll see. 6,000 gold in favor of Counter Logic Gaming. As they creep up towards 7 there, Envy doing what they can to keep it close. But they need to win a fight to even start pressuring more turrets, gaining ground on the map. CLG has a few fights to lose before they're even behind, and now they start Baron knowing they have the upper hand if they peel off.
Yep, here comes Lyra. Maybe it's a miracle steal for Envy. They're just charging in. They don't have many options. There's the arrow. It was Hakuo!
Yeah, Kobe wins but who wins the fight? Darshan goes in, Lyra's hurt on the backside. Huki's stuck in the Cataclysm, but he's not really the focus. They're trying to hit the squishies on the back line. Huki's just gonna get a Crimson Rush heal in, and he's almost back to full. The Chemo Plague puts him back at 100, and Envy again has to teeter back and forth. The seesaw for Baron as CLG go back to 10.
Oh, Team Envy are able to scramble and kite back over that field of traps to disengage, which is very important considering how far they are behind, and CLG trying to get that pick off. But
Holy moly.
because they are so far behind,
The base.
now you have to deal with minions again. And that's why it's so rough. CLG have time going in their favor right now.
Oh, minions just spawn. Looks like Seraph will be able to get somewhat of a clear. If those Nexus turrets are left with a wave of super minions, one will be able to take them down. Lyra now going to the front side with the team. Doesn't try to play from the back. Hakuo in. Hakuo down even with Unbreakable up. 42 seconds on the clock here for people to come back up. The base is still being hit by Seraph. There's no teleport there. CLG can play this as slow as they want, baiting in these 3 members of Envy. A Nexus turret falls even with the pressure of Seraph.
Yeah, he's trying to clear the double lines of super minions coming in, but can't get it done. So CLG did get a Nexus turret, and now they're back out on the field looking to chase down Lyra.
Darshan teleports in. Wham! Right in the face of Apollo. The kisser is hit, and they're going to give him another one. Apollo goes down. Flash was used there. Didn't have heal to keep himself alive. Afro Moo staying alive on the bot side with the heal from Stixay, as these guys are synergizing so well in scattered fights around the map, and now they're looking for the full base.
All right, well, they found it. They are inside it, and they are killing it.
It's going to be the top lane. Darshan Dardoch going hard. The rest of the team filing through mid to take down the last of the inhibitor turrets. Do they even want bottom? As the minions are already there for them to take the Nexus down. 18-4 as they try to put the finishing touches on. The fight is in. Seraph goes deep and he tries to take one down. That's Aframu hit. Huki, however, in between the turret there and the teams, just tanking shots left and right. He says it's fine. Salami, the turret's still on me. And now they go for the Nexus. Counterlogic Gaming takes it over Envy 2-1.
Woo! Games 1 and 3 were so decisive for CLG, but game number 2 was a very strong performance from Team Envy. So overall, definitely an exciting series and some good points for both teams, but CLG definitely securing this match victory there. From the very opening of the game, they had a very big lead and were able to snowball quite effectively. You know, this new Rek'Sai pick here definitely working out after the rework and some of the buffs to clean up the ultimate. Dardoch definitely very happy with that one.
A big priority, like you said, on that Rek'Sai as well, looking towards the top lane, seeing Darshan in these kind of split pushers, but then joining the team fight. It feels like that's much more organized now for Counterlogic Gaming. Darshan was teleporting in when fights were almost over and then losing pressure in the lane. They've organized, set that up, and were really able to just work around Envy for even a lot of the first game. We saw a low kill game from an expected bloody CLG, but they are able to go back to that macro, working around the map, and really just spreading a team out so they can't do anything.
Yep, definitely gonna put a bow on the top of that one with or maybe an exclamation point with the way that they finished this one out. And the team fight's definitely coming through, but it was mostly about, you know, getting that early lead and then snowballing with all of the Ash arrows, all the picks that they were able to get. As you said, turning that money into vision. And then they were able to get objectives afterwards, and just full-on aggression, actually, in game number 3.
And 2 new picks here. Well, new picks. 2 played picks in the past, but the Vladimir here for the summer split, and the Kled for Darshan on the top side. He's been finding Camille's, Renekton's, Fiora's. Now teams have another one to worry about and ban against them, which always feels good to be able to take another way, or take another one away and be an
Expand that
impacting
champion pool.
Right. What are you going to do when you have to figure out now who he's bringing in more? And the AD carries are kind of trading the Varus, Caitlyn, Ashe. So you're going to get one of those in the game. It's what can these teams comp around what we now see, as you said, Rek'Sai in the jungle and the rest of these engaged supports. Best meta yet.
You're definitely explosive, and it does put more emphasis on hitting these skill shots and controlling the fog of war to hit those skill shots, right? It's a 2-part thing, right? You're going to have better accuracy if they don't see you coming, and teams are definitely being rewarded for that, not just in this match, but so far as we've seen in the entire split.
And one of the things I like that we touched on in this game was that we're seeing, as well as these engaged supports, they also bring a bit of safety. You have the Tom Kench that can eat up Dardoch when he got into trouble, the Lantern out, but we also saw there's kind of two more in that pool of the Morgana with the shield, which is a little harder to make work all the time, and the Bard that Aftermove plays, which is also a little harder to hit. Tempered Fates that are gigantic plays in your favor. So you see these supports going more and more towards that, and the plays are beautiful. To hear more about that series, let's send it over to Azael, who's standing by for an interview with CLG's top laner.
Hey guys, thank you so much. I'm here with Darshan after a nice victory there over Envy. You guys have been having a good season for yourselves. Struggled a little bit against Immortals yesterday. I wanted to ask you a little bit about that series actually, and how you're feeling about the season so far, and how you felt about what went wrong there.
Yeah, so going into the Immortals game, we didn't really play that well as a team. We weren't really playing that well around their timings, and I think that was probably the worst series we've played by far. And we had a meeting after that and really talked about what we needed to work on and the kind of issues we had in that set, and we kind of brought it back together for this set. This set was definitely better. There was still some of those issues where I feel like, when they have 5-man and they're like 5-man down a lane, we didn't really respond to that correctly, and we didn't really use split push as well as we did in previous seasons. So it's kind of like things that we know how to fix, and I think it's really simple errors, but I think it just comes down to us being more consistent, and that will really be the biggest thing for us to work on towards the end of the split.
So how's it been playing, with the Dar duo now that you have Dardoch joining the team? How are you working with him, and how do you feel like he is fitting in with the team? Because people are talking about how amazing you have been playing this split. Is that just an improvement for yourself, or is some of that to do with a new jungler and the way you're able to play with him?
I definitely think a lot of my early game leads I owe to Josh for ganking my lane early, and he's pretty good with understanding like the jungle routing and the pathing and stuff like that, so I don't need to worry about that as much. And I would say working with Josh has definitely been like a really good thing for the team, even though like you've heard things about on past teams like how he's had issues with teammates, but I think he's worked a lot on that, and he's improving a lot every week. And I feel like he only has room to grow. So even though it can be difficult, I think that our team is heading into the right direction and getting better. So I'm pretty happy with how things are going. I still think there's a lot to work on, as shown by this series and our series against Immortals. But I definitely think that towards playoffs, we'll definitely be a contender for winning the whole summer split.
So heading in the right direction, you're expecting yourself to be at Worlds. You're not going to be at Rift Rivals. You think you'll be able to make it to Worlds?
Definitely. I think Worlds is definitely something that I expect for this team, because I went there the last 2 years, and I don't expect this year to be any different. But what I really want to change this year is actually making a difference at Worlds and actually doing something good for NA, because every single time NA goes to Worlds, it's just a complete joke, and I want to change that this year.
Well, we'll be looking to see you repeat that 2016 MSI form. Maybe you can make a splash at Worlds. Thanks so much. Congratulations on the win, and we're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Azael. I mean, CLG has the best performance history at international events, considering the second place finish at MSI last year. But specifically here, let's bring it back to this split and this season as a whole. Azael was, pressing Darshan a little bit about the loss yesterday against Immortals in that battle for first place. And yes, they did bounce back today in the 2-1 victory over Envy, but Darshan even admitting that many of the issues they identified yesterday still persisting through this series as well.
We even talked about how in game 1, we didn't love the way they were using split pushing yesterday, and this time around the Kled, it sounded like, Darshan had a very similar opinion where sometimes we don't play split pushing quite right, and when that's something we need to work on. If they want to keep playing that kind of style, still pulling the Fiora ban this game. The other big thing that stands out to me is the preemptive kind of Aurelion Soul ban out of Envy. They didn't ban it game 1 and game 2, but after the Vlad Syndra matchup didn't go great for CLG, they're expecting CLG to change it up, so they're trying to get one step ahead of them and force the same matchup again.
Right. Instead, Huhi opts into the same exact matchup, and this time we've got more jungler presence, especially from the side of CLG. The Rek'Sai, first priority for Dardoch, really showing up here in the early game with many ganks and really getting the ball rolling on this pick.
And this is a champion in Vladimir that if it gets ahead of the Syndra, the matchup's basically over. And getting an early first kill like that, great. You see that, XP Quint path and then coordinating well with the other lanes as well. Afromu giving him the Lantern to get in, and then getting onto Hakuho here, and just going onto him is a little surprising. The hook misses, but at this point, there's not much you can do. Even if you try and flash out, there's a lot of follow potential, and he goes down right away, and then they just keep going around the map. He had 100% kill precision, 5 of the 5 first kills before they ended up in this weird situation where they were trading turrets and the rest of CLG teleported behind. At that point, Rek'Sai no longer having the ultimate, can't quite get involved.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and that's where we heard Darshan talking about some of the opportunities that, plays in which they screwed up as a team, not responding to the 5-man pressure in the bot lane as well as they should have. But for me, and this might be a controversial statement, to me this feels like the best performance from Dardoch so far this split in terms of meshing with this CLG. At times I've seen his aggressiveness bite them, where this is generally a more measured team. This time around, his aggressive early plays pay off, and they're able to snowball that advantage to an ultimate victory.
I think especially in the sense that he affected all 3 lanes early on. It's something where we've seen a ton of synergy between him and Darshan on the top side. You guys talking about on Friday, having way more kills up on the top half of the map. This time around, getting involved in the bot lane early on, freeing up Stixxay and Afromu to, keep their pressure up in their lane.
Yep.
And then even getting up to the top side right after that. And after you affect all 3 lanes with the Rek'Sai, him, the champion itself getting a couple kills, being able to build that early Hex Drinker we saw, able to force around the Syndra even harder in the mid game.
And along with that, I think we have to give an honorable mention to Afromu. We've talked about him so far, this split, being able to move back to playmakers and how he, as a player, seems to be far more effective when he has the opportunity to make plays, to roam, link up with the jungler. And when we look at the trade in that regard, as Dardoch and Afromu paired together with 2 playmakers, to me it looks like a much more successful look for CLG when more practice.
And it's kind of surprising to think about that, just because whenever you think about Dardoch, you don't really think Dardoch and X. At his time on Team Liquid, it was kind of Dardoch and Matt, but still more Dardoch. And then on Immortals, it was not Dardoch and Ole. And now, it's hearing it as Dardoch and Afromu is great. And that's one of the things that people talked about with the trade was, can Afromu kind of bring him under his wing, teach him how to be a team player? And it seems like so far that has been working out for them.
Right, they got the victory here. They have high expectations for themselves and their, bid for Worlds. I want to talk real briefly, circle back on Nisqy, close out his debut performance here. In a similar fashion to Mike Young, he comes in, loses the first series, but at least from where I'm standing, I can't necessarily point to specific instances in which he was the reason they lost. And in large part, that's something to be proud of for an NALCS debut.
Yeah, I think if your ideal debut is you come out and you smash CLG, one of the top teams in the region, oh my God. And this kind of, like you said, was more like Mike Young's, also against CLG. Looked okay at points. I think Mike Young was a little bit more impressive, but he played the Syndra Vladimir matchup 2 times. It's a matchup where it's really hard to shine. Best you can do, assuming the Vladimir's playing well, is get a 10-15 CS lead, and who he was playing well. And the other matchup was against Aurelion Sol, so didn't quite have the kind of matchups where sometimes you see Jensen taking a Lucian and running wild.
Oh,
so
Lord,
he didn't have those kind of matchups to really exert his full pressure, and it's something to keep an eye on going forward.
But bringing up the matchups is something interesting in and of itself because it speaks to the champion pools. Again, with Pyrian, we're seeing a lot of the Taliyah and the Aries, and there's tremendous success when he's on one of those 2 champions. But outside of that, how many tools do we have? And already here, having the Syndra, having the Game 1 Cassiopeia, right? That's 2 new looks for the team. We'll see how much further he can stretch as the week continues.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is seeing how he synergized with Lyra, because we saw Pyrian out of lane very early on doing a lot of aggressive roams with that Taliyah, and that was one of the things that helped them get their early game leads. And now it looks like they're transitioning more to a style of, I'm going to stay mid more, but I'm going to have better scaling, more aggressive champions.
And perhaps be able to build my own leads. Anyway, that's going to do it for Series 1 over here on NALCS 1. That's not all the action we have for you today, though. Up next, we've got another battle for first as Team Dignitas goes up against Immortals. Don't touch that browser.
Whoa! Quick flash on Nisqy, and there it is. Huhi and Dardoch come up big, 3 minutes in. As you would, having your flash coming back up. Now he's got it. Does he use it? Doesn't have the chance. A play after that knocks back and forth. And now Stixxay getting backed up, but to the back line is Darshan. The teleport comes in fast, and it's a late arrival from Lyra. They're going to start peeling off the team. They say, sorry, Hakuho, you got to go down. And he gets taken. No, he's not going to take down, sorry, underneath, and takes down Lyra. Finally going down, a retribution kill coming in there from Apollo. The fight continues, Stixxay live the fight. Stixxay taking down Seraph. Apollo goes down, flash was used there, didn't have heal to keep himself alive. Afromu staying alive on the bot side with the heal from Stixxay, as these guys are synergizing so well in scattered fights around the map.
Welcome back ever to the North American LCS. My name is David Freak Turley, and I have corralled this fine young steed to cast alongside me, the one and only Isaac Gazelle coming Bentley.
I could see it coming in the prompter.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what?
I don't know. It was written for me, and I have to read it's in the prompter. Question mark. We've got another battle for first place coming up as Immortals continue their drive as they take on Team Dignitas. And yesterday, we saw Immortals not only end the day in first place, they did so convincingly against CLG.
Yeah, and game one against CLG was probably their best of the split, I think. They absolutely dominated in all aspects of the game, but their vision game in particular was extremely impressive to me. It was so one-sided. It felt like CLG could never see what they were doing. You know, game two, they did get behind, but even then, they were able to establish vision control, they were able to play to their win conditions, and they were able to close out a game that they started behind in around 28 minutes, so it was an extremely impressive series from them.
Well, we'll see if they can kind of maintain this sort of control against Team Dignitas, who has been winning their games through macro showings as well.
Yeah, and Dignitas, you know, the other kind of 5-1 team coming into this weekend, obviously going to be a very tough challenge for Immortals. And for Dignitas, a lot of it has been kind of about the strength of their solo laners. So many people talking about Someday, and you know, once they do get ahead, they have very good macro play. They get the Baron control. They can play around that to either turn fights or take the Baron and close out the game. And it's going to be really exciting to see Someday going up against Flame, because these are two guys who have really been excelling. And you know, it's going to be influenced by the junglers, of course, but Flame has been someone who has been having a lot of success, really without much help from Smithy. So,
yeah, he's been a great player. Well, speaking of great players, though, someone we have seen inject some new energy into Team Dignitas is their jungler Shrimp, who explained how he overcame his nerves to perform on the big stage.
제가 좀 자신감이 생긴 것 같아요. 플레이에 대한. 챔피언도 그래서 막 리진 같은 거 자신 있게 할 수 있어서 플레이 만들 수 있는 챔피언. 일본에서 LCS 구경하면서 생겼어요. 그러니까 물론 스테이지에 올라가면 긴장돼서 잘 안 되잖아요. 원하는 플레이가. 근데 관전자 입장에서는 충분히 플레이 만들 수 있는 상황들이 많이 보였어요. 내가 저기 있었으면 난 저렇게 해야 되겠다라는 생각 많이 하면서 그때 자신 있게 만약에 한다면 그때 자신 있게 플레이하면은 될 것 같다는 생각을 했었어요. 스프링 시즌 관전하면서.
And honestly, this is a player who, when he did come in and subbed in for Team Dignitas, replacing Chase from the lineup, he went for aggressive plays, and they all worked out at the very beginning. It was kind of a new look for junglers where he's going for crazy invades deep in the enemy jungle, and it just completely works every single time.
He mixes it up a lot, too. Level 2 ganks, he'll do hard farming routes. Like, he does so much different stuff that it's very difficult to predict where he's going to be.
Yeah, he's been very good so far. Let's see if we're going to get ourselves in the game soon as we check out these starting lineups. First off, on the blue side for game one is going to be Immortals clad in their green jerseys. Flame, Smithy, Pobelter, Cody Sun, support Ole with Coach Song, rounds out the lineup.
And on the red side today, it's going to be their opponents, Team Dignitas. In the top lane, Someday. In the jungle, Shrimp. Mid lane, Keen. Bot and support going to be Lod and Big with Coach Cop.
Absolutely the case here, and we'll see just who can make this one happen. It's, as you mentioned, there were 3 5-1 teams coming into the weekend. Logic Gaming and the 2 squads here, Immortals and Team Dignitas. Immortals already took down 1. This is the hardest possible week Immortals could have had. The other 2 #1 teams, and they 2-0'd the first one. Here they are, ready to go for the second one. I got to talk with their substitute support Stunt on the side stage briefly, and it was kind of jokey, but I said, hey, you're going to 3-0 this one? Of course, the best of 3, so you couldn't do that. But he's like, nah, I think it's going to be 3-1 to be a little bit closer. So, you know, had some healthy respect. But I then asked him, who's the second best team? Because obviously it's you guys for #1. Who are you going to face in the finals? He said Phoenix won. So apparently looking past Team Dignitas, not important to them at all.
Okay.
They believe in the power of fidget spinners and the rebirth of the Phoenix. And here we go.
And it was his old team, so showing a little bit of support there to the old squad. But Immortals versus Dignitas is what is on the cards today. And if Immortals can win here, they are indisputably the best team in the NALCS right now. I mean, you take down the 2 teams that you were tied with in the same week for first, they would be sitting at 7-1, and their resurgence has been so impressive. Someone that I do want to highlight that we have not been talking enough about is Coach Song. This guy, came in with this split. A lot of people have given tons of credit over to Smithy, and credit where it is due. He has played very well, but people are talking about the team play, the macro effort, the vision game, how well these guys are working as a team, and certainly you have to highlight a new coach as someone who can help to elevate and really point in on the areas that you need to improve on and that you can improve on. It seems to have worked so well.
It's especially worth noting for these 2 teams that their wins are through macro play. They are not these insanely good early game teams where they're just smashing the lanes and I guess they close the game out. I mean, they are taking close games the first 15-20 minutes and then outplaying even these long-term opponents like CLG, like TSM, all these squads who know how to shot call, and they're still better than them at these kind of scenarios. As our champ has begun. Flame gets that first pick. Galio to be expected, but it gives over the Zac, and Shrimp gonna lock that one down right away.
Yeah, Zac as a first pick is rare to see that coming up.
And 95% ban rate.
Yeah, exactly. And to see an unpicked Zac go over to the red side is very surprising. Immortals certainly are going to have a plan. It's not like they're surprised by the fact that Zac is then selected. So, you need to see them look to kind of pick on the Zac. There are some ways you can do this. Something I've been seeing actually a lot in solo queue, not necessarily going to see it here today, but that is very good on this patch is Nunu. And Nunu can actually abuse the early game of Zac pretty heavily. You can get in there and invade. Likely going to be Gragas jungle. We still could see things swapped around. Because Zac is a strong clearing jungler, but he also scales extremely well, and he's not exactly a duelist in the early levels.
Yeah, not much of a duelist. It is worth noting that we are on 7.12, which does have some Zac nerfs in it. Obviously, the team's still unwilling to give it over on the most part, but less powerful than we'd seen in the previous weeks.
He is less powerful, but in my opinion, some of the item changes actually benefit him a lot. This is one of the best champions for building the new Locket, which is extremely strong on him. So despite some individual champion nerfs, I feel like the item buffs for this character still have him reigning supreme in the jungle.
Yep, definitely a good player here on this one. We're going to see what comes through, as Sunday is playing his most played top laner with the Shen, the Caspia going in for Keen as well, and all these teams have picked top jungle mid in the first few rounds.
Yeah, and the Cassio is considered not what I would call a counter to Galio, but maybe a favorable matchup. It's something that Faker has been using, and people have been starting to pick that up across the board because you essentially have this lane where you have enough sustain from your Twin Fangs that you can kind of heal through the poke. You can have a very strong farming lane. You should not be pressured heavily as far as like a solo kill or anything like that. And Cassio, when you can have those sorts of lane, you can get to the sort of sustained damage that Galio cannot deal with, and you're being allowed to kind of scale up in a relatively farm-heavy lane.
Yeah, Snake Champion all about the scaling here on this one as the second phase comes through. I mean, I've used the joke before, but it's so easy. Blitzcrank Rakan up table so far. Of course, it's been the split of tank supports, absolutely. There's a lot of theories I've heard about this as well. Doran Shield, of course, was credited with a lot of the big swing, but also I've heard credit to the fact that we're seeing more fighter top laners, so you need more tank stats somewhere else. Now, in this case, it's still tank top laners on both these sides, or at least a tank mid laner on the side of Immortals, but still, it seems like it's very common these players want to play beefier, playmaking supports, and it seems like the players really like it, so do the fans.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun to watch it. It's also easier to understand the impact that the supports are having in the game. You know, they are the ones initiating a lot of these fights, so you're able to see these guys get highlighted more, get more credit for the great play that they are having. And Bard going to be taken off the table here as well. If they pick Morgana, that's actually pretty cool. So this is something that is a takeaway from Olay. So you look at Olay's champion pool, you know, some of his most popular champions, Thresh, the Blitzcrank, the Bard, and then the Karma and the Morgana, right? So it's like you essentially
his
have now...
most played are all off the table.
Yeah, so you ban out between the two sides his foremost played, basically. You take away the Morgana, which is the fifth there, and you're putting him in a position where he now has to show something different.
And he's going to play Nami. Like, Tom Kench apparently not something he wants to play. Braum nothing he doesn't want to play either on this one. I think Nami is a good lane matchup into Morgana, even though it sounds kind of weird you block out of CC. I just feel like the lane works very well for the champion, and now Immortals have to show their bot lane marksman.
And while you can obviously block some of the CC coming out of Nami, Nami has such good trading and sustain in the lane that you can bully out of Morgana, certainly. And definitely in combination with the Varus, if they do lock this in, it should be a strong laning duo. That said, Nami is a squishy champion. If you get caught by a binding as a Zac or someone like that is going to come in, you are not going to get much of a chance to do anything to react because this team is extremely CC heavy across the board. You have Zac, you have Shen. That's a ton already. Then Morgana with the binding and the ultimate to lock you up. There's Cassio ultimate. Now there's Ashe. Like, this is a ridiculously CC heavy team from Team Dignitas, and playing something like Nami, if you ever get caught by one, you're almost certainly going down.
Absolutely the case. So engage tools here everywhere on Team Dignitas. The damage output still does exist. Cassiopeia's got plenty. Ashe not terrible in her own right as well. We'll see what comes through as the rest of the draft has completed. Immortals going to put Flame on another fighter. It seems to be his most common playstyle, to be honest. He's playing a lot of these Black Cleaver using auto-attacking top laners, so he can be a damage source of his own.
Yeah, guys like Renekton, J4 really have been very popular. They all kind of build the same here too. You go Black Cleaver, Titanic, and then we're seeing the Stoneplate almost always as that third option. You do have some other kind of routes you can take. If you are snowballing, you can go for more heavy damage. If you're falling behind, you can go more heavy tank, things like this. But that 3-item core is exceptionally strong, and I love the champions like Kled for someone such as Flame because he's doing well in lane, and then you can take that lead and you can roam elsewhere. You can make plays, engages on mid lane, on bot lane, things like this, and can sometimes work pretty well in combination with that.
Definitely can. So champ select is over and the players ready to go into this one. Shrimp seemingly getting the nod as the new go-to starter of Team Dignitas. It's been several weeks in a row now that he is the go-to player, and they put their faith in him, and it has worked out so far for this team in yellow and black. Meanwhile, Immortals hoping to keep that run toward first place, but Dignitas could end it right now and take that title back over here. Still got to see which one it's going to be for us as champ select is over and ready to dive into this game. It's the end of Saturday here in the North American LCS on the second stream, but we are ready to go for game one of this one to see who can be the #1 squad as game one begins.
And it's going to be an exciting one. Both teams have such a crazy amount of engage, right? And it's going to be a lot about who is able to pick the correct fights, who is able to find that initial opportunity. Because with Kled and Gregus, those are multiple great ways in for the Galio to find these hard engages. And similarly with Ashe, you can engage very easily with him, with Zach, and so much of the fights I feel like are going to come down to who can get the first pick, who can kill someone off before they can react. Because if you can knock in someone like the Cassio or the Ashe from Dignitas and delete them, there's not a lot of sustained DPS left in the rest of the team.
That's the case here, and we'll wait to see what's going to happen as Flame walks in, looks what Shrimp is doing, and of course Zach really likes to kill Raptors at the very start. You can hit them all easy with the W, they're easy to knock around.
And I certainly expect him to try, but they've kind of ceded vision control completely on that side of the map, so he may not be really having that opportunity. Gragas is sitting over there, so is the Kled. Galio can be extremely frustrating to deal with when you're trying to take those Raptors, because if Galio just comes and throws over a delayed Q, he can steal away the mini Raptors very easily, which can make sometimes starting on that side of the map not worthwhile, and that's why we see Shrimp over towards that blue buff. He's going for the safer option.
Yep. And you can see that there was those 2 deep trinket wards put down by Immortals to help track him, but Shrimp won't be seen early on.
And this is going to be a bit of a back and forth battle. Keen wants to try to steal away some of these little Raptors. If he can actually steal 2, you can take away level 2 off the camp at all. So now this means he still gets level 2, but he doesn't get them from the little Raptors. If you take the second, you don't get level 2 off the camp at all, which is really the big win. So this is like okay, but not a massive deal for Smithy.
Right, he's going to get to the same things. He can't go for the XP Quint level 3 super power farm route, but that's not going to be a major issue on a Gragas anyway.
Yeah, and the big punish is really when they're level 1 after the first camp, now you have a non-leashed red buff that you have to clear as a level 1 Gragas, which takes so long, and that can really put you behind. So not going to have to deal with that. Both junglers going to be on pretty even terms.
Right, we get to see the rest of these lanes as they pan out right now. Looks like a pretty heavy farm route for Shrimp. Blue into Wolves, might do Raptors first before he goes to the red buff. He knows, again, Gragas, not much of an invading champion. We really get to see Zach in this one, but you expect that Shrimp has the practice to play it well.
Yeah, sometimes you don't, though. I mean, where are you going to practice this a lot, right? That's sometimes the question is, in solo queue, this is essentially a permaban. If you don't expect to get it in scrims, then you're probably not running Zach that often in scrims. So it's not something that you can just log on and practice online. It's sometimes a little bit tougher to get those games in on the permaban champions.
Absolutely, but we'll see. We've so far seen pretty good performances out of the Zacs, but you're right, it's still remaining to be seen, and of course Immortals happy to take the risk here for themselves. Nice hawk shot by Lod, perfectly timed, sees that Smithy is in fact taking his blue, and they can summarize his exact jungle path based in his CS so far. The Wolves are dead as well.
And this is pretty nice from Someday. So Someday essentially needed to have the wave all the way to the turret. If you're going to shove, you need to hard shove and have it bouncing by the time the jungler takes that other blue. And Pobelts are just going to TP back to lane, but they could look for something on Keen if he steps a little bit too far forward. I should be aware of where the jungler is or where the jungler could be, though.
I think it's likely Smithy might end up crossing paths with Shrimp. Is he going to satchel up the wall? Yes. Blast Cone puts him over here, and now he sees an enemy champion. Going to steal away a couple of these little Krug pieces, but Shrimp going to get the rest of the camp.
Yeah, not a big deal at all. Smithy has to get out of there because he sees Someday missing from that lane. Does not want to get collapsed on. So both junglers, very even overall. Shrimp did kind of take down that one extra camp, though.
Exactly, yeah. Shrimp is up one camp, losing one medium Krug, not a huge deal. He's up that one camp otherwise, but there's a gank in the top side. Looking for this one here is Someday. Gonna find somewhere to run, puts the taunt down, hoping to find a little bit more. Nice flash, still
so
gonna
well
land.
done.
Beautiful by Xmithy, but he's got to slow here. This Shen, can they get him under the turret? It's gonna be close. Yes, he does. The violent tendencies do what the name describes on the tin, and Flame gets first blood.
That was so well done by Smithy. He throws out the body slam knowing Someday will flash react. Then he redirects his body slam with that flash, still catching Someday after he pops that summoner. But you have to criticize Someday a little bit. The wave is pushing back towards him. There's no reason to be this far up. That's just greeting for CS. Gragas is topside. You knew that. And you're fighting for what will essentially be a loss of 2 to 3 CS if you sit back and let the wave push. Because it has fully bounced. You're going to get almost all that farm. Instead, he wants to fight for that 1, for that 2 CS, really greeted out. Right. And he gets punished by a beautiful play here from Smithy.
Right, it's not like there even should be any communication issues. Shrimp is also Korean. They can easily talk to one another. There should be no issues at all. And you're right, it is greed by Someday, and it punishes him here. Flash down, TP used to get back to lane. Only Ruby Crystal refillable on the recall. And Flame actually able to walk back to lane because of the way the wave was, so TP advantage for Immortals. Yeah, it's really nice for Flame. Because he also was the one who gets the first blood. It's not that the jungler just came and killed his lane opponent. He actually picks that up, so that early buy of the Tiamat going to be very good here on the champion as well. Definitely going to feel great. There's that long-range buy, but no follow-up available. Ola can heal himself, and unless there is an all-in, he's going to be honestly okay with this without many issues here. Quick Krug clear for Xmithy, and these two little ones will drop to the W and a couple auto attacks afterwards. A little annoying killing Krugs is Gragas because the W's % health damage, you actually don't kill the small Krugs with the big empowered task flam. But it's just like, oh wait, they didn't take any damage. I've got to use something else now.
It can be a little bit frustrating. A lot of champions really do struggle with those Krugs, and on some champions, people actually just skip them pretty much altogether because it's so annoying to take them down until you have something like, you know, a bombing Cinder for your Cinderhawk, and you have some sort of AoE item, you know, maybe like a Hurricane, someone like Kindred really can struggle with that too.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of jungle paths where they'll kill just the big one and then like one medium and small ones and just walk away. They don't go for the rest of the camp because the last little pieces. They have so much armor, it's really hard for physical damage junglers to kill that thing off. And now, another fight in the top side of the map. Both junglers are around though, so Xmithy gonna be here first, but Shrimp around the walls and he's in Fog of War. Someday still buying some time. The fact that he turned aggressive at all, I think, kind of gave away Shrimp's location because again, I don't think he was seen, but the dive didn't continue for Immortals.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they got fully in range of Shrimp. I do agree maybe Someday could have tried to bait it out a bit harder because they were actually in a position where they could have perhaps won that fight. And Big now under trouble.
A lot of damage. The flash fall from Autotech gets the Shen ulti out, and Law dodges the bubble. Ole not long for the world, of the kill comes through. Big sadly gets the kill on support, but still one kill is nice to have.
That was really well done, actually, both from Someday, but also from Big. You know, playing it pretty cool, redirecting to kind of turn around and bring that Shen back in. So many players, as they're getting that Shen ultimate, actually just run him out of range because they're so afraid of dying.
Right.
So delivering in Someday, picking up a kill in that bot lane, going to be pretty good for them.
Really good for them, absolutely agree. And I don't know if Someday just barely hit level 6 or if Immortals didn't communicate, but certainly that all-in got turned around by that ultimate.
Yeah, he had been 6 before even the gank hop and topside. So he's been 6 for a while here, something that they certainly should be playing around, but it's easy to forget. It was a nice sidestep from Ole, and that's what kind of prompted the all-in. When that binding misses, it's very tough for Morgana to actually turn around and fight back, but Big able to just step in. It was a good bait and very quick Shen ultimate to turn around that kill. So Someday makes a bit of a mistake topside, but makes up for it a bit more here.
Right, and he's even still up in farm. He had to walk all the way back to top lane, and he's still up 11 gold or 11 CS right here. So credit for the recovery to Someday.
Yeah, and Shen can actually duel up very well against someone like Kled. We also have to remember that Flame did not TP back to lane. He's saving that for his team, so that is something that garners the Shen a little bit more farm there too. But you know, it's one of those things where generally you will start losing the 1v1 later, but it takes quite a while for Shen to actually start losing to champions like this.
Absolutely, so we'll see if that comes through later on to this one. Flame's still getting attack damage. His Tiamat's done, of course, and we'll wait for a bit more. Someday building to the Jarm's Fist first. Tiamat will come in later, though. It's almost ubiquitous here in this champion to get some level of wave clear. Xmithy clears away some Krugs. Mid lane pretty close to equal. It is Keen doing a bit better, of course. Immortals showed that it was Galio mid based on their first half of the draft, and Keen said, yes, my best possible pick here is the Cassiopeia. Give it to me. It's the counter pick, or, you know, or the strong matchup that, you know, whether it's a technically counter pick or not. It is Keen doing pretty well here into this one in the bot lane. That kill, of course, gives a small nod to Lot, even though he was down in farm.
And I definitely agree that it's more in the camp of strong matchup or a good answer rather than counter, because the Casio should not be like just killing Pobelter over and over, but you have this hyper-scaling team fighting champion that has sustain built in, that once you get some items built up, can really start to bully the Galio, right? And it's not someone where you're going to struggle to wave clear against him. It's not someone where you're going to get poked out. And it's not someone where you're going to get outscaled. So it kind of checks all the boxes that you would want from this mid lane matchup, and I think that's why people are playing the Casio more and more.
Absolutely the case, and it's looking pretty good. Teamfight damage, certainly great to have. More poke onto this one, but the magic damage shield makes it not terrible.
One thing I don't love, though, about the comp is when you're playing into a Galio, having an AP laner against him is fine, you know, although he does obviously really like to itemize MR. But if you have physical damage sources from elsewhere, that can make it so he can't just itemize super efficiently against you. That being said, Zac is essentially mostly AP, well, basically all AP. Shen is actually mostly magic damage. The Morgana is mostly magic damage, so it's just LoD. So Pobelter is going to have a very easy time stacking MR and not really having to worry against most of these teams.
Because even LoD hasn't had very good damage stats so far this split. Immortals, though, going to be dove down here to this one. Going to miss.
Bounce.
Yeah, that's going to be all the damage they need. He is gone for certain. Shrimp gets the kill, and the turret's going to be next up.
Really well done, utilizing that level 6 on the Ash Arrow, even bringing down Casio just in case. That covers any insurance policy with, you know, someone TPing in or something like that. So they're going to race for the first turret. Bot lane should be able to get it as they have the extra members down there. This is very well done, and you know what? I honestly, in a lot of cases, would just like to see you give that solo gold over to LoD, since Immortals are not racing for it, and he's your only physical damage component. So you really want to get this guy strong, because if he is not strong, Gragas just itemizes only MR. Pobelter itemizes only MR. You build early lockets, and you have a lot of answers to the magic damage coming out of Dig.
Absolutely agree. So we'll see if it ends up coming down to LoD doing well, or if Dignitas can snowball off an early game lead. 1,000 gold up for them. The Mountain Drake going to be grabbed without much issue as well. Means they can keep playing the early pressure, and with LoD going for the Ruin King build on this Ashe, they have absolutely very high Baron threat. Cassiopeia, Ruin King, Mountain Drake.
And I think the Blade of the Ruin King is a very smart build here, just because you're looking at like multiple tanks here too, right? So it makes a lot of sense for multiple reasons. But there always is the threat. There's always the strategy of, especially when you have such heavy dive, kill the 1AD threat, itemize MR, don't actually build armor, you know, just count on the fact that Smithy and Pobelter are going to be able to dive and knock him in and kill him before he can get something done.
Well, if the dive can happen, then it's going to look good for them, but they've got to deal with Black Shields and Zacs and Cassiopeias and even a Shen.
Yeah, and tons of CC.
Right, the peel is there for LoD, so I think it's definitely his game to carry if he wants to do so. Team Dignitas, again, no slouches in their own right, holding on to this 1,000 gold lead, but Immortal's going to hope to walk into this bot lane here. They've gotten some pressure before, but Shrimp waiting in the wings.
Oh, and Smithy gets caught. They're going to go for the follow-up.
The ward missed, but Pled's coming in as well. They're going to find Dig. Not for a lot of CC, though. Flashed away, and the cast means nothing because the Black Shield was still on. Now Galio to join the fight. Not going to find anything, though, except some minions to kill off.
Shrimp must have really hesitated there. He had not been spotted, was in the bush the whole time, still didn't jump in, now looking, but I feel like you can't go at this point. It's too late.
Missed a couple of ults now. Smithy going to get slowed down a little bit. Flame actually loses his passive as well, so he's got to run away for this one, and Immortals just slightly over-diving. Even though Keen was never around, they couldn't get the fire to work.
Yeah, you know, I think Shrimp maybe could have jumped in on the initial play when they did CC Smithy up so heavily because they had a binding. Morgana ult, the Ashe ult, if you go in on him with that Zac, maybe you take him down, but they were scared about fully committing to the fight because Keen was not there. He could not roam, and to be fair, you're still getting the advantage of Keen getting the extra farm and CS and pushing in on that turret. So as long as you don't die on bot side, as long as you don't give up a turret, it's still very good for Dig.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be okay for them right here, and Keen got the pressure in the mid lane. His farm's going up and up. He's plus 18 right now over Pobelter. We'll see if that tank pick works out a little bit later right now, but free farming Cassiopeia, the strong matchup, looks pretty solid. Keen can feel good about this one. We'll wait to see what the next big play is. Of course, with the Drake down, the only neutral objective on the map is the Rift Herald. In the cast yesterday, we saw the teams actually lane swap really quickly to get over there. Either of these teams seem to have high priority on it.
Yeah, they are swapping it up now as Someday has gone bot, so I think they're going to try to pressure mid lane. But it does seem a little bit of a strange choice, as that is where the Galio is, who can very easily wave clear. If anything, you would think you'd want to lane swap top and really start to pressure the Kled, who can't wave clear as safely.
Ooh, and Cody Sun lands the Q. Actually, Smithy gets the smite just in time. The piercing arrow comes in, so a nice red buff onto the best possible wielder. See if that means much. 700 gold difference, actually. Someday, nice trinket ward to make sure he's not getting ganked. Of course, Ole can trade that out pretty easily.
Now, finally, Dig bot lane are going up top, and Kled is pretty far up here. Big has the ultimate available, so we'll see if he can catch Flame.
Point blank ulti. He's going to try to maybe face tank the... actually, Flame doesn't have it. There's really no way out. Lands the binding a little bit early, but the Ashe are going to come down. That's going to force the dismount. Now can Flame get away? Lands some autos, lands the pocket pistol, slowed down by Ashe, and he's got no way out, and he cannot remount in time. Laud gets the kill, and the head start is continuing.
Really well done from Big. I mean, that's a simple play to make, but they executed quite well. Flame did not have vision on the top side, really, besides just that one ward, which was actually avoided by the Morgana, so they pick up a kill there. Very nicely done. Goes over to Laud, and he'll be happy to receive that.
I think it's interesting. I want to make a minor dig, actually, or yeah, a dig at Big right here. Pun not intended. He did use his Q, I think, too early. The Morgana ultimate is a 1.5 second long stun. There are no Merc Treads. There's no way out for Flame. Wait as long as you can so that you can get the full duration stun, wait at least a second, toss the Q out, get the full duration there, wait even longer, then toss the Ashe arrow out, and they overlap CC a little bit too much. Sure, they got the kill, but if Flame were any tankier, there's the chance he actually remounts because enough time was bought or something else. And I always like to see them optimize. They didn't quite do it, but it did still work out for Team Dignitas.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice smite by Smithy.
And it can be one of those things, while I do agree, you always should be going for the optimal play, the kind of perfect CC lap. It could be one of those things where they're saying, hey, Flame has no flash, no chance for him to get out, and they're just kind of, business as usual, just training him down. Either way, they get the kill, so not the biggest of deals, but we'll see if that CC overlap can come back to bite them later in the game.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is because Big is not a huge Morgana player. So if this continues to be an issue and someone does slink away at 50 health, it's like, well, you didn't have the reps on Morgana right here. It was a takeaway. It was a champ select thing to try to put Ole in something less comfortable. And Ole's 0-2. I mean, this choice may still very work out, even if he's not the perfect Morgana player. As we have this game, actually, that's still sitting very close, though. Immortals farming really nicely. You're seeing Cody Sun get a pretty big farm lead over his lane opponent, and the rest of their team grabbing the scraps pretty well.
And Cody Sun has just been such a point of strength for the team this season. I really do like his play. And I'm very excited to see how he's going to be able to perform because he has all these pieces around him to protect him, right? You have such a beefy front line. You do have all the tools kind of put in there to try to protect you from this dive and to allow you to carry.
We'll see if they can get much for that one. The taunt's not going to be much against Shrimp, who was able to jump in time. Mid turret, though, very, very low. About 500 health left on that.
Interesting to see Pobelter actually goes Adaptive Helm here first. And I know you've done some of the math on that, and that is something that is very rarely efficient. It's almost always better to go something like a Spirit Visage, and I think even on Galio, going for the Abyssal Mask can be a really strong choice to amp up some of the magic damage coming out of Smithy, yourself, and Ole.
Sure, this is definitely going to be tankier than Abyssal Mask. That said, I do love Abyssal Mask, and it's good for the offense, obviously, especially with the magic damage dealer like Smithy on your team. But right, you have to take almost sort of 2,500, 2,000 something damage from Cassiopeia overall after magic resist for it to matter here. And that's just comparing against Spirit Visage, right? That's for the unique passive to be good enough here. No one else is going to have that kind of repeated magic damage. In a team fight, he's almost definitely caring more about Laud than Keen, in which case you'd rather just have the health to deal with Ashe auto attacks. So I'm of the opinion that it seems like a slightly weak buy, but we'll see what happens over this one. If he really is dueling Keen, then it will become efficient.
Certainly possible. But Keen is really going to take over, I think, in that 1v1. Like, from this point forward, it's so hard to ever see Galio having much potency in a duel against Keen, because Keen really is going to be tanky enough that he can't really get burst down by Galio, and you have enough sustain at this point that he really can become very, very strong. And he is going to be such a massive frontline threat. I'm kind of interested to see how early Keen is going to decide to pick up something like a Void Staff, as you know that a lot of MR is going to be stacked by the front line. There's
the flash over the button. Look for the root, look for the team fight. Now the flash forward by Big is going to find himself at least one stun, but here comes Galio. Stops the bounce, but Cody's going to lose his life first without flash available. 1 for 0 so far. Nice knockback on a Keen means Flame going to chase down for this kill. Pobelter running down to the wings, but the CC is there to keep Keen alive. A couple more seconds, but Ole finally gets a shutdown.
Lots here now.
Smithy forced to run away, going to get over the wall. Pobelter finds himself one taunt. Flame back and forth, does remount. But will there be much more of a fight? It is a 4v4 route onto the tank in the mid lane. Xamte wants a bit more, waiting for his taunt to be back up, but not going to go for the play just yet. Flame back to full HP already, remounting nicely. Well done to Skarl there.
And it's actually just a 1-for-1, but they are pushing forward. Somebody taking quite a bit of damage here. And Immortals want to use the chip damage that they've gotten to try to pressure the turret, but not having your AD carry up, it's very hard to siege.
Yeah, there's really no ranged champions left to do meaningful damage, so out they go for this one. The Shrimp goes back to the jungle to farm back up. Team Dignitas still able to get up a couple hundred extra gold off the end of that fight as everyone goes back to clear their map.
That was a very, very even team fight. You would have thought more people would be going down, but pretty well played on both sides. And it's so many tanky members. As damage dealers do fall, it's very hard to actually finish people off. You know, Cody-san went down, and Keen went down, and then there's just not a lot of DPS kind of left in the tank.
And at that point, they can ignore him as they take down that mid lane turret. Well played to the tanks of Team Dignitas. The early Quicksilver Sash by Cody-san is a little weird because there's not a lot of damage on the Immortals lineup, and delaying damage up it seems a bit suspect.
It's tough, though, because at the same time, if he goes down, you know, there's almost nothing left in the way of team fight damage for them, right? Gragas and Galio are not going to put out a lot. Kled has some burst, but he could get kited very heavily. And there's so many, like, CCs here. If you get hit by a binding, you probably lose a team fight. Hit by an Ash Arrow, probably lose a team fight. So, sure, yes, you can, you know, try to play it perfectly where you don't buy that item and you just say, I am going to dodge everything and my front line's going to block everything. But, you know, I think it's a reasonable choice because the cost of getting hit is so high.
Sure, and it doesn't have to be Cody-san's fault that he's in this scenario. This could be World Champs. Like, there's a point where good luck being a backliner, good luck having no damage. This could just be Immortals being out-comped, and there's no good way out for Cody-san. He's just in the situation now.
And, you know, this is a game where I think rushing for something like a Michaelis from Olay would be very, very strong because there is so much CC, and, you know, that takes a long time to get to, too. And they're looking for the dive now. Galio could follow up in the ultimate here if they decide. Nope.
Flame not quite on range, pretty hard CC, but does buy himself a bit of time. Turret's not going to go down. The bubble going to buy a bit, though, but here comes the taunt on the front line, looking for a bit more on a Flame. Taunt's going to come across, a stun on the front line tank, though, and Pobelter doesn't even feel the damage. His shield was enough, but Shrimp comes back in for a bit more. Knocked up into the air. The knockback is there. Well played by Smithy, and a Bloblets they go. A taunt onto Sunday. Bubble going to land as well. All the CC they need to pick up the tanks, just maybe. As Ignite burns down on the Shen, and they're not quite going to get him, but Shrimp is still dead. They bought all the time they needed. 1-4-0, and it works out.
It's just, these front lines are just going at it, and Lod was not there at the start of the fight. That's the difference maker. Cody-san was pumping out damage. Lod had to come down from the top side, so it was a good force from Immortals. Even though there's 4 members, there's essentially only one source of real damage. The Shen and the Zac are doing very, very little, and now they're going for a dive.
The flash knockup is there. Black Shield's in front, the top, but it still means that Keen is caught out. He receives the Shen for his troubles. Cody-san forced to Q this to run away. One more shot would kill him, but he can't find it. Pobelter heroically entrances and exits the team fight there, but it's still a death of 2 as Cody-san did in fact burn down. A double kill for Keen.
Oh, and Keen now, you do not want to be giving him those kills. This is a guy who really can take over the fights big time, and I think that the further into this game we get, the more in the favor of Dignitas it will be. With Smithy down, they have Cassio with a blue buff. They can rush down this Baron ridiculously fast. I don't think there's any chance that Immortals can really contest this. Sure, the TP's coming in, but what are you going to do?
Who's going to even steal it? Flame can't jump walls the first half of his E. The Galio cannot either. There's literally nothing to be gained. He satchels over the wall and knocks up one, but there's no team fight around. He's slowed by Ashe, and Ice Bubble buys some time, but Black Shield keeps Lod kicking. He's going to get that kill picked up. I don't know what that TP was about. Literally, it was unstealable.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those desperation things. They perhaps felt like the game was lost if they don't stop that Baron, so they decide to go for that really low percentage play. It doesn't work out, though. The Baron goes over to Dignitas, and they now have a stranglehold on this game.
They really do. Nicely played here. Team Dignitas up 3,500 on this one, and we watch the mid lane fight again.
And the dive comes in once more, but the Shen ultimate is up and perhaps wasn't really respected. Nice Morgana. Black Shield gets Lada, who is the lower of the members, and then Someday with a good ult selection onto Keen, choosing that Cassio, who's going to be the one going aggressively forward. As soon as they take down Smithy, they have the ability to just go right over towards the Baron. No jungler down, the Zac can respawn, and they're able to secure that.
Really well played on them. And speaking of junglers being down at Smithy, also with that helm, it is even less debatable here. You have a self-heal. Visage is by far the better item there, and it's bad itemization, honestly. Mistakes out of Immortals. And look, these aren't going to be game-losing mistakes, but there's still optimizations that should be made here. As Team Dignitas just playing better on a lot of different fronts. Phantom Dancer now done for Lod, means he can even dual Flame a bit better. And it looks like just down the line, Team Dignitas having a much better game.
And it also looks like Lod's just going to build into the double Zeal items. I think Hurricane could be very effective here with 3 melee champions that are going to be up and getting AoE'd by the Ashe. That's a very powerful buy. You know, looking at Pobelter, the Galio, the Gragas, the Kled, all going to be up there. And that makes it a super, super powerful build, I think, for Lod.
Absolutely agree, and he's going to do pretty well for himself. I want to see his damage numbers at the end. He hasn't been in all the team fights, but when he is in, the damage is there. Flame always going to cast him a little bit short to make sure he doesn't over-dive, but it means that he's got no chase, and there's no tail to that. And just Dignitas able to walk away and prevent the engage happening at all.
It's a tough spot for Immortals now, though, because they are going to get pretty heavily outscaled, I feel like, with this Cassio in the mid lane. I think she can start to really take over fights. You have the playmaking ability, but that's really what it's going to come down to. Unless Smithy can get a great ultimate and they can burst someone down, unless they can find this awesome Kled engage in a straight-up just 5v5 fight, Dignitas should almost always win, I feel like, from this point forward.
It seems likely. And we'll see if they can make that one happen here to this one as we wait for the pushes to keep going. 1 minute left on the Baron. They've got that Infernal Drake. And Immortals only just hiding and waiting as their marksman is a full item behind at this point. It's Zeal versus Phantom Dancer. And honestly, at this point, Lod can finish his next Zeal, no problem. And no damage. And Dig just doesn't need to rush anything, right? They can play patiently. They can just farm and scale. So I think that's a big reason why they're not being super aggressive with this Baron yet. They're going to get all the lanes shoved in, then try to chip away and just get the guaranteed gold leads because I think they feel they have the scaling advantage, and I certainly tend to agree. Plus, the only way you really lose or kind of throw from here is getting hard engaged. So play it slow, establish vision, get all the lanes working, and then look to do something. Ooh, they're going to find Lod to a big taunt there as well, but Shrimp is going to buy a bit more time, and Big in the front lines, though, should be running away with this, and there's the knockback. Can they kill him in time? And they can't. Here comes some. They push the dodge zone. Looking for a taunt as well, but they're buying a bit more time. The auto's coming in. They're going to knock down Xmithy. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Those supports have dropped for the IMT jungler. The team fight still seemingly won by Team Dignitas, ready to keep pushing.
Yeah, Keen is still full health. They're going to look to continue this dive. Oh, not going to hit the Q.
Not going to land it just yet, but both are walking away safely on this, but the Siege can maybe keep going. Baron buff timing out now, but they got plenty out of it. 6,000 almost the gold lead.
And they're actually looking to threaten the dive. Shrimp's going to go in. These people are low on mana.
Gonna miss a little bit more. Nice knockback into a pretty big top, but is the damage even there? Cody-san has to do something. This doesn't have the items for it to matter at all. One more. Dignitas is running away. Shrimp's going to stay safe.
Kled ultimate is up. It doesn't look like they're going to decide to chase here, though, as Galio's heading over to the top side. So didn't get too much with this Baron buff, but they got, I think, enough. They have a pretty comfortable gold lead now. They can go back, spend up that gold, and really get themselves to a point where they are going to be pretty powerful. I think that the Abyssal Mask on Shen is actually very intelligent to buff up the Cassio himself, the Zac, the Morgana. Like, this is a lot of sources that he is going to be helping out. So I like that buy from Someday, and I'm very heavily in favor of these kind of supportive tanky buys, like things like, you know, I'd love to see a Knight's Vow out of him. Things like the Locket, I think, are so strong and so efficient now on these tanks when you have very powerful carries.
That's the case here, and we'll see if that supportive power comes in soon. Right now, just waiting for the reset as Team Dignitas clear out their jungle. They go back for one next set of buys, and yeah, a pretty respectable 4,000 gold Baron power play. Infernal Drake included in that as well. Not as a gold number, aside from the 25 you get from last hitting it, but even more gained with that buff. Next Drake's gonna be second Infernal, so more things Team Dignitas would like to close the game out with. As we go back onto the map, it's actually going to be Lod mixing and matching his items, going towards what's probably a Guardian Angel with that BF sword, I'm going to guess. Could be IE as well, but either way, that doesn't build from a Brawler's Gloves.
Yeah, it could just be an IE now. Maybe just deciding to change that up. I think that, you know, even like a Bloodthirster could be pretty effective when it's pretty low damage output, then you're not really threatened. So certainly has some options here. Not going to go the path that we originally were expecting with that Brawler's Glove, but it's not going to be a big deal either way. And there's so many interesting itemization choices I now feel like with the increase in strength in some of these supportive items.
Yeah.
You know, Gargoyle Stoneplate is very strong for you individually, but you know, how do you weigh that against something like the Locket or the Knight's Vow that can really, you know, empower your carries who are the kind of the main focus? And this is these kind of choices I think are very interesting.
And even you still have items like Zeke's Convergence, which I know was, you know, thought to be very good coming in, but Knight's Vow got arguably better. It got some CDR on it and whatnot, and you've got to still decide across all these different items, what is the optimization for me? Who do I support? Do I support the entire team of the Locket? Do I support one person with Knight's Vow? Do I buff up their damage instead with Zeke's? What else can I go for here? Maybe we get a Righteous Glory, as we all know Captain Flowers loves for himself on his Skarner, and we'll see what comes next. But Team Dignitas waiting to close this one out and make the game one look solid.
Yeah, they are certainly in control, you know, getting some vision out, trying to play this pretty safe, pretty slow. Shen is just going to be pushing in the bot side, and as long as you draw the Kled down to you, you can then roam and look to make a play, or you can just keep him kind of in this neutral position. And Dignitas are just looking to slowly kind of out-farm their opponents, take over the jungle, take over, you know, these side lanes, and really look to eke out any small advantage that they can get.
So we'll see what comes through. Waiting to go as here comes Flame looking for damage on a Someday, and he's supposed to be able to win this one-on-one. He's got a level deficit and only gets so much damage down. Going to wait out Someday's shield and walk right back out of this one.
And I think, to be fair, eventually he would if they fought for a long time, but he doesn't know where everyone on Dignitas is, so he doesn't really have the luxury of fighting for that long time. Laud just barely misses Will Shrimp.
Yep. They're going to dash away, take a couple turret shots, heals right back up. They're going to kite away from the slows. There's the Q from Shrimp finding something. And here comes Galley with the grand entrance, finds double knockups, looking for a big here in this one. Taunt's going to land, buys a bit more time, but they can't kill him off. The rest of CC is there. Cassiopeia played by Keen, going to zone them right back out.
And they get the TP out of Flames. Somebody did not respond. They were confident that they could get away, so now they have that pressure. We're seeing Immortals look for the engage.
And they're going to look for a little bit of something on this one. Keen knocked around for a couple more seconds, and now Shrimp in the front line, looking for plenty to do. Let's Bounce brings in the back line. And Cody-san going to lose his life for it. Couldn't get away. His flash was down. And the CC to be found is Xmithy trying to run for his life. One more shot would kill him, and Someday and Keen going to make that happen and Poboter next up to die. There's no way out. A double kill for Laud in the back line. And now only 2 members alive for Immortals. Team Dignitas have the Baron, they have the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to keep pushing. There's such long death timers. They could potentially end the game or even just take the inhibitor, then go back to the Baron. So they have a lot of options here.
And it's going to be the mid lane at the very least. The turret's going to fall 15 seconds in the first respawn, and it's 30 for the rest of them here into this one. Inhibitor will fall, and the call is likely to be go back to the Baron, and they ping it.
Yeah, and I think this is the smartest choice. This is essentially a guaranteed victory that you can get. No way that that inhibitor can be contested. And if you try to stay around and end the game and you get aced, then you lose the Baron and you can throw. So this is very smart. There's no way that Smithy can actually get here in time. TP is up on Pobelter, but I don't think they can even try to contest.
You're right. I think it's the exactly optimal shot call you could make right here, and it's Team Dignitas. It's so funny thinking about it because this has been a team who's reshaped what a Team Dignitas Baron is at this point. It's been good calls for this. It's been good shot calling here for this squad. You think of a team with Someday on it, and you're like, all right, yeah, they've got to carry top laner to win the game. It's like, no, you're going to play Shen every game. We're going to shot call away to victory, and it's happened here for Team Dignitas. Immortals making the best of a bad situation. They're able to grab that Infernal Drake. That's a compensation, I guess. It's a, a secondary prize here, but Team Dignitas, I think, with his Baron buff and 10,000 gold, likely to close the game out.
Yeah, and it's just about this initial play. When Cody-san goes down, that is all their damage. There's just nothing really left there. So the Shen ultimate is forward onto the Zac. He's able to bring him in with the slap, flash in on him there from Shrimp, pull him back while he's taunted. So much CC overlapped on a Cody-san. They pull him back with that Let's Bounce right into the carries, take him down, and then it's a full retreat for Immortals. There's just no damage left if Cody-san goes down. And essentially it just feels like Dignitas has the one extra damage threat, and that's all they really needed. The Kled, sure, he is a DPS champion, but he's locked down, he's isolated, and Cassio and Ashe are getting so much work done.
Absolutely, they are. They're doing well for themselves here. And now we've got the special old school movie. We got the talkies. Or I guess we don't have any talkies here. This one is just, there we go. We got it back, and we are ready to go for the turrets siege. 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the Baron buff. Let's see what we can do with this one. Team Dignitas hope to complete their masterpiece here. 32 minutes in almost. For a bit more to go. Damage on a Shrimp, Flame trying on the wings, but just where is the follow-up? A last Whisper in for Cody-san will help with some tank shredding. He's just so far behind the curve. Infinity Edge done, new Zeal for Laud. You contrast those bot laners' items, and it's night and day right now.
And I mean, mid laners as well, right? This is 4 completed items for Keen versus 2 end pieces for Pobelter. So the Cassio is enormous. Dignitas looking to close this one out, are looking very, very poised, very strong.
Pretty likely. Here comes the damage up onto this turret, continuing now as Laud not pulling aggro, just going for a few more auto attacks, but with Black Shield down, has to respect the chance of a flash engage.
And they're playing this very patiently. They're allowing mid lane to push in, so now either Immortals has to engage or they have to deal with those mid lane minions. They need to make a choice essentially right away, though, as this turret is getting chipped down. It's going to go down here pretty soon, and yeah, it looks like they're going to deal with those mid lane minions, so Dignitas can just stay around and on this wave probably kill the turret.
They're going to try for the engage right there. They find him. Laud gets shot up. He's rooted in place. The damage up coming through, but he gets away and he flashes to safety. Laud is just barely up alive. Here comes Let's Bounce, and 1 kill picked up already. It's a trade, though, as Laud has died. And a second kill comes in for Immortals. They're losing their players as well. Xmithy also drops up the map. 3v3, knockup is there. They're going to find Cody-san. That's the kill picked up. Someday leads the charge for a second kill in for Keen, and now it is a 3v1. Ole left alone inside the base, and going to be turning into sushi soon enough as the rest of that squad ready to push in with Baron up super minions. And game 1 will go to Team Dignitas in this battle for first place. There may only be one team left with a single loss, and it just might be this squad right here in the red as they knock down the final Nexus turret, Nexus itself to follow. One more game goes and Team Dignitas will own first place.
Such a well-played game 1 from them. Immortals looking incredibly dominant against CLG yesterday, but Dignitas make this one look pretty easy, and yeah, they're adding a little style to the substance there.
Endgame calls a bit earlier than they stopped hitting the Nexus. I think we faked out production for a second there, but honestly, it was a well-played game. Team Dignitas 1-0. Shrimp, smile on his face. Keen did work that game. 5-1-6 on him. Lot good as well. 5-1-8. They with the takeaway in Morgana. I wouldn't say it was perfect on the Black Shields. I think there were a lot of late ones, but it certainly did seem to make the Team Dignitas bot lane do better than the Immortals squad did, who had gotten so much praise overall. It was like, oh, you know, Lodge is kind of there for along for the ride, but Cody Sun's the big carry, and it was really the opposite in this game, where it felt like so much more came out of the Team Dignitas bot lane.
I think their pick ban was extremely intelligent. I think that so much focus on Olay, we haven't really seen anyone do this yet. So putting him off one of those comfort picks, and while he was fine on the Nami, you know, it's not like you can really attack him and say his play was very poor or anything like that, but he has been such a playmaker and such a catalyst for good things for Immortals, and when he's not on these playmakers, when he's not on the Bard or the Thresh or something like that, it felt like there wasn't a lot going on.
Yeah, that's really the case right here. And we actually had Lod convert really nicely, did the most damage in the game, 21,000 to champions in a 30-minute game. That's a solid number in its own right, but the fact that it was first place was really good. I mean, you consider the fact that, as we talked about, it's a magic damage stack team, so even though Keen did well, he's facing like several adaptive helms, he's facing a bunch of magic resist, and so it came to Lod to do the real damage in the fight because they're all itemizing against Keen, and he did that. And for a player who had low numbers throughout this split, that's nice to see him get that upgrade, to have a full damage build, to be protected by the several tanks in his squad. The Black Shield went there, and they went really nicely. He even got camped for, of course. There was a lot of jungle proximity down to that bot lane, about 24% coming out from Shrimp right there, but it clearly worked.
Yeah, it worked really well, and I think that Someday had some good ults down to the bot lane. The team was playing well around it. They knew their win condition. Your AD carry has to be strong in this sort of composition. But even more so for Immortals, like they in team fights are essentially like one threat team. I mean, yes, there is damage coming out of the Gragas and the Kled.
It exists, but who cares?
And the Galio, but it's not really like the punishing, sustained team fight damage to take down people like the tanks. Yes, it is Chip, it is Poke, but this is not a squishy team. This is, you know, a full tank Zac and the Shen that you have to deal with. That's very, very difficult. So Cody Sun, they simply focus their CC on him, they attack him in the fight, and even if he's just getting pushed out of the fight, the carries from Dignitas are free firing.
Yeah, actually, and they're free firing with better items because Cody Sun has to go buy QSS second item, whether because he got out comped or whether he made a bad choice, doesn't really matter. That was the case he was in, and the damage wasn't there. We have some replays to show real quick. Up first, the 20-minute team fight where Immortals dive mid, and they don't go well with it.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure if they were actually tracking the Shen ultimate here. This was a very nice like set of abilities used by Dignitas. The Black Shield on the lower member, Laud, he had to choose between the Cassio, and then they put the Shen ultimate onto the Keen, onto Cassio there. So it's really nice allocation, and they're able to turn that around, and that was kind of what got them the Baron right afterwards. So it was a good fight.
Yeah, the game was very close up until that point, but that's when it kind of all turned around. Our second replay, 29 minutes in, as Dignitas get the 3-0 to head for the second Baron.
And it's just about Cody Sun here. Cody Sun is really all the damage in the comp for Immortals. So Shen ultimate onto the Zac, move him forward. He gets taunted up into the less bounce. No way for him to really deal with that. And then Laud and Keen, as was the story in almost all the fights, are pretty much untouched. They're just able to pile forward. The tanks are frontlining for them, and there's no real threat onto them.
Yeah, there's no way out for them. As you can see the gold graph right here, it was close for the first 20 minutes right there. It wasn't really too bad. The problem is you had that mid lane team fight. That when the graph starts going down, that was that mid lane 2-for-0 dive turn in a Baron, and just for 10 minutes straight, just a landslide of gold towards Team Dignitas.
And I really did feel like part of the problem about it staying this even for this long is that they are going to get outscaled. I do think that this composition had the advantage going into the late game team fights, so it was something where Immortals, you know, an even game isn't necessarily in their favor. They have to force plays. They have to be getting stuff done with the Gragas and the Galio and the Kled, and it felt like the successful cases in this game were few and far between. There was not really a lot of like Kled ult catches someone, Galio ult, Gragas knocks them in, they get burst down. Like that never really felt like it happened to Laud or Keen, and those are the targets that they needed to be able to get and constantly force plays onto.
Right, and if you are going to play a one-threat team, we saw TSM do that earlier, and they played with Tristana, right? Something a bit safer, something who actually wants to build double Z item and doesn't have to buy a QSS against the Zac, because you're Tristana. You get to do that when you're a champion like this. Varus has to be more defensive. That is not the champion you 1v5 with. And, you know, I guess, yeah, kind of a bad champ like for Immortals. Well blown by Team Dignitas, of course. The steal away helped as well. And now we're going to see if Immortals can even up the score when we come back with Game 2 against Team Dignitas. Be right back. See you soon. Gonna find somewhere to run, puts the taunt down, hoping to find a little bit more. Nice flash, still gonna land.
beautiful by Xmithie, but he's got to slow here. This Shen, can they get him under the turret? It's going to be close. Yes, he does. The violent tendencies. Cody Sun forced to this to run away. One more shot would kill him, but he can't find it. Powelter heroically entrances and exits the team fight there, but it's still a death of 2 as Cody Sun did in fact burn down. Looking for Taunt as well. Powelter buying a bit more time. The auto's coming in. They're going to knock down Xmithie. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Those supports have dropped for the IMT jungler. Nothing's easy to be found is Xmithie trying to run for his life. One more shot would kill him, and Sunday and Keen gonna make that happen. And Powelter next up to die. There's no way out. A double kill for Lod in the back line. Here comes Let's Bounce, and 1 kill picked up already. It's a trade though as Lod has died. And a second kill comes in for Immortals. They're losing their players as well. Xmithie also drops up the map. 3v3, knockup is there. They're gonna find Cody Sun. That's the kill picked up. Sunday leads the charge for a second kill in for Keat.
By Smoothie, Jensen looking for Xmithie with an insane turn. There's the shutdown, double shot back from Powelter, and Cody rips the rest of the team apart.
Everyone knows that carries should be protected, but just standing in front of them doesn't always do the trick. Manipulating the space and forcing your opponents to make tough moment-to-moment decisions is one of the most advanced ways to approach a team fight. Welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Zyrene. This week, we're going to be looking at the final fight in Game 3 between Immortals and Cloud9. And specifically, I want to look at the spacing from Immortals during the fight. Let's start with the compositions. Cloud9 have a composition that favors clustered team fights. Orianna Shockwave Shen Shadow Dash, and Varus Chain of Corruption are all devastating when fighting in chokes. This means Immortals want to fight out in the open and away from one another to avoid Cloud9's abilities. Immortals' composition is focused on disruption. Kled looks to accomplish this by diving the backline and causing panic, while Elise, Thresh, Xayah, and Taliyah disrupt by providing crowd control. This means Immortals want to separate the enemy to look for picks in the fight, kite back, and bait key abilities which would allow them to then turn the tides of the fight. Let's get into it. Pobelter uses Weaver's Wall to block off Contracts from accessing the Drake, but it actually bumps him onto the wrong side of the wall. Now, Pobelter and Olay are forced to turn and pressure Contracts to either get him to pop Ragnarok early so they can zone him later, or at the very least, zone him away now. Impact channels Stand United onto Contracts to get into the fight, and in response, Olay drops down the box to slow both the Shen and Olaf while Pobelter kites down. This creates space and ultimately allows Immortals to spread out to avoid C9's win condition. As Shen arrives, Olay throws out a Flay that knocks back Impact but also covers the possibility of a Shadow Dash. This prevents Impact from reaching a good target right away and gives Pobelter room to run from Contracts as the rest of Cloud9 arrives. Impact finally uses his Shadow Dash, hitting the only available target in Olay. Olay then flashes away from his own team to draw C9's attention off the mouth of the Dragon Pit. Cloud9 then tunnel on Olay, burning in Sneaky's Chain of Corruption just to lock him down, which could and should have been used on much higher priority targets. Because Olay pulled C9 downriver, Contracts missed his opportunity to be in range for a Smite steal. This positioning also opened up the space for Cody Sun and Xmithie to leave the pit without having to blow their flashes. Xmithie has the option to leave the pit entirely, but you notice that he doesn't. What Xmithie's doing is keeping himself separated from Cody Sun at all times so that Jensen can't land a shockwave on both of them. As they exit the pit, Xmithie nails Smoothie with a cocoon, just as Flame enters the fight. This allows Pobelter to separate Smoothie from his team with a well-timed seismic shove, removing the option of him devouring either Jensen or Sneaky to offer them safety from the incoming dive. Flame's Kled enters and turns on to C9's biggest threat, which is Jensen's 11-0 Orianna. Even though he gets exhausted, Flame's goal is to push back C9's carries to allow his own to deal damage without having to worry. Flame jousts in, pressures Jensen, and dashes back out while popping Gargoyle's Stone Plate to give him more time to remount and save his Guardian Angel. Because of the pressure from Flame, Sneaky makes a critical mistake and paths away from the majority of his team. Because Impact no longer has his Shadow Dash or his Spirit's Refuge, Cody gets to flash forward and deals over 2,300 damage to Sneaky in 2.5 seconds. During this time, Smoothie had actually been running up into a position to try and eat one of his teammates over the wall. But with Sneaky dead, now his only option is to rescue Impact. With Devour no longer available to save a squishy target, Xmithie recognizes he can make a play. C9 lose vision of Xmithie for a brief second, and he flashes the wall, landing his CC onto C9's remaining threat in Jensen. Pobelter is immediately ready to follow up, and flashes just a half second later to help out his teammate. Pobelter's Seismic Shove hits Jensen and Contracts into an Unraveled Earth combo, and Cody Sun comes around to clean up the fight. People gave Jensen a hard time about not using his Shockwave here, but how many opportunities did he really get? Overall, it's not just on Jensen. It's on the team. C9 failed to control the mouth of the Elder Dragon pit and set Jensen up. Because of Immortals' great positioning and zoning in this teamfight, Jensen was only ever in range to ulti one target at a time. It's hard to say that Jensen made a mistake. He was looking for a game-changing ultimate, but Immortals never presented that opportunity. They moved around and manipulated their opponents, and that's what made the difference. These are the moment-to-moment decisions you have to make in a team fight. When it goes wrong, sometimes it's because you made the wrong call, but sometimes you just get outplayed.
Welcome back to North American LCS. Hope you enjoyed the most recent edition of the breakdown, but now it's time to break down this series. Game 2 coming up here. Immortals now on the back foot against Team Dignitas. Speaking of Team Dignitas winning, wanted to give player of the game honors to Lod in the bot lane. It was a close competition, honestly. It was a team win for Dignitas overall, but he was the sole recipient of physical damage. He did the most on the team, and just had a very solid game.
Yeah, I think that there was a lot of members on Dignitas who really did contribute very well, but because he was kind of the linchpin of this composition as the only physical damage carry, he had to do very well, and he did. So definitely deserves those honors.
Yeah, good stuff by him. He definitely played his most played champion in Ashe. He's been on utility duty for most of the time with the squad, but did a very good job on that champion with the greedy build. It worked out well. So basically ready to go with game 2. Looks like all 10 players are up on stage, so it should be very soon for this champ select to begin. And the question is, can Immortals kind of have that same, out-maneuvering, out-playing that they had in that breakdown clip against Cloud9, or will it be Team Dignitas who continue to win? It certainly looked like champ select was a big issue for them here in game 1, so we'll see if that looks better in game 2.
Yeah, it's hard to say because, those compositions can work, but it's like, if it goes bad, it always looks so bad because you're so low on damage. And, they can feel very hard to stop when you are ahead. If that sort of Immortals composition does get ahead, it's non-stop engage. They're barreling down on you. It feels like you can't fight back. There's nothing you can do. But when they fall behind, they're so low on damage that it feels equally as helpless for them.
Right, and the thing is, it's not like Immortals is normally a great early game team anyway. They're a middle-of-the-pack laning phase team regardless. Even, like, Cody-san has an average CS deficit against his lane opponents. Lod's actual laning stats are better, for example. They win elsewhere, right? They win in other places. It just feels weird to have a win-lane-win game comp when they're not even winning lanes more often than not regardless. Now, we are in a champ select here for game 2, and we'll see what kind of adaptations can be made. Thresh, Caitlyn off the table from Team Dignitas alongside LeBlanc, and an early Kennen going to be allowed for Sumda to come through with. Could always flex to Lod. We'll have to see.
Zach certainly not going to get through this time around, so we're going to have a pretty different look. Galio, Zach, Cassio, all gone. So those were a couple of the champions that were in the last game. It does mean that there are more of those kind of supports perhaps going to be open this time around. Thresh was taken off the table, but there was such a heavy focus on Olay. He could look to try to pick up something in the first round of picks if he feels like that playmaking support is going to make the difference.
Absolutely, so we'll see what it comes through on, and I wonder actually how much they're afraid of Team Dignitas flexing that Kennen around, or if you pick a top laner early on and try to counterpick that. We've seen Gragas go okay into it. It's not winning, but you survive it. It's going to be early priority onto Jhin, who again receives some pretty substantial buffs, and it went well for Cody-san earlier.
Yeah, it definitely did, and as far as the Kennen versus Gragas matchup, like that is one that can be pretty tough to play. Yes, you can survive it. It's not an ideal matchup, but you always can flex it around if you feel like you can get something even better elsewhere, right? And that's always the big question, because there's give and take with any sort of flex pick. If Gragas is going to lose by a little, but then you can, get an incredible jungle pick that's going to really influence the game elsewhere, then sure, that's worthwhile.
Of course, absolutely. So Elise going to be grabbed up here for Shrimp, though, and as far as tier list jungles are concerned, Elise is there right behind Zach for popularity's sake. Team Dignitas hoping for a 2-0 to keep this week going strong. One more pick to come through at the end of the first phase for Team Dignitas. Last game, they had grabbed their solo laners and their jungler. Right now, it's a jungler flex pick, and who knows, 3 seconds to go. Discussion still coming through from Big, and it's going to be Fiora. They're going to move it around, so Kennen's going to be in the bot lane for Lod, or it's Fiora mid, who knows? But
yeah, I mean, he did play it once, but I think with Galio off the board, I don't think we're going to see that. It would be super random if Pobelter just played a tank mid lane, and that's the only situation that you want to do. With Galio off the table, there's nothing really to see that there, but we are going to see Lod playing Kennen AD. Sneaky has been doing this. Obviously, everyone knows that Reckless is the guy for the Kennen AD carry. He has really kind of popularized it and been extremely successful with that. But that being said, C9 has, I believe I've seen at least 2 games that they've won with it.
Yeah, they've been playing it a lot, and I've seen it more and more. I choose to believe selectively that instead NA innovated and Reckless went back in time and copied Sneaky.
There you go.
That's my North American.
That's the more likely story.
That's the more likely story. He went back in time and retroactively copied. This pick going to be the first ban on the table here for Immortals in the support role. Of course, the early ended up being blind pick Fiora. Renekton came in to counteract it, though, so Flame should feel good about the matchup. You can riposte the stun, but it's really hard to do.
So the thing I would say about this matchup is, while, if you're talking like average skill or whatever, Renekton is going to bully very hard early, but at the highest levels, Fiora can win early, and Fiora, even at the lower levels, will win late, certainly. So it's like, this is a tough matchup. I feel like there is some onus on Flame to get something done early, because if you do not, it's just a ticking time bomb. You are going to eventually get smashed. That said, some of the ways you can circumvent that is by forcing team fights, is by trying to force the Fiora to group, as we saw Immortals were able to do against Darshan. Even though Flame on this Renekton got killed twice early, they just group, they force team fights. Renekton has high impact in the team fights, whereas Fiora, it can be really tricky to get stuff done.
Absolutely the case here. As the final ban's coming through, Echo Ban left up Syndra as a possible blind, but it got banned quickly by Team Dignitas, and it means that Ole gets to grab something back onto Comfort, his Bard, one of his most well-known champions. Not receiving nearly as many bans this time around. Feels good about this.
The Echo ban is also kind of interesting here. Like, the Echo ban is something that is going to force the Syndra ban, right? Because you're kind of saying, hey, I'm banning a counter. You don't let me play it. So it can kind of force a ban out of your opponents. And even a little move like that can perhaps keep something like the Bard safe, right? Because if you don't make that ban, even if you're not choosing the Syndra, then you're kind of leading Dignitas to think that you would be, and maybe they're not able to focus something else because of that.
Yeah, it's a very, very smart thing here. Orianna gonna be the blind pick, mid lane in for Keen in the mid lane. Will not be Fiora, sad to say. Braum gonna be the rounded out pick here, so a front line is there. Someday gonna be on split push duty for sure. On that Fiora, and of course, kind of gonna round up the lineup. Plenty of crowd control, of course, is here. Every single one of them has some way of stunning opponents, even if it is conditional. Ari gonna round up the lineup here for Immortals, and a good mix of damage types, a good mix of crowd control, and we'll see if they can make this one happen. The onus may just be on Flame to get early leads against Someday, as that Fiora, as you're saying, likely to outscale on the top side of the map.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed to do so at some point, as long as the game goes long enough. One of the things that does complicate matters when you are playing in a split push is who can shut you down in the side lane, besides just the 1v1, because it's almost never just a 1v1, right? And it's things like the Bard in the late game who can collapse, who can catch you, who can deliver the jungler, and if you are in that late game power, like kind of position of strength, right?
Yeah.
And so that's something that he has to keep in mind. Obviously the tough early game, but even as he gets to that point where he can 1v1, he needs to be very wary of long-range engage from Bard.
Long-range engage, things to watch out for. Of course, speaking of engage tools, Ken and Braum, no slouches in their own right. And it's not like Bard or Jhin have great escape tools either. So a fun one to watch for as the coaches shake hands, and we'll see if Team Dignitas can wrest control from Immortals for first place, or it's going to be IMT taking down the other two #1 teams to close out their 4th week of play.
And a lot of this game for me is kind of comparing a split push squad versus this much more kind of standard team fighting 5v5 squad for Immortals. You know, when you look at the success case for Kennen, very often it is in a side lane. For Fiora, very often it is in a side lane. Yes, they can win team fights, but they're
try to.
Yeah, exactly. Mostly they're looking to win the game through 1-3-1, whereas Immortals wants to group up, wants to force engage, and they have a lot of ways to do that. If you do try to split push too heavily, not only can you collapse on the side lanes, you can hard engage on the 3-man squad that is wave clearing with a Jhin ultimate plus the Bard ultimate, and you have Gragas with the engage. There's a lot of ways that they could get caught, and Dignitas is going to have to play very well around that.
We'll see if they can play around that indeed, because different comps means the games are exciting to watch because they have different goals in mind. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is here. This Team Dignitas once again hopes to be the #1 team in North America, and Immortals hopes for the same after they took down Chronologic Gaming yesterday.
And Dignitas, while they would take possession of first place if they win here today, they still do have another game left in the weekend, which they could lose because they have a really tough weekend themselves. They're going to be going up against C9 tomorrow, another very good team. So there's so many teams at the top right now that actually feels pretty wide open. Yes, some of them are out to slower starts like C9 and TSM than you would normally expect, but you're looking at least, I think, 5 teams right now that arguably could be around the top at the end. You know, you have TSM, C9, the standards there, then CLG, Dignitas, Immortals, all right near the top and all competitive. And you can make an argument for any one of those squads that they would end up as the champion.
Absolutely. So let's see what comes through into this one tied game as we wait for minions to spawn and wait for the lane assignments. No crazy jungle shenanigans, no deep wards, so you have to infer where the starts are. Keen is going to leash for Shrimp. Loud will do the same, but there's always a chance it's a fake leash, but he is going to do Raptors for real.
I think they're going to do the super leash, where the bot lane then goes down and actually starts leashing the red as well. So they're going to do this super fast double leash. While Smithy got no help at all, this is going to be an almost dead red buff that Shrimp can just come over. You can actually immediately smite it if you want. He's actually, okay, so he's going to leave the big Raptor, just take the little ones, then he can go topside, and you can set up for a very early gank topside if you want to do that, or even look to go mid.
And we'll see how long it actually takes, because we went back for the big Raptor, so at 2:09 that camp is done, and Nick Smithy when he gets 7 minutes, or 7 CS, we'll see how different the number is. And right now, it's already 10 seconds apart.
And I do think it's a little strange they didn't actually finish off the little Raptor if he was, or sorry, the big Raptor if he was going to do that anyway.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you do want to get over to the leash, but you can still use your smite and really speed it up and actually kill off the big Raptor immediately, then go away to another camp. But either way, it's still going to be efficient, and this way you have your smite up in order to contest something if you want.
And personally, I do like smiting the big Raptor. Actually, I think it's faster myself because it has so much armor and MR. But Shrimp instead has gone for the Scuttle. He's level 3 in the top side of the map. Smithy is near. He actually went for Krugs himself, so that Gragas is there for the counter gank. And I think it's smart pathing by Smithy, though, to be around in case that play is made.
And they do know now that Shrimp was topside. They saw that ward poke over, so they have that information. And you know, while Immortals certainly don't want to opt into this 2v2 right now, they don't have to. I mean, the wave is pushing towards Flame, so he's just being patient. He's not going to step forward at all until it crashes into his turret. And sure, he'll lose a CS or two, but he's playing it safe, and he's making sure that if Shrimp were camping in that bush, he wouldn't get taken down.
Absolutely here. Immortals, though, with the push lead in the bot side of the map. Range supports tend to be better laners, and certainly that's going to be the case when you've got a bot against a Braum. There is a soft counter here. Of course, you can collapse the Cosmic Binding with the Unbreakable Shield to prevent some of the stuns if they go for big first. Sometimes that does matter, but either way, it's a nice early lead for Immortals on the bot side.
Yeah, and if it does kind of keep going this way, if it is heavily in the favor of the Jhin and the Bard, that is something that's a bit concerning for an AD carry that you want to get into the side lane. You know, Ken, if he gets too far behind, can really struggle against anyone who's going to be assigned to him. So you really do like to try to focus on this Kennen lane, get it ahead, get him to that point where he can be in a side lane, 1v1ing people, pushing turrets, and really starting to take hold.
Absolutely. We'll see if that comes in later on to this one. Shrimp, of course, has been out-farming Smithy in the early game, and the gold lead right now is somewhat in Team Dignitas' favor. Flame just now finally catching up on the minions that he had lost earlier on in the laning phase, but Someday does still have the early lead against him.
And this is actually very interesting. So the pathing and also kind of the matchup is very reminiscent of yesterday's match between CLG and Immortals, where Flame actually got dove and killed off twice early against a Fiora top lane yesterday. This time he actually played it much more patient, did not take any trades, because yesterday he had been chunked down, and as the Elise got topside around this timing, he was at about 20% and they could easily pull off that dive. So Flame, you know, kind of learning from the matchup yesterday, playing it more passively, and as a result, not under threat of that gank.
Yep, playing it pretty smart for himself right here. And now you can see the gold has swung back in Immortals' favor thanks to the fact that their bot lane is just doing so damn well right now. Huge credit to how well this duo is playing here. Cody Sun and Ole looking angry. You took my champions away. Let me show you my true one trick, the Bard. Ole keeps going back and forth. No first recall just yet. Gonna wait for the next big play. Big just takes a little shot to the shoulder, but he's gonna be fine.
Should be totally fine, and we're gonna have to wait and see where these junglers make their first mark. You know, where is Shrimp going to look to go? Because while in a passive 2v2, the melee support may get bullied out, when the gank comes in, you have strong gank assists. If you can proc that Braum stun, follow it up with Elise Cocoon or vice versa, you're definitely going to be looking towards that kill.
That's the case, so we'll wait to see where the follow-through is. Nice little slow right there, and nothing yet to be had as they kite back and forth and look for trades into Ole, who is just getting more gold out of this regardless. Lod wants to go in for a bit more. They're going to find the Q, and actually it forces a flash out of Cody's Sun. That would have been the chance of a kill.
Whoa.
And the fact that Shrimp was there also means that Ole flashed away from possible Cocoon.
Yeah, and that seemed maybe a bit too defensive. I mean, I guess if you get stunned, you're perhaps guaranteed to get Cocoon and then die. So the early flash, but definitely seemed a bit preemptive with how far away Shrimp was. Either way, the time pays off big time as he goes bot and gets two summoners pretty quickly.
It's a pretty big lead for a team that was certainly losing out in farm, but it's looking better now. First recalls came in for the top side, the TP back to lane, but it'll roam down for Ahri.
And he is 6 very early. But Welter is here.
Can he find the play? Has the ulti, of course. Looking for this one. He's going to find some damage, and a big exhaust comes in early, and they shouldn't be able to land much more. Jukes through the minions to make sure Charm can't land, and out they go.
Still, nice roam, you have to say. You know, he gets 2 summoners for the ultimate. He is going to lose some farm mid lane, but Smithy should be able to cover and soak up most of that. On the top side, fighting breaking out. They're both level 6, so all-ins can be pretty scary.
Definitely the case right here. Looks like Immortals want to go for the recall. It's going to be actually not too bad, of course, because they were able to shove the wave out courtesy of Welter throwing a Q in there. So they're not going to miss out on much gold or XP. They got a pretty quick recall. Now it's up for Dignitas to shove that bot lane in, and it's, you know, not that easy to do. Cody Sun going for the Yomus first, as you expect with the champion. Honestly, pretty solid for the Immortals duo. Catching up in summoners by that roam is a really big deal.
I think it's a very smart roam for Welter. He had kind of gone back to buy first. He had pushed out the wave first, so he has some time. Yes, he loses a wave, but that is worth it for a couple summoners. I definitely think, especially when this is a lane that they're trying to obviously focus, and if you have that flash still up on Lot as he hits level 6, the all-in potential is very high for Kennen. So that is certainly a high-impact summoner that Pobelter has taken down and really helping to relieve the pressure.
Certainly important stuff right here. Nice shockwave, going to buy some time. Of course, Pobelter does not have an ulti. Akin just wins that trade. He's happy to burn the cooldown just for some damage. It's a TP-less mid lane, so that damage might stick.
Yeah, Ahri has some healing from the passive, though, and a couple potions are available for Pobelter, so he's not too perturbed. We'll be able to heal that back up, and because it's a pretty passive lane, right? But that's fine for Keen. You know, he's using the ultimate not necessarily to get a kill, but hopefully just to establish lane dominance, kind of use it more for poke, and that's often how the Orianna ultimates are used early on.
Sure. And even if all it does is force 2 potions, that's 100 gold. Right? That's almost an entire wave worth of last hits right there. So, I mean, if that really does burn 2 potions, that's just like denying an entire wave. Nice pickup right there. Keen gets the most of them. Doing a pretty good job here on this one on the Orianna.
Smithy at least able to grab the big raptor, which is kind of the major prize there as far as experience and everything is concerned. And he is level 6 on the Gragas. Definitely a big power spike there. They're heading bot side. Perhaps looking to force something. Lot is not 6 yet. Remember, has no flash. Smithy has his available.
But Cody-san is, so the threat of that ultimate into the follow-up dive is enough for threat. Look at the damage up on that turret. It's going to be rushed back here, but Flame,
though.
Not sure if Flame is killable, though. He's going to try to hug the wall, get away from some of these.
Oh, that was so well done.
All the CC. Now Shrimp's going to force the dodge the aggro. All the vitals do get proc, but Flame by a lot more time gets the first kill, and someday almost dies the turret as well. The significant outplay out of Flame in the top lane.
Oh, that was insane from Flame. We're going to have to see that replay again, but he played that so incredibly well. The early ultimate clears the wave exceptionally fast, which puts the turret onto his opponents. Then the very fast flash on almost a point-blank cocoon out of Shrimp, and that was beautifully done from Flame. This guy has been doing it all split long, surviving in the 1v2, thriving in the 1v2.
Beautiful stuff. We can watch this one again. Even though the vitals get proc, he still makes it all happen.
So this is actually pretty smart from Someday. He uses the ultimate there to just try to get him to react too early, but then dashes back, immediate flash. That is very low time to actually be able to do that. The clear on the wave meant that the turret is on them very early here, and then the HP coming out gives them survivability to take down Shrimp, and almost got Someday there too.
Really beautiful stuff out of him. So huge stuff, and it means that it's a 1,400 gold lead for Immortals. Of course, that bot lane play worked out. They got first turret, they got all that gold, they got the solo kill 1v2 in the top lane, so nothing wrong at all for Immortals right now.
Yeah, I mean, now it's like you kind of want to repeat gank because Flame at least doesn't have flash, but that is risky, and Shrimp getting caught out.
Forcing the flash away to get out from the charm. Flash for flash, though, with Pobelter did flash in himself to find some more damage. And now we'll see what the follow-up play can be, as they've already sent Flame to the bot lane, and he's in a 1v2. You wonder if he can make the outplay happen again. This time he is flashless. Ulti down for a few more seconds, and actually big damage on a Flame that doesn't put a lot, but can he really survive the turret? Big gonna have to get away after this one. A few more attacks from Lob, but he's gonna lose like 2/3 of his HP just from turret shots there.
Ooh, they're gonna try to redive though. They're corralling him here with Shrimp.
Holds up.
I don't know if anyone can actually get down to help him out, so he's trying to clear the wave aggressively. This makes it so Shrimp can't walk through the turret, and the collapse is delayed. Now he's gonna have to play this very well though. There's a ton of CC and the turret reset. He needs to dive down towards the bottom members.
Holds up, means he's gonna land a stun here on a Shrimp, buying a bit more time. Stun's gonna land there, gets the big heal lick. It's gonna be Big, who's okay though. And now the float's back on a Shrimp, and again, he just crushes down the spider. Itsy bitsy, the water spout is gone. The flash, the chase, Someday wants him, the stun's gonna land. He's put in the grand duel, and there's no damage to be had. Flame is unstoppable.
What a monster. If the 1v2 wasn't enough, how about the 1v3? How about the delayed 1v4 with Someday committing 2 summoner spells? Flame gets out without even having his flash. This guy's a monster.
He is a monster. They cannot extinguish him, and Immortals getting all of the rewards for this top lane. Lost 2 turrets already. Flame TP's back, and everyone else runs in fear. This man cannot be pushed around, and Immortals, oh my word, winning everywhere.
Oh, that is just so well done. Flame has been managing these so well on these dives. You know, he has the red buff, so it's giving him some regen. Diving down forward, he dodges the cocoon. He's trying to clear out the minions. Then he pulls back towards Shrimp. The turret aggro has to be dropped because he'd already chunked out the duo lane, able to kill off Shrimp. And not only that, He's able to get out here. So well done. Has the patience, the parry gets used, knows he can land the guaranteed stun. His slicing dice comes back up. He steps into Someday during the stun to make sure the slice actually connects with Someday, gives him the reset for the dice.
Yeah.
These little plays have to be done so well, because even if he didn't get that reset, he would have gone down to Someday afterwards.
You likely expect that because he gets the move speed out of the Grand Challenge.
Exactly.
So just perfection. If you want to see how to play League of Legends well, just play that clip over and over again. And
Just do that.
Just do that. Why can't my top players do this? It's perfect. It's so easy. Not easily the case, of course. Flame, certainly awesome. And yeah, you can say they're misplays by Team Dignitas, but still, very rarely does a play go like that. And props to Flame for making some good things happen.
Of course. I mean, this was not a perfectly executed dive. Obviously, the Cocoon missed. You know, they didn't layer the CC perfectly. But that said, Flame deserves a lot of the credit for forcing mistakes out of his opponents through reacting to situations so well, right? And any play like this requires a little bit of both. If it is perfectly executed in 3v1, yes, of course, you always die. But they make a little mistake and you play great, you have a play like that.
And now Lod, hey, can he outplay the 1v2? Can he do what Flame did? Lod gets the stun and a pole belter, and now he's got some damage up, but he flashed through it away, but Body Slam is there, and he can't do what Flame did. 3-0 Immortals.
Yep, not much chance there. He does expend the summoners. Does a lot of damage on pole belter, but pole belter was just holding his charm the whole time, waiting for Smithy to guarantee it with a Body Slam, and looked probably a lot closer than it really was.
Yeah. I was trying to be like facetious with the hardcore play-by-play, but the fight ended up being close, so I was like, oh, I guess he's almost going to kill Bobolter now. Either way, it's Flame in a 1v1 of Someday. I've seen this go, you know, closer before.
The funny thing will now be watching Fiora, because it's Fiora, just win from this situation. I've had so many games where it's like, I outplayed the Fiora, I got 7 kills on her, and then she kills you.
Yeah, well, speaking of kills, though, Smithy running low on
Oh,
my
Smithy!
God! That ball, like, the freaking explosive cast was insane!
Bow down to the new
Smithy!
jungle god! Smithy with the predictive Gragas ultimate. That was absurd!
Immortals can do no wrong this game. Player of the game to everybody in this one. The turret should just fall in awe about how well this game is being played. There's just nothing left to do.
That is absurd. That is... I'm trying to think. Have I ever seen a better Gragas ultimate? Like
a Mad Life Gragas ult.
Like, that was sick. And I mean, last game, Smithy hits the Body Slam flash redirect on a Someday. How about this? Predicting the flash, knowing his opponent will go on the cast animation, predictive cask there. That was absurd. That was so good.
Shusha himself couldn't have explosive cast that good. I mean, he's wearing the skin, but really, we've got a new Gragas god in town.
That was nuts.
That was insane. That was just all kinds of ridiculous.
I mean, there are, you know, all the Sejuani Smithy memes. I feel like there should be some new memes here about the Gragas, because that was like, this is nuts.
Look, this has been the weekend of Dignitas having good Barons. Smithy is now the best tank jungler in North America. It's no overhype. He's just amazing. And let's see if Immortals keep it going right now. I mean, and they're playing so well. Like, this is, I'll curse it, the chance to get a perfect game right here, because there's not a lot Team Dignitas have been able to do so far in this game. They've gotten very little turret damage, no kills so far. I want to see how much more they can do.
I mean, it's definitely looking grim for Dignitas, but there's always a chance when there's a Fiora in the game. If you can delay this game, the Fiora can take over in a side lane. Someday is one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league at playing this champion right now, I would say. I think he excels in the split push style. He has still stayed relevant as far as farm is concerned, and you give this guy enough time to get a couple items, he can maybe make something happen for you, but it's going to be tough to get to that point because you have this AD Kennen who's actually kind of behind, and you know, where is he going to be effective? He can't go to a side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Team Dignitas is going to try to win through this Fiora, but it's going to be a project. Here comes the stun, and oh no, Pole Belter, he's going to die! He's running, but okay, he's not going to die! He's going to land the charm, and he's going to get away with it! Immortals has refused to actually get killed by anything. Nice block by Dig, the flash Q, now he is going to be going down, maybe, yes? Barely gets it, despite the charm coming in, and finally a kill on the board for Team Dignitas.
That actually got pretty close there at the end. Big wanted to give the kill over to Lod, and I was getting worried for him that he was... Oh, that was so well done. They spotted. They actually guessed where the TV was going to be coming out, and Olay catches
Gets the stun as well, so Someday's now out of time, and he's out of places to go for. He's going to jump across this one. He does have flash available. The root is in. There's no way out. Flame gets up a killing spree.
Olay with a really good guess there. May have just thought he was using the base, but not only did they get the kill, they get the TP because Someday was trying to TP out of the bush, and that was blind. There was no word on it.
Yep, he just had to put in the cancel. So it is the shorter cooldown of the teleport, the 3-minute version, but still, of course, pretty relevant here on this one.
Is Ole gonna get, ooh, a nice flash, gets away from the shockwave.
Smithy is flanking now. Jin ultimate's up. They are looking like they're going to get corralled here.
He puts in the shield, puts up the defensive stats, only 230 damage on that one, but the body stem's going to be there. Another shield from Orianna, but Explosive Cast going to put her against the wall. They're going to get the one picked up, though. Shrimp makes it happen. The trade route is in. Smithy gets himself a kill. Now Dignitas sequestered on the wrong side of the map. Can Immortals make the rest of the dive happen? Someday is in base right now. He's far away. Lod wants in, gonna dodge away from the charm. Ulti comes in, gonna find the stun on a Pobelter. Gonna get a few more auto attacks in, but not the damage, and that's gonna be 2 more picked up out of that one. The chase is on, and Orianna gonna fall away as well and turn into pieces there. Double kill, 5-0 for Flame, and he deserves every single one of them.
Yeah, this guy is so strong now. 5 kills on this early, really powerful champion like Renekton. He can definitely take over this one someday. Back in base, didn't have TP to join the fight, wouldn't have wanted to join, I think, even if he had it. And Immortals cleaning up turrets, cleaning up fights, are so far ahead. The question with a lead this big is usually, how clean can you make it look? And here's the initiation again. They use the Jin ultimate, land the slows, able to catch up to Big here. And Keen does a good job kind of taking out Ole with Shrimp over the wall, so that was nice for them, at least able to trade something back. But all of Immortals are here, and there's really no way out. They just come in from all sides. Flame is extremely strong, and Cody Sun has Flash.
Flash to get away with that one, and out they go. And I gotta say, what an amazing split so far for Immortals. They're just kind of in control of this game. And they're gonna find a kill in a big. Body Sun's gonna land, there's the slow, and actually they can't kill him just yet. Here comes Tempered Fate. But there's no follow through. Cody Sun gonna try, gonna land the root with the shields there. And there's not enough damage to have him, so no kills in just yet.
Yeah, and they don't want to force it too hard because Flame is not with the team and Pobelter's in a side lane, so no use risking that. Oh,
that one not as flashy.
Oops. All right, we'll give him a pass because the first one was so good.
I mean, literally not as flashy. Keen didn't go for it, so the explosive cast not going to land. But but yeah, 5,000 gold up right now, 5.5. I want to tell my version of the story of Immortals though, because
all right, let's hear it.
It felt
Once
like
upon a time.
I mean, basically just this year, though, because it felt like the team was scrapped together, where it's like, Huni left, and like, oh, crud, we're like missing our entire lineup now, and they're, signing. It's like, well, you think
about Rainover? He was the MVP.
Well, I know, sure. I'm abridging it because they're currently sieging mid lane. We'll maybe do this more a little bit later because we're looking to knock this turret down right now as Big wants to fight them. Charm back and forth. All right, no fight. Okay, there is a fight. I take it back. Flame's there, and he turns around. No fight. It felt like a scrap together lineup though, because they lost basically everyone except Pobelter. Pobelter, who had been benched off of CLG, went to a new team. You had Smithy, benched off CLG, went to a new team. Cody Sun's a random rookie. Ole kind of shows it from the LMS, but he was only on like a a playoff caliber team and not a top team really. Flame was on his way down, right? This was a guy who has a farm lead named after him, the Flame Horizon, and he rode the bench the entire season in China. It's like, well, okay, he's a has-been top laner. And then within half a year's time, they're now looking like maybe the #1 team in North America. They're smashing this one. Flame himself is incredible in this one. And just such a quick turnaround of an unlikely bunch of players to be this good, as Someday is going to riposte a root, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to drop for that one. Cody Sun getting his second kill of the game. It's just such a great meteoric rise by players you would never expect any of these players to be #1 in NA right now.
And I think while they are playing well individually, it also highlights the importance of team play, of macro, of cohesion. I think because they're playing and they're working so well together. There have been all-star performances like this one from Flame, but certainly, especially because of the history of Flame, people felt like he was in the twilight of his career, and then disappointing spring split from him certainly reinforced that. Made people think even more so that there was no chance this guy really had anything left in the tank, and now they come in and they're doing so exceptionally well. They're proving everyone wrong, and it's very, very exciting to see, and I'm hopeful that it will continue over the course of the split, because it does not feel like FlyQuest last split where perhaps people are saying, oh, the wheels are going to fall off. They're taking risky calls. That was what a lot of people credited a lot of FlyQuest victories for, was these crazy Baron attempts and things like this. Immortals is playing very, very standard, right? They're playing very well as a squad in macro play, in vision control. They're checking all the boxes, and that's why it doesn't feel like something to me that is just going to go away.
Right. They're just playing straight up good League of Legends. And as you said, checking all the boxes. I mean, like, just down the line, it's good League of Legends per player, per shot call, per everything. And we will see if that can continue here into this one. It's interesting. Every time TSM wins a spring split, there is a new champion in summer. TSM won spring 2013, Cloud9 wins summer split.
Cool.
TSM wins Spring 2015. CLG wins Summer Split.
Oh, they're looking. Keen gets caught. Here comes Smithy.
And they're going to look for the stun. There's Big putting up the shield, preventing the stun to come through at all. Nice knockback on it too, though. It's a couple of squishies. Flash coming out. They're going to land the charm, and down he goes. CodySun lands a snipe. He wants a bit more shots at a Big, as they've also picked off Shrimp. That support is low on HP, but a 2 for 0 quickly picked up right there. And Immortals continue control.
Olay just so good on these playmaking supports. This is why they banned him out in game number 1. They were not able to kind of have this sort of effectiveness. He starts so many of their plays. He's very proactive. He didn't have that on the Nami. He does here on the Bard, and now they are going to the Baron. No jungler up here for Dignitas. 3 men alive, but this would be a very risky contest. We'll see if they can make the magic happen.
They might just try it. Big is in the front line, lands the knock into this one. No smite is around, but maybe it's going to come through. They're going to go back in for the re-engage, and Big's going to drop. That's a 1 for 0. 5v2 inside the Baron pit. The health bar is healthy enough. They're going to find the stun and a key cleanses. The charm's not going to land just yet. Can take him down before the spell comes up. Smithy is low. He smites it. He's going to stay alive. He takes down the Baron, and Someday is next up. That's the delayed ace plus the Baron for Immortals.
Very well done. Dancing back and forth, knowing they can take not only the kills, but the Baron too. As much as you could hope for there from Immortals. They're up over 10,000 gold at 23 minutes, and they are in complete control.
They've only given up 2 kills in a single turret. It's been a great game for Immortals here when they play this fight so nice.
Yeah, it's a really good job. The balance between the Baron and the fight, they're able to turn. They know that Keen doesn't have Shockwave because he used it mid lane. It's almost up. It just comes up pretty much as he is actually dying. He goes down without really having much of a chance to use it, and it's so hard for somebody on the Fjord to really get involved in the 5v5.
I'm going to look for a little bit more here. Magical journey over the wall. They want
Ult's up.
And they're going to land it yet again. Can they take him out? They're going to find a stun. They're going to find a root. They're going to find all the damage they need. Cody's under the number. Snipey is dominating. And Big next up on the chopping block, and he has chopped down a kill for Poelter, his second of the game. Bot lane tier 2 is gone. They've got a Baron buff. They can push for more.
They could actually potentially just push towards a win here. I mean, they are so strong, so far ahead. Keen and Someday trying to shove out the other lanes, but Immortals are not going to be able to be contested on this inhibitor turret whatsoever, so they're going to have minion waves for the Nexus if they want to go for it. We'll see if they're looking to make that play or if they want to play it a little bit more conservative.
We'll wait to see. Big up in 6 seconds, Shrimp in 8 now. The inhibitor is definitely happening, and I expect them to walk back afterwards. You see Cody sending towards the back.
Flame is just already pushing out mid, so they just want to go around, take out the inhibitors. Going for a Nexus play, obviously much more risky. I think they're in such a position of power that they could, but there's no reason to risk that. Just expand the gold lead, collect these extra turrets, make it sure that you are in an insurmountable position.
Yeah, it's kind of checking the boxes right now, pushing down the mid lane. They know Someday was top right now. He's recalling, but they land the charm. They land the kill on the Big. Flame gets his 6th of the game now onto this one. 1/3 of the kills all belong to Flame, and rightly so. Mid lane gonna fall here quickly. 5v4 slow on the Key, and they look for the root. They force the flash out now. Can he get the charm? Nope, King gonna juke up, and he's shot down, but the big stun is there, and Shrimp dies without being able to act at all. Flame, though, running out of health, but a Tempered Fate buys a bit more time onto Lot. They're gonna land nothing, actually, too early in the CC, but here comes the re-engage. A big hit comes in for 2 kills, and Team Dignitas looking for signs of life, but they can't quite find any more of the 2 kills, all they're gonna get.
That was an amazing shockwave from Keen that does save the game for now, allowing them to push Immortals back out of the base. So critical for them.
A little bit more time bot right here, but it's
you need a lot of time.
13,000 gold is a lot to gain back.
Yeah. I mean, Flame is over 3,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. So is CodySun. Here's the fight again. And watch Smithy, he's just tanking this turret for so long, allowing them to actually, just train down Big. They're able to not get a perfect ultimate on Keen, and that's what kind of buys some time. They do knock down the turret. They are in a position of power, but they can't actually land the charm. They can't take down Keen. And Flame getting chunked out here. Someday's playing pretty well, delaying on the side, and then this shockwave really is what turns it as they all go forward to try to collapse on Lod, who had been ulted by the Bard. They got baited out a little bit by that. So Someday able to move forward, pick up a couple kills there. They do hold on for now, but they're still enormously behind. I mean, this is a 3-item Renekton at 26 minutes.
I mean, he's huge. Guardian Angel's in there. He's a big boy. Level 16 on the Crocodile. Highest level on really the game right now, so good luck dealing with him.
And even if he is not doing as well, like, CodySun is massive. CodySun is on 3.5 items as well. Like, this Jhin is going to be so hard to deal with. But we have not really even talked about him that much because everyone has been performing very well, but he's just at such a strong point. I mean, compare his itemization over to the Kennen, who's sitting on, 2.5, never going to be able to get into a side lane at this point and really get work done.
a lot of his major gains, the fact that Flame was sitting in 1v2s, because they were cross-map plays, right?
Yep.
They're going for the Flame on, or sorry, the dive on a Flame, as Immortals goes for the turret play, and while Dignitas backs up, Flame just kills his opponent, and the turrets keep falling on the other side of the map. Now Someday going to be in a bad way right here. Jukes around, tries to buy a bit more time, will drop down to the Spirit Rush of Pobelter, 1-for-0 on that one. Now missing a top laner for 40 seconds, Team Dignitas looking for the 28-minute win. Immortals going to push in for a little bit more. No regen, no Ocean Drake, just the stats. One turret shut down, a bit of damage and a big. I'll have to wait a little bit longer here as Baron Buff has timed out. It's just wave through and waiting for the next minion wave. Bot lane is here, maybe the fight comes in. Flash gonna land the double stun. Here comes the body side. There's explosive cast. One picked up. Shotgun catches 3 though. And the follow-up from the Braum as well. They're gonna look for damage on Big, then on Strip. The crit is in 750. And the shutdowns come through thick and fast and furious. And it's only Keen left alive. And he's gonna find himself stunned up inside the fountain steps. And the chase down is there. Cody's done with the flourish at the very end. Gets the kill. A TP for Swag. Flames saying we got this one in the bag. 24-4. Under 28 minutes. A smashing from Immortals.
Oh, we are going to a game 3. Dignitas looking very dominant in game number 1, but Immortals answer back with just an amazing performance across the board. Everyone doing very well. You have to look at Flame though. Not only holding on in a 1v2 and a 1v3, getting kills, turning around fights.
Yeah.
And that really unlocked the rest of the team, but the rest of the team ran with that. I mean, Smithy with one of the best Gragas ults I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Cody's son going off. Ole back on the engaged champion, playing incredible on the Bard.
Yeah.
Pobelter was all like, there's nothing really to criticize here from Immortals this game. They were so good.
Absolutely agree. It's funny, 'cause the joke I made to Stunt was when they were going to 3-0 the team, it was one of your wins will look so good it'll count as 2. That win counts as 2 wins in my book. Like they dominated in so many places for so long, so quickly to close out in under 30 minutes, under 28 minutes. I mean, that is one of the most smashing games I've ever seen in League of Legends. And these are against 2 #1 teams right now.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Immortals lost the first game pretty hard, and they did this to Dignitas in game 2. It means game 3 is going to be very fun.
Yeah, it really will be. And the question is now, how does Dig bounce back from this match, right?
Sure.
Do they have the confidence in their practice, in their strategies, to be able to come back and play a really strong game 3? Or will Immortals have kind of shaken them?
You know, and I imagine that usually that answer is no, you're not shaken. Usually players with a lot of experience, and honestly, right, this is a split of no rookies, right? Yep. Everyone's played a lot of games of League. They played a lot of LCS. They played a lot of pro games overall. You expect them to bounce back, and that's what I expect to see here. I think it's going to be a fun game 3, but now for a deeper dive on how Immortals did type that series, let's send it over to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, guys. A crazy dominant 28-minute victory here for Immortals over Dignitas, extending the series to a 3rd game. And Mark, I mean, look, we could dive into all of this, but let's be real. This game,
yeah, a couple plays, that's all that matters here, and it's those flame out plays that you've been hearing so much about.
All right, so let's pull them up. Let's take another look at Flame in the top lane, avoiding this initial turret dive with a beautiful flash, just completely outplaying both Shrimp and Someday in the top lane.
Really nice that he clears the creep wave early. It forces the turret onto them a little bit. You see the cocoon come out right away. He's been saving his E for it, then flashes. And it's just immaculately played. You could say Shrimp should have came down further away from where he repelled up and just flash out, but you know, at that point you really want to convert on that dive because you're losing so much on the bot side of the map. And then this one, same exact thing.
This time without his flash.
This time without the flash, ease the cocoon. They try and get onto him, is able to chunk out multiple members. He already had destroyed the bot lane basically, 1v2, now 1v3.
Excuse me while I 1v3 pick up a kill and also get out completely.
Yeah, and then this stun into the stepping a little bit closer just to guarantee the second part of his slicing dice is just like immaculate play. I love seeing it, and that's the thing is like the game's over at this point. I mean, barring some massive mistake, the amount that they're getting off on the flip side of the map is so important, especially when you're comparing the fact that they're getting kills here.
And I think that's the key point there is that initial turret dive that you saw, the first one that you saw, was while the rest of Immortals is actively making moves on the bot side of the map. So he is not only avoiding this gank, but actually getting himself a kill in the top side while his team garners more advantages in the bot lane. And then you just flip that scenario 3 minutes later, and boom, all of a sudden you can see here on the gold graph, right around that 10-minute mark, they're off to the races, and there's no stopping Immortals at this point.
I mean, to be fair, the rest of Immortals was playing well.
Yes.
Cody's Sun got massive. Smithy had that insane insect with the Gragas ultimate. Like, there's so many plays throughout this game. It's like the game itself was a highlight reel.
Yeah, very much so. So it's wonderful to see all those guys operating well on a mechanical basis, and that, hey, with a victory, once again, this Immortals squad clearly knows how to close games, and they as a group of 5 have worked some kind of magic between spring and summer split to all of a sudden have Flame be entirely in tune with the team, where previously, late on TPs or going in when the rest of the team is going out, they seem so much more in sync this time around.
I think part of it that you have to talk about a little bit is the addition of the coach Song. He joined the team after a pretty extensive coaching career in Korea as well. So the combination of having a better team environment with potentially a coaching upgrade, everyone's listening more now, getting on the same page, wanting to work together, these kinds of things, it can't be overstated how important good team synergy can be for a roster.
Yeah, very much so. Now, while Flame will pick up player of the game for his performance on the Renekton this time around, I want to dive further into that top lane matchup because it was very clear from Dignitas' perspective that this was what they wanted to attack here in Game 2 for a potential advantage in the way of Someday and the Fiora to win the game. It didn't work out that way, but they're clearly thinking about the top lane matchup as where this series as a whole will hinge.
Almost a little bit disrespectful in some regards, where they take the Kennen early on, and then before they really need to at all, they show that, like, yep, that's a flex, that's going bottom, we're taking Fiora for Someday, and he's going to smash you guys. And Immortals was just like, no, you can send as many people as you want up there. Flame's a total tank in the top lane. You don't destroy this guy that easily, and if you don't play your dives perfectly and set them up at the right times and play with the minion wave and all that stuff, he's going to get out.
Now, that said, they do move back to the red side here in Game 3. So if they want, they could potentially save Someday's pick till last and actually get a counter pick and maybe create...
James is so excited about the games.
I'm beside myself right now because of how exciting this series is. No, but, maybe they can create a more advantageous matchup for him as opposed to playing the scaling Fiora into the early game powerhouse of Renekton. Maybe they can create something a little bit more lopsided or at least pick a jungle top lane, champions that synergize well between the two of them that they can contest the 2v2s throughout the next game.
Honestly, if I'm Dignitas, I'm not walking away from this game pulling away too much from it, because we said that this game was decided by a couple plays, and I wouldn't call them freak plays, it's just monster plays out of Flame. And if you took the same exact draft back, you're not necessarily going to lose the game this way. You don't need to send that many resources up to Someday, because he was doing fine in the 1v1. And if you're actually down there protecting your bot side and scaling up until the Fiora really comes online, because at the end of the game, Fiora's at 1.5 items to 3 items on everyone else. If the game's even, this comp does make sense.
Yeah, to that end, though, in terms of what Dignitas can take away from it, I want to go back to the flex pick point that you brought up. One, they didn't even flex it very well because they just took the Fiora before a top laner was chosen on the other side. But I'm also not convinced by the Kennen for Laud anyway. Just because as a team, I don't feel like they need a Kennen ADC to be successful, right? Put them on something longer range in the Varus, the Ashe, or even the Caitlyn. Caitlyn was banned this time around, but fine, the Varus or the Ashe, the likes of still having some kind of engage and CC tools, but a little bit more safety. I'm not really sure why they're trying to stretch to the Kennen to begin with.
I assume it's because they didn't ban the Kennen. The other team didn't ban the Kennen, so that means if they don't take it, there's a chance Flame's grabbing it. So you take it early on, so that kind of enables the Fiora because the Kennen smashes Fiora, and you basically say, we don't really care about the swap value between the two. We're looking at denying the pick away, and that's what they were going for. And you can say, yes, that is not that great of a draft strategy. If you don't want to deal with the Kennen, maybe you look at banning it away instead of a LeBlanc or something. But at the end of the day, like we said, it came down to the fact that Flame is just a god in the top.
Yep, Dignitas grab Game 1. Immortals strike back in Game 2 in a very dominant fashion. Meet us back here for Game 3 to see which team can end the day alone in first place. Don't touch that browser.
Not sure if Flame is killable, though. He's going to try to hug the wall, get away from some of these.
Oh, that was so well done.
All the CC. Now Shrip's going to force the dodge the aggro. All the vitals do get proc, but Flame by a lot more time gets the first kill, and Someday they're going to get a few more auto-attacks in, but not the damage, and that's going to be 2 more picked up on that one. The chase is on, and Orianna going to fall away as well and turn into pieces there. Double kill, 5-0 for Flame. Find the stun and a healing cleanse. The charm's not going to land just yet. They can take him down before the spell comes up. Smithy is low. He smites it. He's going to stay alive and takes down the Baron, and Someday is next up. That's the delayed Ace plus the Baron for Immortals. And the follow-up from the Braum as well. They're going to look for damage on Big, then on Shrip. The crit is in 750. The shutdowns come through thick and fast and furious, and it's only Keen left alive.
Welcome back, League of Legends fans. We are heading into the deciding game between Immortals and Team Dignitas. Both these teams have had fairly one-sided victories. Team Dignitas with a slow grind with a comp that would outscale, and then Immortals with one of the most one-sided affairs I've ever seen. Huge outplays out of Flame, and overall a great team victory for them in game 2.
And Smithy, too. Smithy had some sick Gragas plays. The whole team seems to be on point, but we are going to be back to the original sides that we started on, right? So does Dignitas look for the same sort of ban strategy? Do they try to target Olay? Because that did seem pretty effective in game 1, you know, taking him off the playmakers, picking away the Morgana, and they're going to have the opportunity to try to attack him in the same manner that they did the first time around.
Right. Of course, you'd imagine several things would change the Immortal side, like not giving away Zac. You have to imagine being an important one. That the tanks clearly were too much to deal with, and the triple tank comp not one of the better ways to deal with tanks. You don't kill him very quickly, so we are heading into Champs like now for game 3, and we'll see just what strategy these teams have in mind for the final game. This is going to be Immortals' last game of the weekend. Of course, they played yesterday. Dignitas still has Cloud9 to play tomorrow.
So banning away Cassio, that was what Keen played in game number 1 against their tank strategy. We have to see what kind of adaptations they will make. You know, if they leave Zac open, are they going to be the ones to select it on this side?
To see right here, Fiora also off the table someday. Have it play that champion, and one that Immortals doesn't like to play too much themselves. More Thresh bans away from Olay. And there is that Zac ban. So Immortals really not willing to play Zac themselves. They really seem to not like it.
Now, they may be going for the Galio here. If you're Dig, you have a few options. You can ban out something like Galio or Kennen if you're concerned about that, or you can leave both open and look for a trade, and that's likely what we will see coming out. Whichever gets selected by Immortals, probably the other gets grabbed by Dignitas. And
they like Galio a whole lot more. Flame only has one Kennen game all split long, and looks like they're not going to go for that one. Someday, though, actually much more likely. Actually, he hasn't gotten to play the champion to take it back. The Kennen hasn't been played so far by Someday, according to the stats I'm looking at.
Everyone is playing this in solo queue.
I mean, you imagine.
Like, when you look at pretty much any of the high elo LCS top laners, they play a lot of Jace, they play a lot of Fiora, they play a lot of Kennen, because those are all dominant solo queue champions that you can spam and you can climb the ladder pretty easily on, and they're also ones that have relevance in competitive play. So if somebody does not know how to play Kennen, that is a big failure on his part, but I'm very confident that he will be able to play it well. Rek'Sai also up. That's going to be a pretty big pick. Elise, you know, people obviously are going to have the debate between which you want, but if you do have like some AP damage coming out of the top side, obviously this is, you know, going to be an AD Kennen, but still it's mixed damage. Having a physical damage dealer from your jungle can be smart, because Keen likely wants to draft a magic damage dealing mid lane too, right? And if you grab the Elise, then you're stuck with kind of a lot of AP on the top side.
Sure, absolutely. So the picks come through for Immortals. The Galio remains a flex as Xfinity goes for Olaf, actually, so Elise left on the table. Even team going to play that champion here. Cody Sun's Jhin. You tend to consider Jhin a low damage champion because he doesn't have quite the same auto attack speed, but it frequently does plenty of damage over the course of a game, so you don't want to malign it too much. But look at this lot actually on a heavy auto attacker here off the Ashe, even though the chance is there. Kennen will be going top lane, Someday's first of the split, and it's going to be high damage, double zeal, infinity edge, hurricane, plenty of damage output from Lot.
Yeah, I mean, Cody Sun, you know, speak a little bit about the Jhin, just played it, and he actually did the most damage in the game. He was very successful on it. He has been having a great season for himself. You know, this is much less about kind of the supportive style, like Essence Reaper type Jhin. This is a damage auto attack, more centric Jhin, right? And with the buffs and stuff, like he's doing a lot of damage, and certainly not going to maybe compare to a late game carry like Tristana if you get a 6-item type situation, but at a couple items, he's going to be very relevant, very powerful, plus has that long-range engage still.
Yep, has a very smooth power curve. We'll see what comes in next for this draft as Karma's off the table from Olay. And again, the fact that this Galio is still a bit of a flex, maybe they want to consider banning some top laners, banning some mid laners, who knows which. Neither team has played a support so far. Sorry, picked a support so far.
You know, I would be looking at an Orianna pick here for Keen. If it doesn't get banned away, I think that Orianna, while it's also a very good kind of standard mid lane pick, it works really well in combination with like a hyper carry such as Tristana. To have that shielding power, to be able to speed him up as well. That's going to be very good for a lot if they get to those stages. You do sometimes want a bit more of that supporty style, especially when you don't have a massive front line if you're going to run this sort of AD carry.
They're going to leave Orianna up. The Syndra is available to counterpick if Immortals wants it, or vice versa, of course. Talia off the table instead.
Blitz is up there too. Morgana's up, so a couple of the picks that we do like to see from Olay, that he really does prioritize. So you can look to take that away. I mean, Morgana makes some sense if you're saying, okay, well, what are the ones left that he has? Well, Blitz, Morgana, those are the ones in his wheelhouse. Morgana works well into Blitz. You can Black Shield the hook. So I think that the drafting strategy in general to try to counteract Olay is pretty intelligent. We know Olay has other picks, though. He may just go back to the Nami. You can deal with Morgana on the Blitz, but it's more difficult.
What's strange to me, though, is the fact that Smithy grabs the Olaf this early. If you are concerned about Olay getting banned out because you saw it in Game 1,
yeah,
it's not like Olaf is the most sought-after jungler. Maybe he still really believes in it very much, but it's going to be, again, a very heavy melee comp right here. This time it is more damage, though. Jarvan is going to add a bit more in the front line. Olaf generally going to be nice as well, but it's going to be that tank mid laner here of the Gallia once again for Pobelter, so putting a lot of pressure still on Cody-san.
And to be fair, just because we think that there's some concern about him getting banned out, he may be very comfortable playing all these other champions.
Sure.
And I don't think that the Nami was really like the point of failure for their Game 1 composition. They only had one real source of damage, and they lost out mostly because they didn't get ahead, and then everyone could just focus Cody-san. Yeah. So this is a little bit different. But that said, I mean, it's still just like, if you do not get ahead with this composition, I feel like you get outscaled very hard. This is not a hyper carry with Lulu. This is, you know, J4 and the Olaf and the Galio. Most of their damage is front loaded. Most of their damage is kind of working off of base damage. You're not building pure DPS the whole way through. Yes, you're going to pick up some damage items, but still, it's like, it's much more of an early mid-game type composition.
And I'm still concerned about the Immortals comp right here because you've added some wave through now for Team Dignitas, the Victor in the mid lane. You assume Kennen's going to keep doing well in this top lane matchup. You don't pick that champion blind unless you're confident in him taking any matchup into the mid to late game right here, and I've seen Kennen succeed. But Victor's got wave clear, Morgana's got safety, Rek'Sai's got some safety, and then Tristana's really safe under the turret as well. It's going to be hard for Immortals to make that dive really work under a turret.
Yeah, that's fair, but I mean, one person you certainly can attack, you know, with something like the J4 Galio combo and even the combo with the Olaf and the Galio, like those are both very powerful. You can attack the Victor. This guy does not have a move block. If he doesn't have his flash, there's no way out of the J4 Galio combo. That can take you down very quickly. You can also look to collapse in the side lanes because while Kennen can bully J4 somewhat, you don't have a move block either. You need your flash to get out of the Cataclysm. If you get caught by Jarvan, Galio can come in. You can look to snowball. So there's lots of ways they can get ahead. But I will say, if they do not get ahead, if they are even or behind in the earlier stages of the game with a composition like this, you're looking to get outscaled by Tristana, by Victor, by the split push of Kennen.
We'll see if that happens right here because the hard dive is there. It's the draft for Immortals. They're going to come back to the same comp they ran in Game 1, and they're going to try to go hard and dive into the turrets here for Game 2 and in Game 3. This time it's going to be Team Dignitas hoping they can withstand that yet again and make that late game scaling happen once again with Keen on the Mage. Game 3 is here. Who's going to take over first place? Immortals or Team Dignitas? It comes down to this.
I definitely feel like, while you know, we have to talk about some of the ways this can work for Immortals, I would have liked to see something kind of other than Jhin, because at least if you have someone who's like a higher DPS AD carry, then you have like a little bit of late game insurance policy with Lulu plus said high DPS AD carry.
Right.
Because Jhin is not really that teamfight god late game. But they will have their opportunities to get ahead, and they are going to have very powerful early and mid game. So it's just execution based, right? Sometimes I just don't really like watching teams kind of paint themselves into a corner, because why leave yourself only the one kind of victory condition if you could have multiple?
Right, and it's always interesting. The way I think about it is expected value, where if you're like 99% of the time, you're going to win laning phase. And then if you have a win in laning phase, you win 9% of the game from there because of what your comp looks like, then your win rate's super sick. And yeah, you've got, you know, this 80-something% win rate to win, like it's going to happen for you. But if your chance of winning lane is 52% and it's an 80% closeout from there, that's not a very good comp rent. And it really comes down to the confidence in getting that early game lead. That if that corner you paint yourself into is most of the room, it's a very big corner, then you're okay. And I'm stretching the metaphor at this point, but that's what it comes down to, is how confident are they that that condition is met?
Yeah, and Jhin is going to help a lot with the engage of these three champions, right? If you can slow someone down, if you can root someone up, that can allow the J4 or the Olaf to get on top of them and then deliver the Galio in. So a lot is going to depend on the early game, but also just on the playmaking, on how well can they find these picks, how well can they make those flanks happen.
Absolutely, so we'll see what comes through into this one, as it was the standard Raptor start for Shrimp, and not too crazy of a leash otherwise. Going to finish out the rest of the camp. Smithy, of course, going to be very fast in the Olaf, and in fact, going for a nice little cheeky invade. Doesn't actually want to steal away the blue buff. He's afraid of getting jumped on, because in fact, Big did leave the lane, so Good bit of coordination there, saying, hey, Borg left, you can't, and out he goes.
Yeah, they actually spotted him because they had a ward over by his Raptors. So he does just the Raptor camp, and he starts running over. They know immediately what he's trying to do, right? There's no other reason to path in that direction if you're not trying to steal the camp away. So because they have that warding, they're going to put him a tiny bit behind. It's not really a big deal because Shrimp didn't even do his own red buff. He just went straight over to the blue in case he had to contest Smithy.
Yep, and despite the time lost, Smithy actually finishes his buff first. Olaf at low health obviously clears very quickly. And so despite, again, all the time back and forth, he is ahead on this one. Shrimp, 7 health left on that blue buff. We got a quick pause. Don't know what it is, but I will hear what it is shortly. Of course, our lovely production staff will tell us what was up with that. So we wait to see what comes through.
And hopefully no major issue, and we can just get underway here pretty quickly. Sometimes it can just be a sound issue, some little thing like that can get solved very, very quickly. Seems like it's an issue with Laud.
Yep, he says he cannot hear game sounds, so he's going to restart his game client. I assume he checked the box saying, yes, I do have game sounds. I assume the headset's plugged in.
And
so,
Laud actually has 0 CS right now, so maybe it was a little bit distracted by that. Obviously, you know, they lost the push on the wave, so you do kind of have to step back at that point. But certainly not something you want to play with.
No, not exactly the case here. I actually know of a few players who purposely play without sound. I don't believe in that. I think that's very silly. There's plenty of game cues that have sound attached to them that you want to hear, like MF Ultimates. And of course, Laud in the same boat. He likes his sound, and I agree. I do always turn off ambient sounds, by the way, in any game, give me the option.
Yeah, I turn off music, I turn off ambient. I always listen to my own music while I play.
I actually don't use my own music because I actually find it a little bit distracting.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to like sing along and like forget. I actually like when DJ Sona came out, I listened to DJ Sona for a while, but I realized that
running
I was
into a wall.
Well, I played worse with it. Like I would turn on the checkbox and I was like, but I like the song so much, I'm losing focus in the game. So it actually sold to inverse power. I never play with DJ Sona music on my team.
Kept taking your hands off the mouse, had the glow sticks out.
Just start raving.
Just going nuts at the desk.
You don't even know. In 7th grade, I definitely tried to learn to rave. Me and my friends, we'd bring
7th grade.
In 7th grade, me and my friends, we'd bring glow sticks to the school dances. And we would, we'd learn to do figure eights and stuff. I mean, I'm
follow-up question: are there any videos of
no.
7th grade David Freak Turley?
I mean, that would have been right 2001, right? Smartphones weren't out at that point, so there was no YouTube. There was no video evidence of my raving.
That is very unfortunate.
I know. Unlucky for you. Sorry, buddy. But you can't find it. But we are ready to go back into this one. Team Dignitas ready to go, and of course, Immortals the same. And it's worth noting, by the way, Laud has 2 CS right now. He's got 3. He is scaling up massively in the
skyrocketing.
Skyrocketing.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so we are back into the game, and we'll have to see exactly how these guys are going to play it out.
We're going to pause real quick for the broadcast sake this time around, because we weren't able to switch up. I don't know what caused it exactly, but because you guys can't see what's going on, we play League of Legends for you at home and you in the audience here, not just so I can, talk into the ether. So once we do get that sorted out, we'll be back into the game, and I blame Laud. Is what it comes down to.
I will not blame Laud. I will defend him.
All right, Laud, you're my homie. I'm just kidding, man. You're playing one of my favorite champions in Tristana as well. It's interesting. It was something that I brought up a little bit before. I've just been very interested in the evolution of the bot lane champions because there have been some item changes, right, with Ardent Sensor moving around and Redemption moving around and Locket moving around and Zeals being cheaper and whatnot. New champions shown in the bot lane. And a lot of people credited the rise of Tristana with, well, we're seeing tank supports all the time. And Triss is considered a weaker laner, especially against poke supports. So when you stop seeing poke supports, like, wait, Triss can get a free lane and can now scale up. So the metagame says we're seeing tanks, so now I'm allowed to play Trist. And this is what I like seeing. This is, in my opinion, like the right use of the term playing with the meta or the metagame. What everyone else is doing is giving you free lanes because they're playing Tahm Kench, they're playing Braum. So I'm allowed to play a greedy champion like Trist that I couldn't in a Zyra world, but I can in a Braum world. And so Tristana is a reaction to the metagame of tank supports.
Yeah, and Doran Shield going to help out with that as well,
of
right?
Course.
That's certainly
they all matter.
Something nice. Plus, we are in a world where lane swaps are happening more frequently now, right? And if you send your bot lane top pretty early on, if you can get the jump on that, Tristana crushes turrets very, very fast. So this is certainly another area where the champion can be very, very useful. Yeah. And as we all know, it is extremely powerful in the late game as a team fighter.
Yeah. And what it seems to be, though, as well, is as I unpack that situation a little bit more, the reason to even bring Triss in the first place is it feels like she's a surrogate Caitlyn. Caitlyn is the most sought-after bot laner right now in League of Legends because Infinity Edge is deeper, because Zeal comes online sooner, because Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon are all buffed. you want to play IE Double Zeal users. Like, that's the best end game build right now in League of Legends is IE Double Zeal, and Caitlyn, of course, loves that build, and there's no surprise that she's so popular. Tristana also loves those items, and when Caitlyn's gone, Tristana's the next up on that tier list.
Still going to be getting bullied out pretty hard. It's a little bit surprising to see, more than a full wave down, this early on for Laud, but they lost the push, and how much of that is to do with him being distracted about the no sound, and how much of that is to do with the matchup and the way it was played, would be up to debate.
I think a lot of it is Lulu, honestly. We missed a little bit of it, but again, we talked about how Trista's not a strong laner into range supports. You have no skill shots, you have no long range abilities. Ole and Kodi-san can just 2v1 the guy against what a rank 1 Dark Binding that does 80 damage and nothing else. And so he has to take the back foot because the matchup here comes to play on the top side, though. Ghost is on. They want Someday. He's got Flash. Doesn't dodge the axe. Now there's no way out for this one. Someday, who gets the kill? He's going to toss it over to Flame. No, it's going to be...
Oh, Shrimp's going in. That's going to be a one-way
Shrimp
trip.
is just going to die. He's going to flash for the knockup. But the damage just isn't there. He gives away the double buffs to Flame.
That was not a good play whatsoever from Shrimp. I mean, as Someday goes down, you have to leave. You cannot go forward on that. And that was just completely throwing away his life and his summoner. There was no chance, really, of actually having that be a positive trade once somebody had already died.
And it wasn't like it was a sick flame. Oh, wow, the damage is there right there for Ole. Doesn't even need the ignite. He flashed, then the champion is gone.
Yeah, I don't think the heal was actually in time. It looked like the health picks was so fast on Ole that Big died before that could come out, and things going really wrong for Dignitas across the map.
This is 2,000 gold in 5 minutes. This is insane. You don't see leads like this very often.
I mean, top lane, this is, again, it's one of those things, right? You're pushed up, you're trying to harass the guy under the turret, but if you cannot react to the gank, the blast cone has not been cleared, so Smithy just easy blast cone over, pop the ghost, he is dead, and then Shrimp, what is the decision from this point? There's no way you can win this, and you're not even really going to do enough damage to burst him down. Maybe if you can get your max rage E off and get true damage, maybe you can trade a kill, but even then it's not worthwhile because you're giving up your life and the double buffs for potentially, at best, a trade.
Right, you're guaranteed to die when it comes through.
Yeah.
I want to shout out Flame, by the way, who went for the Flash W just to slow Someday as Smithy was coming in. The extra slow helped guarantee that the axe landed, forced the early flash. Very smart by him to flash for a 12% slow.
Exactly, because if the axe hits, somebody is dead. That's what it comes down to. And landing that, very big. Smithy forcing another summoner, actually double summoners there out of Keen.
For just walking in. He didn't burn anything, he just walked there.
That was really well done. And Smithy off to a great start. I love the early Lucidity purchase. This is something we used to talk a lot about when Olaf was more meta, and players may not know about it as much now if you're a newer viewer. Basically, this reduces your summoner spell cooldown, so you take the defensive tree talent Insight that also reduces your summoner spell cooldown, then Ghost is already lower than Flash as a cooldown, so you can trade this out very aggressively. And a smart ward here actually from Flame in the brush. Catches Shrimp coming in on that gank.
It's a 2 minute and 50.
Oh, they're going to look for a 2v2 here.
Smithy's back for it.
Maybe too early, though.
The Cataclysm's going to buy a bit of time. The shield is there. Here comes Galio, though. The heroic entrance buys a few more seconds, and Shrimp going to get a knockup, but there's no follow-through to be had. Here comes the damage. Smithy gets one for himself, and Shrimp, where is he going to go? It's 13 seconds. The tunnel cooldown. The kill comes in. A double for Smithy. 3-0 on the Olaf.
Everything going wrong for Dignitas. They were just getting slaughtered. Smithy moves up. It's already a double level 6 against level 5. Someday level 5. Shrimp, and the experience makes the world of difference here.
And now they can go for an early turret kill. Flame maybe, or sorry, I should say Keen. I misread the name, sorry. Wants to come down to the bot lane, but he can't do it. There's nowhere to fight. First turret going to be a 7-minute kill.
And we talked about, game 1, how they had to get ahead with this sort of diving composition. It didn't work, and it looked very bad. This game, they're enormously ahead, and we're going to see how dominant it can look when you have that lead, because these sorts of heavy frontline diver-type compositions can make you feel very, very hopeless when they are this far ahead. It feels like you can't return damage. There's nothing you can do. We'll see if Dignitas can kind of weasel their way out of this one.
They're going to have to try, and I think their scaling, again, still looks very good. They just have to weather the storm.
Someday maybe going a little bit early, as Smithy's still pretty far away here. It becomes a situation where they have to get this big save. If he waits a second or two, it's probably not even close. But they are able to pull it off. Good roam up from Pobelter. Smithy knows he can dive and finish off Kennen, who's not even level 6, and then Shrimp has no chance to really get anything done here. And Olaf, at 7 minutes, 8 minutes now, has a completed Cinderhulk plus the Lucidity. Like, this is one of the best early game snowballing champions. You're so strong, your base damages are very high, and you're really, really tanky for this stage of the game.
Not only is he 800 gold over any of his teammates, he's over 1,300 gold over any of his opponents. He is ridiculously, stupidly ahead right now. Smithy can do anything he wants this game.
He's actually, closing, not quite, but near double the gold value of Shrimp.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually absurd. And he can solo anyone in the game right now. As his ghost comes back up, he can just run at someone. I mean, he doesn't have summoners, right? Like, pretty absurd.
Man, even Jesse Pairing would be afraid to be Smithy right now into this one. Shout out to old school memes. Shrimp gonna look for something. Oh man, he got like every one of them right there. Smithy can do no wrong this game. Taking a cue from Flame in the previous one, just goes wherever he pleases and nothing can stop him. Looking for Shrimp. He was standing still. Shrimp's been slow. Does he have a tunnel? No, not for 5 more seconds. He gets a knock-in to buy a bit more time, but Smithy is on the hunt. He wants someone. But the tunnel gets him away.
This is smart from Smithy, though, not committing the ultimate or the ghost. He just wants to bully him off and take away this red buff. Waits for the smite to come back up, pushes Shrimp out. Now he collects the buff. Now he can threaten to top side. He knows that Shrimp went down to the bottom side. Like, you could very easily dive someday, or you can even 3-man mid. Like, they're very, very precarious in the positioning for Dignitas.
And right now, nothing just yet. Of course, somebody with ulti and flash available makes it a hard dive to be had. They're not going to go just yet into this one. It's going to be the quick bot lane push here. The serrated Dirk was already in for Cody's son. Nice bit of damage. You can see what Someday can do in the matchup. Like, Someday's actually up in farm right now, despite being down on items and such.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a very favorable matchup early on. It's also interesting to note that Flame decided to go very offensive with his masteries, going for Thunderlords. Very few people do take that. It's almost always Grasp in competitive play. You have the defensive masteries, which help you kind of survive that laning phase a little bit more, but this is a more bursty, heavy style, right? So this is not about surviving. He is looking to all in, and he is looking to kill his opponent, because that is a way that Jarvan can take over in the 1v1.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, honestly. I like really Jarvan a lot as a champion because he has so many ways you can build him. You can go full tank, you can go bruiser, glass cannon, whatnot, and I agree. If you're going to win against Cannon at all, it's burst damage, and I think it's very smart by Flame to go for this kind of build.
It can make a lot of sense. That said, you need the confidence to do it, and if you mess up this sort of build, like if you are going more offensive with your masteries and very aggressive with your playstyle, has the potential to go very wrong. So that is often why people do take the more defensive, kind of conservative route.
And Ole winning his 1v1 with Lod. Curtain call makes him run away.
Oops.
Back on cooldown. Yeah, that was just a rocket jump to get to safety, so maybe a bit more than needed, but it means turret damage here. Pavelther waiting in the wings, but no fight to be had. And unfortunately now for Immortals, there is no spells up, and they're just going to kill off Key, and that's Flash and goes down once again.
Smithy debating whether he should go in there, and getting double summoner out there, that's a big win already, so no real need to actually risk going for that dive. Flame is looking to catch Keen with the lazy recall, but Keen backs all the way up, so we'll get out safely.
He's going to lose a lot of farm and a lot of turret damage for this one as Pavelther keeps playing the push game.
Yeah, bot turret's done.
Yep. Everywhere on the map, Immortals are winning right now. 16 farm for the mid lane. That's the least impactful lane right now. You've got 42 minions up for Cody Sun and Ole.
Yeah, almost 5,000 gold ahead was their lead at 10 minutes. Like, they are
ridiculous,
absurdly ahead. They are now closing in on 6K. Just past 11 minutes into the game, close to knocking down that mid lane turret, which would give them another injection. Plus, they're grabbing up the mountain, even more late game and objective control insurance. So they really can go everywhere. They can do whatever they want here. Have every option under the belt.
And here we go. Mountain Drake is gone. So they cannot myth a smite. All is well for him. Beautiful stuff.
Gonna try to take away his Scuttle, and at least if you can fight for the Scuttle, you can hope to deny the Rift Herald access. Flame may be getting collapsed on here. We'll see if he can get out.
One versus
spotted
three.
now.
Flag and drag, jumps over, not gonna be caught up by Big anymore. Black Shield was late.
Nice.
So he couldn't flash to follow, but honestly, if Big just Black Shields himself, he can flash follow and Flame's dead there, I think.
Yeah, very likely at least. But I mean, Flame still does have his flash, and you don't necessarily know where everyone is on the map if Smithy is coming. That is a risky follow. But that being said, you have to make risky plays now as Dignitas. You need to make something work. And oftentimes, these low percentage plays are the best you're actually going to get.
Right.
So you're more willing to commit to those sorts of things.
But at this point, you go for any play where the chance of it working is higher than your chance of winning the game. And if you're down the most gold anyone's been against Immortals all split, your chances are about 3% right here. And now the nice knock up there. Lot's still getting to jump away, but he's on the wrong side of this. He's got flash, but it's not going to mean anything. shut down, and Cody Sun gets his first kill of the game.
I mean, Lod was like not even really doing that well 1v1 against the support Lulu at this point.
Yeah, 2 more, and it gets worse.
Rough.
A couple more snipes on a Shrimp. He's going to stay alive on this one, though. Minion falls down the curtain call. Maybe we see some more in the mid lane. Quick axe toss. Undertow.
Smithy again, just everywhere. Just he can farm his opponent's jungle full time. Really, there's nothing that Trim can ever do to contest him, and they're looking to set up a siege here in the mid lane. Poelter can always threaten the roam down. If he starts to walk down into the jungle, he'll be very quickly in ultimate range towards that mid lane, so they can threaten dives.
Another shot right there on Akean, losing him 300 health, but we'll see if that dive does come through, if the threat comes in. 6,000 is the gold difference here. Nice snipe by Shrimp, takes away the big wolf. Consolation prizes through and through right now for Team Dignitas. That team is squishy, though. There is no tank on the lineup. Rek'Sai is now more of a fighter. It's a warrior enchant type item, or type champion, I should say. Mid lane outer is gone. Gold lead stretches a bit farther. Local gold all goes to Cody Sun.
And that's exactly the play that they were trying to set up. You have Povelta roam down, Smithy's threatening the flank from the other side, so you have people on both sides, and you really can look to threaten that. Flame should just be able to walk out, as long as he doesn't get bound here. Not really too much threat coming in on him.
I think he was respecting a possible flash bind, and didn't think that he might be able to do it on reflex, so he's like, if he goes for this, I'm juking sideways, and doesn't come through in the end, he's going to be fine. Back to the farm game they're going to go. Well, worth pointing out, though, that Someday does have quite a bit of farm. He very much focuses on getting farm. He'll often leave his team alone if he doesn't think he can turn the fight around to hope to power up for another time. And him getting some golden XP could be a way to get back in the game.
And I think that's the intelligent play when you are split pushing. Very often you have to play for yourself, for the team that way. But that being said, because of the turrets that have gone down, because of the kill and the assists and stuff, even though he is up quite a bit in CS, he's down quite a lot in gold, right? So, you know, that is maybe the bright spot for the team, but even that is kind of burning out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Immortals are going to look to even extend that lead further. You can grab up the Rift Herald. Not much threat from Dignitas besides maybe some sort of miracle steal, but you can then use this to crack the inner turrets and just continue to extend that advantage.
Going to make that happen right now. Rift Herald picked up by the Olaf. Smithy taking everything on the map right now. Ocean Break going to be up in maybe 2.5 or so minutes. Yeah, Cody Sun, geez, 50 minions up. I mean, everything just going as well as it possibly could have for Immortals. And the question just is when they close it out versus Dignitas making some kind of miracle play to turn it around.
And for Cody Sun, I mean, this is his best game as far as that CSD by far. His highest this season earlier was against Arrow, a 27 CSD at 15. Now this time 50 up on Lod. And yeah, sure, Trist has great late game skilling, but how are you ever going to get there? You are so far behind. They need to delay forever.
Ooh, nice taunt flash going to be there on Nakeen. He's going to go for some damage back. This one, the knockups are there. The Wild Growth makes the kill come through. Ole finds that one. Shrimp squishy, but gets some decent damage to Poelter. He's not going to ult for it. Had the chance to go for more damage. Doesn't want the kill, though, here. And the taunt's going to land. Black Shield buys some time. And Lod is losing all of his health bar right there. Flashes, jumps away, heals, staying alive on this one with Big. Next up, and it's going to be the Rampage now for Xmithy. The curtain call is in. The first shot's going to land. He only needed one bullet. Cody Sun can't count to 4. He doesn't have to. Gets the kill in the top lane, and the inhibitor turret's going to fall. Dignitas still nothing on the board here.
It's getting so much with the Rift Herald, cracking an inhibitor at 16 minutes in. They are still on base for what could be a perfect game. 4-0-4 on Smithy. He is massive. They just collected a ton more gold. This lead is just absurd, and they have so much gold in their pockets to spend up. You know, Smithy is going to be basing with like 2,200 gold. He can complete another item.
Yeah, holy moly, just what a snowball of a game.
And this is just very well done from Poelter. He channels the taunt, follows flash for flash. Smithy more than enough damage to finish off the first one. And yes, this is a low chance of this working for Dignitas, but they feel like they need to force a play. Big looks for the big ultimate. Lod is trying to get as much damage as possible out, but it's very difficult for them to ever fight back in a situation like this. You need to have odd number of fights. That's really your only hope. If you can have like a 4v2 or something like that, quickly kill them off, maybe you have hope, but an even number of fights, you have to misplay so badly as Immortals to ever really lose.
I am sad that Shrimp did not ult in for the kill into Poelter, though. That guy was pretty low and he was magic because of stacking. I feel like the Rek'Sai ult actually could have gotten the kill, but perfect game still intact right now for Immortals, as even Ole is giving some farm in the bot lane.
He may have not had the tag on Poelter. I'm not actually sure
He definitely
about
did.
that.
I was watching for it in the replay. He had the mark on him. He just Initially, he was only like 1/3, so it's like not quite in kill range. Then we got super low, the tag had fallen off, but I don't know, maybe I'm missing it and it wasn't quite going to be there. But mid lane under fire now, Pobelter just way too tanky to care about any of this. Looks to take some turret shots. Xmithie going to push him around. Down to half HP, but the turret's going to fall with a shield thanks to Ole. So far, it's been amazing for Immortals here. 10,000 gold now, 18 minutes in. They have just smashed this game now.
And Xmithie already with the stone plate completed. He's building towards the locket. Gonna have that incredible shielding combo on his side, and they're gonna be looking to close this one out very, very quickly. The last of the outer turrets has fallen. We'll see how aggressively Immortals wants to play it. If you want to play it really safe, you can just grab the dragon, keep farming the jungle, look for a Baron, and then close out with that. That is kind of the more guaranteed win. But they still could look for opportunities to dive and just close this one out really fast.
We'll see what it ends up being. There's the Ocean Drake picked up, which means you can stay on the map for longer. Right now, Dig just gonna keep the farm going in the top lane, and to a certain extent, this is almost what you want in a game going this badly, because no one's farming top lane from Immortals, and La just gets solo gold, gets solo XP, and even gets the extra money that comes in from the super minion itself. As long as the turrets stay alive, I mean, losing an Ocean Drake is not the worst thing.
Yeah, certainly not. And sometimes in situations like this, the game can stall out from this point, but this is not a composition that doesn't have easy ways to dive, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have so many ways to dive, so many ways to start up the fights. You Jhin ultimate to zone them off the turret, you send in the Olaf, you send in the Galio, and it's very clear-cut.
Yeah, and the Trico doesn't say Fox right there, so you imagine this team... as sad it is, it's true. This is like every Echo Fox game ever, and then it takes them 30 more minutes to win the game. Immortals definitely have had good shot calling, though they are traditionally a mid to late game team that wins off shot calling. You give them this kind of lead, and it's probably going to be a slaughter, and it has been so far.
And I think that they shouldn't really try to overforce. If they can get a fight outside the base, take it, end the game, great, right? But otherwise, wait till you have your locket. Wait till you have some of these items coming in. Get the Baron. Secure that victory, because it's only getting better for your team for these next few minutes since you're farming both sides of the map.
That's the flash out for Someday. I'm going to get away from the tag. So ult for flash. A worthy cooldown trade so far. We'll see what comes in next for Immortals.
And scaling, like, while it is going to go in favor of Dig, they're so far away from that mattering. Like, this has to be like a 50-minute game for that even to be a conversation, because Immortals is farming both sides of the map. So when you are just getting so much less income, scaling is not really part of the discussion, right? You just can't actually get to the point where that matters at all. I mean, you're looking at Lod, who has pieces of some items versus 2 completed from Cody's son. He's on his way to his 3rd.
Yeah. Game 3 is a lot of season highs right now for Immortals. 10,000 gold lead at 20. Yeah, good luck meeting that one again later on in the season here on this one. Immortals.
This is just gone.
Just, yeah, 20-minute Baron take, not even a problem. Big is around. The Miracle Bind. There's always a chance. You never say never. And it goes down to Xmithie, of course. He can never miss a smite this game. He's been perfect. Immaculate, and now Big is running out of options. Redemption for the kill! Get him!
Oh!
Yeah! Ole! 3-0-3 and the swag dance for Pobo to make it all right.
Pobelter's feeling it. He's dancing on the corpse. They know this one is all but over. They're going to look to close it out, pushing in on the top side. They want to get all the waves going. Then you can easily set up the dive. Then you can easily siege. Dignitas has maybe one more fight left in them, but Immortals, they still have the perfect game going here. Have not lost anything. Not a kill, not a turret, not a dragon, or the Rift Herald.
And how happy are Immortals fans right now? This game is, I mean, guaranteed to be over at this point. They are the #1 team in the LCS. This is after Huni left the team, after Rainover left the team, after Wild Turtle left the team, after Adrian's been gone as well. The entirely new lineup of rookies and unlikely pickups here. And they are the best team in North America. They've beaten every defending champion. They've beaten every 5-1 team in this week specifically.
And here comes the play from Dig, the last fight.
The last stand for this one. Shrimp in the back line, the flash to follow they want, and they're gonna pick off early. No, they can't. The Wild Growth in, the shutdown finally comes through thanks to the Rex side. But the trade kill is already in as he's fallen off for this one. Walter buying a bit more time, a double kill in for Cody's son himself, and Someday just doesn't have the damage. Galley with a heroic enters back into the front line, but it's already 3 missing. It's a 4v2. The perfect game is gone, but I'm sure the fans are okay with the win coming through all the same. It's only 2:20. It's only 22:20 into the game, and the Nexus turrets are already falling right now. 4 versus 2 inside the base. The knockup once again for Flame, who did so much work in Game 2 this series. The big plays in Game 3 as well. Some days are numbered. Big's gonna fall flat. He's gone on this one. Xmithie refuses to die. He is immortal himself.
fitting in so well in the new lineup here. 14-1 in kills, but maybe the Nexus actually won't die just yet. The chase in. Lod gets the one auto attack, but the trade kill is in for the taunt. The knockup on a Shrimp. They might trade that one back in. He's trying to make it happen, but he's going to fall. And now once again, it is 2 versus 4 inside the base as Ole runs down the mid lane to join back in again. Top lane inhibitor to fall pretty shortly, but it looks like this will be a bit of a delay of game. Immortals will not win just yet.
They are staying around, though, looking for someday.
Over chasing a little bit, one more shot. He gets the armor, the flash to follow, but this could be a trade. A slight overstay, and the shutdown comes through. Welter taunts a black shield, but it is still an open Nexus. It's a trade of focus. Do you go for the Nexus? Do you go for the champions? And finally, they do go for the major objective there as Big is going to limp back to the fountain. And Immortals waiting to close it out. They are savoring their victory. One more kill in for Flame. The Thunderlords triggers. And Immortals close week 4 as the #1 team in North America.
The undisputed best team. Close it out with the fastest game this split. Dignitas hardly could have got out of this one faster if they surrendered. Immortals dominated them so badly, and sure, they gave up a couple of kills at the end, but how much more can you ask for? These last 2 games were complete and total domination from the Immortals squad. They got bested in game #1, but they came back with a vengeance. And these guys are on fire. I mean, not only are they #1 in the standings, but they just look like the best team, period.
They really do. Everything working so well. Flame, the front runner right there, had so many sick plays. But they're having a nice game in the tanks, and some hugs from the Xmithy clan right there. I believe his entire family in town right here for this one. We had a picture on social media earlier, if you guys seen that.
It's fantastic to see the support for him, and doing so well after the trade. It has to feel very nice to have a family here watching him succeed. A 2-0 week for Immortals against back-to-back 5-1 opponents who were previously tied for them in first place. Smithy and co are now in sole possession of first place and will remain in sole possession of first place regardless of the rest of the results this week.
Absolutely the case. Beautiful stuff out of this squad, and Detective Smithy yesterday saying, well, is it gonna be an Immortals logo up there as the next team to win North American LCS? And he gave you this sort of haphazard, yeah, maybe. He wasn't ready to get hyped up about it just yet, but certainly this is a squad worthy of giving support to. These are deserved wins, and some of them have looked so incredible, absolutely. You can see even the subs coming out here, Stunt on your screen. And the rest of the coaching staff, everyone else. Immortals can just do nothing but feel happy now. They're done for the week. We'll see them back in week 5 as the #1 team.
And I mean, anyone that they're going to be facing has got to realize how good this team is, how much you have to prepare for them. I just think that they're so impressive. You know, even with so much focus on Ole. Again, he had a very good game. Across the board, it just feels like when they succeed so well as a team. You know, you look down the line, yes, there are standout plays, there are standout players, but everyone is doing well. I mean, you know, deathless game for Flame, 6-1-4 for both Smithy and Cody's son. Ole getting very involved, Pobelter having a strong game. It's hard to really look at one piece and say, okay, that's where you attack. This is the weakness. This is how you beat Immortals, because they play as such a cohesive unit.
Yeah, they really do. This is the team right now. This is the North American best team. And yeah, we'll see as other teams get better and as they improve over the course of the split, who can kind of match this. We've always seen teams start hot and then come back down. There's always the chance that, you know, something goes wrong, of course, but we won't be seeing Immortals at Rift Rivals. It was not a very good spring split for them, but basically the goal is we have 0 championship points. You missed playoffs. They have to keep this form. If they want to go to Worlds, and it looks like this is a team that is good enough to do so, they need to make that run go quickly. They have to win the split. They will not qualify automatically on championship points. That's basically impossible. So they've got to either run the gauntlet or win the split. And so they have to win a lot of best of 5s to close out the season to make that trip to Worlds.
Yeah, they certainly do, but they're looking like they are on form to perhaps do it.
We'll see if it comes through. But now to get some thoughts on that series, let's hear from Kobe and the Immortals mid laner.
Thank you, Freak. Yes, we are here with Pobelter after their victory. I'm not going to ask you any questions about that specific game because that was over in like 5 minutes. Instead, I'm going to ask you about, because you've been a player for a very long time in the North American LCS, and you've experienced being first place before as well as being last place. What is the biggest difference, do you guys feel, you know, as a team? Just what does it feel like as a player as opposed to being, you know, last place to first place?
Well, I mean, being first place feels pretty good, and then being last place just feels really like extremely bad, because as a pro, you know, you spend your whole day, your whole life just committed to pretty much performing on stage, and then if that doesn't happen, it's just really tough. Like, you know, you're like, what am I even doing this for? Why do we suck so bad? This is so like demoralizing to work so hard, but still be, you know, last, to keep losing for whatever reasons it may be. But I would say even if you're first or last, there's a lot of pressure. Like no matter what, when you're first, there's pressure to stay on top. When you're last, there's pressure because you don't want to get relegated. Well, that's not really happening anymore, but you know.
All right, and as far as the improvement that you guys have had, everybody's going to bring up, you know, the Smithy trade over and over. What, as a team, do you guys feel like was your biggest improvement? You know, barring you know, the actual change in players from spring split to summer split.
By biggest improvement, you mean like some difference in our play from last split, or like something that happened outside of the game, like, you know, us getting Coach Song that improved our play? Like, which do you mean?
Either of those options.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, Coach Song is also a really huge factor in our improvement from last split, I think. I think both him and Smithy have really contributed a lot to really transforming how our team plays. So we play a lot more calm and collected now. We're like actually moving around the map and out-rotating people, which is like, whoa, couldn't even imagine this last split. But yeah, it's hard to say, like, you know, how much of it goes to who the credit goes to. I just know that both of these two people coming in really had a big impact on the team.
All right, well, armed with these two new people, how do you guys feel like you're going to do against TSM next week? Because even though, you know, they're not classic TSM at the top of the standings, #1 place in North American LCS, still definitely a team that a lot of people have eyes on as far as expected improvement. Do you guys think that you're definitely solidly in first place and easily going to be able to defend yourselves?
I think we take a pretty cautious approach to most games. So we know that TSM has a history of being a really strong team, even when people count them out. And actually, when we played against them at the beginning, they didn't have much practice coming off their break after MSI. Now they've had some time to come together as a team more. So I think we'll just have to prepare.
All right, well, good luck in that match, and congratulations once again. Now we're going to send it over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Kobe. Immortals moves to 7-1, solidly in first place, alone at the top of the table with the fastest game of the split. The biggest gold leads at 10 and 20 minutes this split. I mean, that was just utter destruction there in Game 3 by
Playing
Immortals.
angry or something, and you gotta say, Dignitas kind of walked into it a little bit. They obviously want to play around topside, and it feels like Immortals kind of knows this and knows how to either play around it or play straight into it and to come out on top.
Yeah, it's very interesting, kind of the contrast from Games 2 to Games 3, where Flame was the one who was charged with, you know, dodging the ganks and the tower dives in Game 2, and ultimately was successful in doing so. And then here in Game 3, Smithy, he flips the script and says, I know I typically spend a lot of time bot, but this time around I'm going to go top and help Flame get off the ground.
And overall, it's a great time to do it. This time around, they take the Kennen, or excuse me, they're playing the Jarvan into the Kennen, which doesn't beat it straight up, but does have really good gank assist into it. So while the Kennen pushes in, tries to harass you into the turret, you send the tension up there and try and get the kills because, like we said, at pre-6, good gank setup, and then at 6, it gets even better with the ultimate.
Right, and it didn't stop there. That's, again, the thing, and why this game ended so quickly, is that gank 1 comes through in the top lane, but that kill turns into, you know, a 2v2 kill in the bot lane on its own, and it really was a team effort, again, from Immortals here to close it out in 23 minutes.
Yeah, there you see Flame going for the EQ combo. Kennen flashes out, starts running away, realizes he needs to flash to get the slow from his W proc off, which allows Smithy to get in range. They get that kill, and then Shrimp loses his mind or something, keeps chasing in, wants something desperately, doesn't get a kill to trade back, give up 2. And in the meantime, on the bot side, we talk about why Smithy likes playing around his bot lane is because they're pretty good.
They're real damn good, but again, this shows that they don't need Smithy's help in order to be successful. That time around, picking up the 2v2 kill for themselves. Another counter gank here, as well as the roam from Pobelter to get that ultimate coming in and keeping Flame alive, which is a sliver of health here again in the top lane.
A little bit like an Olaf with how Jarvan plays into the Kennen. The escape that Kennen has is just a dash, or a speed up, excuse me. So as long as the flash is down, you can just ultimate at any point and set up a free gank. A little late on the Galio, got it a little closer than the Immortals probably wanted, but works out just fine, getting 2 kills, and it's off to the races. That steady, straight mountain climb for the gold grab.
Very much so. They were on track for the perfect game. We did see some messiness in those closing minutes where they took the skirmishes and let a couple people drop, so not quite getting a perfect game.
Why didn't Pobelter ult Ole? We're waiting for the first one. There's been so many close, perfect games.
It was close, but hey, this leaves us room to hope, right? It's something to strive for. You can't give us the perfect game in week 4, then what are we watching for? are in all seriousness. But really, this Immortals squad has just continued to impress, and we saw Pobelter talking there a little bit of what they attribute that success to. You know, in part Xmithie and in part Coach Song, but the two of them have really brought a level of calmness and direction to the team so that they can start out macroing people and not just like the old Immortals outskill people.
Well, even Pobelter admitted, he's like, I don't know how much credit to give to who. Clearly something just clicked with this team when they came together. Similar to old Immortals, actually, in 2016, that they kind of just got together and instantly started dominating the North American split.
Yep.
And it seems like a somewhat similar case this time around where they just have some kind of synergy that makes them all improve each other.
Now, that said, Xmithie will pick up player of the game, so at least within the microcosm of Game 3, he was the top performer. And if we are going to try and put, you know, some kind of value to what he adds to the team to some degree, I would say that for Xmithie, what I've noticed is his understanding of how to support the different carries on his team. Once again, making that change from Game 2 to Game 3 and saying, this time around, I'm going to put my attention to the top side because I know that's how we win this game, where in previous games he's been able to largely ignore Flame and know that he'll do fine on his own.
I think that's the big thing, is whenever you give him a comp, he knows how to execute in the early game to get it off the ground. We've seen him play Elise or Nectin, goes up there and gets a dive off. This time around with the Olaf Jarvan combo, get up on that cannon early, shut him down before he can really bully out the lane.
Now, Dignitas here, of course, still remains at 5-2, so it's not a score to scoff at necessarily, but, you know, within this game, they got off to a good start, picking up Game 1. Things kind of fall apart in Games 2 and 3, so still some struggles for them in terms of responding to the clean macro play from Immortals.
And this is one of the things that people kind of held against Dignitas, was that they play around someday all the time. And in Game 2, they kind of circumvent it. Dignitas can't get them going, they fall apart. Game 3, they aggressively attack it, shut him down, build a lead on your top laner, and once again, fall apart.
All right, well, Dignitas will move to 5-2 while Immortals closes the week already at 7-1 with our matches in the books. Let's go ahead and see how the standings have shifted. Immortals, they solidify their hold of first place with their victory today as Team Dignitas drops to third place alongside TSM. We'll be back tomorrow to see how standings further shake out. Coverage kicks off with TSM versus Echo Fox on NALCS 1. Then Team Dignitas aim to defeat Cloud9 in the Battle Arena. Over on NALCS 2, Team Liquid take to the Rift opposite Phoenix 1, followed by FlyQuest versus Team Envy later in the day. Now, before we sign off, a reminder that tickets for our summer finals go on sale next week. Pre-sale bundles are live this Monday, June 26th, with a general admission opening up on Tuesday, June 27th. So for more information on registering for the pre-sale and how you can join us at the TD Garden in Boston, head on over to LOLesports.com. Now, while you can book your trip to Boston of your own volition, Mark's fate here has been left in the hands of the fans. And in just a few hours, we received a swarm of tweets not only detailing... I'll let you know. We received tweets not only detailing, you know, whether or not you wanted Mark to come to the summer finals, but what he should be allowed to do if he does join us. So first up, TT, Paradigm, and Bezelbaum made clear they love Mark on the analyst desk, but not so much when he's serenading the audience on the big stage. While, hold up, there's some support for you as well.
Okay.
Don't jump the gun here in the defense. Now, MPR35 and DEX Factor practically begged to have Mr. Zimmerman's voice grace the TD Garden, especially if we go to a Game 5. My question would be to you, are you prepared? Do you feel like you're even more prepared this time around? Would there be a remixed version or something?
I feel like that's what makes you a great artist. I'm not doing that. You can't bait me, production. Get out of here.
I was there.
No. I was going to say, what makes you a great artist, James, is being ready to go at the drop of a hat. And even though they tried to bait me here, you need to know when to pick your
Who's got a hat? Somebody give me a hat so I can drop it.
No.
All right. Well, votes are still neck and neck, and we don't want you to wait. So the polls close tomorrow at noon. We're still going to go ahead and track these, and the fate of Mark's September travel plans are in your hands. So tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag #LeaveMark or the hashtag #TakeMark, and tune in for the results tomorrow at the beginning of our show. For now, though, and myself, the cast, and the entire live broadcast crew, we're going to thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night. Be-woo!
As TSM takes on FlyQuest. And for FlyQuest, they're looking to break a funk that's been clouding them since halfway through the spring split. Walked in, but also caught out. He's going to burn down first blood. Goes to Lemon as Sven assassinates movement. He's going to go down as well. Fly started it all, but TSM are going to end it. Total force to Sven. Tag onto Lemon Nation. Double it's going to move through us.
Scared looking for position.
Scared kicks him back. Oh, that's so tough for Rumble. Dive comes down and Balls is going to go down. Scared, no. Sweeping on a rampage. They take the next one down, and Bjergsen finally going to join the fray. Stun not going to connect with Sven. Able to tower dive through a double kill there for double lift, as it's just chaos under these turrets. And he and Sam are going to sweep them. FlyQuest go down.
Down and all of Envy lives. The flag and drag coming in with the flash from Darshan, trying to make it look good, but there are too many shields. There's too much CC. Seraph's going to go down. One last lick. Apollo looking to get the kill over. It's a lot of damage going on to Dardoch, and he's still able to stay alive as they get bounced around left and right. The chaos in favor of Envy. Finally going down. A retribution kill coming in there from Apollo as the fight continues. 6A alive in the fight. 6A taking down Seraph.
Rainover comes through with the ulti, not able to find the kill. It's turned around, and Jensen is godlike. Smoothie getting the pull over the wall. They're going to bring Morlo right back in, and he is a pair of alligator boots. Jensen going to be tracking the ace the hole. Can't even break the shield. Slushy is dead, and that will likely seal the deal. Cloud9 will 2-0 Team Liquid.
Not sure if Flame is killable, though. He's going to try to hug the wall, get away from some of these.
Oh, that was so well done.
All the CC. Now Ship's going to force the dodge the aggro. All the vitals do get proc.
Oh, that was insane from Flame.
Here gets the big heal lick. It's going to be Big, who's okay, though. And now the float's back on his shrimp, and again. Well, speaking of kills, though, Smithy running low.
Oh my God.
That ball, like, the freaking explosive catch was insane. Options, redemption for the kill. Get him.
Oh.
Yeah, and Immortals close week 4 as the #1 team in North America.